Morning and welcome to the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River. We've got joined in the commentary team. He's just a bit taken back at the moment by Stuart John, who's driven all the way up from Canberra to be part of this the action today, and I'm sure we'll be supporting the ACT crews, which there are plenty here today. So we're just about to get race number 1 underway, which will be the Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. It's about to begin at 7:30, and then it's a very full program. Just a reminder that in the middle of the lunch break, we have the final of the Women's Sprint Eliminator, and that certainly is going to be a major event out here today, particularly with the prize money that's up for grabs. Just also a reminder that bow numbers that can be collected from the tower but need to be returned straight after your race. There's going to be a lot of demand on those race numbers today, so please ensure that you get them back as quickly as possible. And also that for cyclists, and the cyclists traditionally in these school regattas there are plenty, a reminder that it is a requirement at Cirque that you wear a helmet at all times while riding the bike. You also dismount to come across the front of the grandstand. That is very important, particularly in the later days when later in the day when the presentations are happening. There are a lot of people, and it would be really appreciated if you would abide by those rules of the course. And good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Rob. Yeah, fantastic to be here. Conditions absolutely perfect here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We can see on the screen at the moment, well, apart from two very handsome gentlemen with great hairstyles, the Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull. So heat number 1, it's our first race of the day. And just looking down the course at the moment, you can see that it is absolutely cutting glass at the moment. Just the only waves on the water that you can really see from our position here in the finish tower are those from the BRO boats as they get ready for the start of racing. So it's, as you say, Rob, it's going to be a full day. We've got the Sprint Eliminator in the middle of it. It's a very unique format. We've got the you've got, I think it's 9 rowers that'll kick off, 250 metres, last place drops out, and we've got Chris McCarthy who'll be down on the pontoon interviewing the rowers as they come off the water, $10,000 for first place. So there's definitely plenty up for grabs and that, and some really big names. Tara Rigney's going to be there, the Australian multiple champion. Emma Twigg, the world champion, the gold medalist, the world beach sprint champion. That rows over 250 metres, so I'll be curious to see how she goes. Lucy Spores, an Olympic gold medalist. It's just some great talent in there. Romy Cantwell now filling, who's come in. She's the Australian representative in Shanghai in the women's single scull. So, yeah, and then Bella Scammell, who can forget her last year, being able to beat Tara Rigney in that final. Just got off to a great start in a boat that was fresh out of the wrapping. She hadn't done much in the way of sculling, and then just got in and won a lazy 10K.
Yeah, absolutely. What a field. What a great event, and what a field. I think the knockout concept is just fantastic, and you could see last year as some of the high expected finishers were knocked out early in the piece, and I think that was a bit of a shock to all. But 250 metres puts a totally different perspective on your rowing. So it's all about getting out that fast and being very strong.
Exactly right. As we see rowers getting ready for the start of our first race, it's heat number 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Sculls. In lane number 2 from Radford College, Ria Niranjane and Hannah Gladwin. In lane 3 from Redlands, Annalise Beattie and Pearl Brown. Lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, as they are now underway. Lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Maya Parks and Rose Staniforth, coached by Yumi O'Carrigan. In lane 5 from Askham, Jess Rubilliard and Jess Brown, coached by Mitchell Caponis. Lane 6 from Winona, Sophia Gray and Bella Rigney, coached by Kieran Kabelke. Lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, Athena Wu and Anita Kang. And lane 8 from Darramarlin, we have Matilda Dawes and Lily Howlett, and they're coached by Ellie Miller and Matthew Philp. So a couple of the crews just having some steering issues just towards the start there, just straightening that out. And now they are back moving. So it does look to be one of our middle crews that's gotten off to a fantastic start and sitting nicely in front. I think that might be Askham School.
Yeah, it does appear, yes. It is the Ascom School. They've got off to a great start as they come down towards the 500 metres, and they're certainly holding a commanding lead. Yes, the steering issues in the Winona crew, Sophie Gray and Bella Rigney, they're certainly covering a lot of extra territory as they go from side to side in the course, so probably need to settle it down a bit and get onto it. Over in lane, there's a Redlands crew, Annalise Beattie and Pearl Brown, it does look like, who are out there chasing the Ascom crew now. So those two do look to have cleared out from the rest of the field. A reminder that the first three go through to the final, which is in race 42. The rest are eliminated. But it is a race of two as we come down towards that 500 metre mark.
Yeah, and we saw Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie at the recent ACT Head of the Lake ACT Junior Championships do quite well. So unsurprising to see them pushing towards the top. As you say, then we've got, so it's Redlands and Ascom, our two leading crews. That battle for third place, I think, is well and truly on. It's a little difficult to see. We'll get an idea as they come through the 500. So it's Ascom a boat length ahead of Redlands in second, who are just dropping that rating down a little bit. Then we have a bit of clear water, and it's going to be lane number 4, so that's Loretto Normanhurst, who are sitting in that third and final qualification position. They're a boat length ahead of Pymble Ladies in 4th, so not insurmountable for Pymble Ladies. Darramarlin are sitting in 5th ahead of Winona back in 6th place, and then I think we should still have just the one crew to come. Oh, we haven't seen the Radford crew come across. So
yeah, they look to have might have had some problems over there in lane 2. They're just getting up to the 500 metre mark now, but certainly these two crews out in front have really cleared out from the rest of the field, and at the moment only Loretto Normanhurst really making a play for that third place. So, although over on this side now we got the Pymble Ladies College crew do seem to have got a bit of momentum, so they might be able to overhaul the Loretto Normanhurst crew, but the race is certainly on out the front here. I'm not sure that they're pushing overly hard. The rating's not pushing through. They know these two are very safely into the final as we come down into about 150 odd metres to go. Still holding down that third place, but under a lot of pressure now is Loretto Normanhurst from the Pymble crew over in lane 7.
So we'll keep an eye out on that. It's a couple of races going on. It's the battle for first place between Redlands and Ascom, and then the battle for third place between Loretto Normanhurst and Pymble Ladies. So we'll keep an eye out on those ones as our leading crews come towards a finish. The first cheers coming up from the grandstand. Always some great noises, always some great cheering coming through during the Schoolgirl Head of the River. Redlands have moved out in front now, so they are going to go through and take the heat win. Ascom really just dropping that rating right the ways down, so they're not too concerned. It's going to be a heat win for Annalise Beattie and Pearl Brown from Redlands. They'll finish ahead of Ascom's Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown in second place. Now, who's got third place? It does look like it's going to be Loretto Normanhurst, Maya Parks and Rose Staniforth. They're able to have a bit of a look out to their left-hand side, see the danger coming. They're sitting in that third and final qualification position, and they've got themselves a couple of boat lengths over the crews from Pymble Ladies and Darramarlin. So confirmation there, Loretto Normanhurst third and through to the final. Fourth place will go to the crew from Pymble Ladies. That's Athena Wu and Anita Kang. And they'll finish half a boat length ahead of Darramarlin, Matilda Dawes and Lily Howlett. And then back a little bit further to the Winona crew in lane number 6. That's Sophia Gray and Bella Rigney. And then our final crew to come across the line will be Radford College, Ria Niranjane and Hannah Gladwin.
And moving right on to race 2, the Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl U9 Double Scull. Reminder, first 3 through to the final. In lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst, Claire Kabul and Ava Forrester, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Caitlin McGuinness and Laker Viswanathan. In lane 5, Redlands, Charlie Cottrell Down and Imogen Bush. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack, coached by Andrew Newham. In lane 7, Radford College's Sanyi Yelamathi, Hannah Bettison, and in lane 8, Barker College's Leah Miller and Christabel Shue.
And it's a nice line across the field. So we've got Barker College in lane number 8. They've got the lead. That's Leah Miller and Christabel Shue ahead of Radford College, Sanvi Yelamathi and Hannah Bettison. So, but then that battle for the third and final qualification position is well and truly on. Through the 500s, we're just coming up towards, no, we should be past the 500. We just don't have the timing up on the screen at the moment. But so just having a look down the field, it is the two crews in the middle of the course. So that's Pimble Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack, and then Redlands, Charlie Cottrell Down and Imogen Bush. But they're not too far ahead of they've got a little bit over a boat length there over the crews from Canberra Grammar and Loretto Normanhurst. But certainly this crew from Barker College, well out in front. Radford College just sitting in second place, and then third and fourth well and truly on.
Yeah, and anybody that's got access to the live stream, just have a look at the moment. We've got the drone shots above the course, and it looks absolutely spectacular. But as we come down into the last 250 metres, it is the Barker College's Leah Miller and Christabel Shue who are holding down still holding that length and a half lead over the Radford College's Sanvi Yelamarthi and Hannah Bettison. Those two crews have teetered out. It is a very, very tight race, though, between Pimble Ladies and Redlands in lanes 5 and 6 to see playing out for this third place and the place into the final. It does look like the Pimble Ladies College, the Redlands crew at the moment have put on a bit of a burst and responding now. The Pimble Ladies College as they come down with about 150 metres to go, but no problem whatsoever for Barker's Leah Miller and Christabel Shue and Radford's Sanvi Yelamarthi and Hannah Bettison.
So it's going to be between Redlands and Pimble Ladies for the third and final qualification position. Barker College, they've got the heat win. Coming through in second place will be Radford College, and now Redlands bow ball out in front. They're half a boat length over Pimble Ladies, and they're just holding on to it. It's only a few strokes left to go. Plenty of cheering coming from the grandstand as Redlands hold on. Third and final qualification position. They'll go through to the final ahead of Pimble Ladies, who finish in fourth place. And then fifth and sixth is exciting as well. It's going to be Loretto Normanhurst just finishing ahead of Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, another great race for early on for the first few races of this 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River. Once again, the conditions out on the course just absolutely spectacular at the moment, and great morning for rowing. The crowd starting to build in the grandstand. The row of tents certainly set up and filling up, so I'm sure that by the time the more senior races get on, I think we'll see a lot. The grandstand will be full by then, Stuart.
Yeah, for the Eliminator, and then we've got the big events, the 4s, the quads and the 8s. So looking forward to seeing how they all pan out later on today. So it's and the conditions are a lot nicer than what they were last year, where we had that heavy downpour during the Eliminator. Some fantastic photos of the crews as they were getting absolutely drenched. So the crew's just getting ready for the start of heat number 3 of the Year 9 double sculls. So in lane number 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins. In lane 4 from Pimble Ladies, Jessica Pickford and Tamika Tran, coached by Samuel Hines. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Ava Haslett and Matilda Hutton, coached by Georgia Gathercole. In lane 6 from the Tara School, Tara Maley and Caitlin Uwano. In lane 7 from Redlands, Karati Benoliel and Alice Benath. And in lane 8 from Queenwood, we have Chloe Cox and Elle Sheehan. And the crew's just getting ready to get underway. So again, the fantastic drone footage that we've got here, the Blue Mountains off in the background, and really showing the conditions. Well, you'd dream about these conditions, wouldn't you, Rob?
Well, yeah, we've had a pretty good run at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the last number of regattas. We've had some intermittent storms come through, which have not been overly fantastic for rowing conditions. But outside of that, it's been a pretty good run for conditions. And typically this course it's protected really from the westerlies. And yeah, we're moving up to the line now, and for the start of this race, just probably a couple of minutes late, but I'm sure they'll pull that back. All the races for the next hour or so are over 1,000 metres. Then we switch up to 2,000 metres, but the the starter, the aligner, really getting a line across the course. Of course, the 1,000 metre starts aren't held starts. Obviously, the logistics of getting a starting grid out there for 1,000 metre races and removing it for the 2,000 a bit much. So they're all free start. So, and they're away. It looks like all crews got away to a fairly good start.
Yeah, so we've got Hunter Valley Grammar, Pymble Ladies, Newcastle Grammar, the Tara School and Queenwood. So we've got a scratching from Redlands. So our crews getting underway. You can see there just that Queenwood crew just getting a little close towards the boys, a few of them. So there might just be, sorry, that would be the Tara School crew, but we might just be seeing a few of the, maybe a little bit of a cross breeze, maybe just pushing them across, but certainly the conditions looking really, really nice at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think the difficulty is there's a lot of excitement at the start of these races. You're not quite straight, start off and just want to get underway and then realise you're on the buoys. So they look to have got their steering back in. There is a bit of a, one of the crews has stopped out there. I just can't pick which one it is. I think it's maybe the Pymble Ladies crew second in, but they're underway again now and certainly heading once again. They're heading across the course as well. So few steering issues still happening out there, but most of the other crews on this side of the course do look to have got underway. But the crew that looks to be way out in front is looks to be the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins over on the other side of the course, and they do look to be holding down a reasonable lead. We can't see them so much on the drone shot at the moment, but I'm sure they'll come into play as we come down towards the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, just looking down the course at the moment. Hunter Valley Grammar holding on to that lead. We've only got the 5 crews in this race, and it's the top 3 to go through. Then in the battle, and you can just see on the screen there, just some crews getting a little bit closer to each other than you'd probably be hoping for. So it's going to be down then. So Hunter Valley Grammar with the leads. We're just seeing the Pymble Ladies crew. It looks like they've come to a stop again. So that brings it down to 4. So we've got 3 crews behind Hunter Valley Grammar. They are Newcastle Grammar, Tara School and Queenwood that are going to be going for the 2 qualification positions. It looks like the crew from Tara School are just a little ways off at the moment, and Queenwood again. So we're just seeing some, I think the straightest line are the ones that are going to go through for the win. So Hunter Valley Grammar leading Newcastle Grammar, Queenwood and the Tara School. Only a couple of seconds between them through the 500 metre mark. And as I come up now towards those red boys to mark 250 metres to go, Hunter Valley Grammar looking very comfortable out in front. But I think, Rob, it's going to be anyone's guess as to our second and third qualifiers for the final.
Yeah, certainly the steering problems in both those crews, the Tara and Newcastle Grammar Schools, the Tara and Newcastle Grammar School aren't helping their progress at all. They're certainly Newcastle Grammar or Tara have come back into the other lane and they're just crossing over. So it's not going to do them any good at all. Allowing the crew, Queenwood crew, who've also crossed a few lanes themselves, and look to be settled into their race now and settled into this lane. So they may come into play a bit further. They're about 2 or 3 lengths behind, but no problem whatsoever for this crew out in front. It is the Pymble Ladies College crew of Jessica Pickford and Tamika Tran, and they hold down a commanding lead. Oh, sorry, Hunter Valley. Sorry, I did get that wrong. I apologise. Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins, the Hunter Valley crew, who they've brought the rating right down now. They are very, very confident crew as they come down towards the line. Still a lot of steering issues going on between Newcastle Grammar and Tara School. It does look like that Tara School have got the advantage at the moment. Finishing very fast over on this side, but going back into their correct lane is Queenwood's Chloe Cox and Ella Sheehan, and they are putting on a really big sprint to try to get this third place back, but no problem whatsoever for Hunter Valley Grammar coming down with about 10 strokes to go and have wound it right back.
Yeah, Hunter Valley Grammar just dropping that rate right the ways down. They've avoided everything that's going on behind them, and Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins will go through to the final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double sculls. Going through in second place, it looks like it's going to be the crew from Newcastle Grammar and the Tara School swapping some lanes there. And then Queenwood are not without a shot over the final few stages. So Newcastle Grammar, Ava Haslett and Matilda Hutton will finish in second place. Who's going to take third? Is it going to be Queenwood or the Tara School? It is going to be the Tara School. who'll finish in third place. They'll finish about a boat length ahead of Queenwood. Just needed a couple of strokes there towards the end. And then Pimble Ladies, unfortunately, looks like they had to withdraw from the race. So plenty happening in that one, but in the end, Hunter Valley Grammar, Newcastle Grammar and the Tara School through to the final of the Year 9 double sculls.
Yeah, we had a bit of confusion for me coming down that course because there was a few lane changes. I think the Newcastle Grammar and Tara finished in they swapped lanes somewhere down the course, which we missed. We're going to race 1, Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Race 4, heat 1 of the Year 9 single scull. Heat 1 progression, first 3 to the final. In lane number 2, Oxford Falls Grammar, Matilda Edgley, coached by Kieran Kabolki. In lane 3, Barker College, Leah Miller. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar's Millie Keenan, coached by George Gaffcole. In lane 5, North Sydney Girls, Isabel Vathakavi. In lane 6, Queenwood's Olivia Zeng. In lane 7, Meriden Sonia Johns, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. And in lane 8, Willoughby Girls, Violet Bangsgrove, coached by Sam Fennessy.
And Leah Miller from Barker College just scratched in that one, which is unsurprising given that she just raced and won the double scull with Christabel Shue a couple of races ago. So as they're coming now through they've gone through the 500 metres, and it does look like Willoughby Girls, Violet Bransgrove, who has the lead. So we'll just see a bit of a footage there as they went through the 500s, and it was Violet Bransgrove ahead of Isabel Vathakavi, and then Sonia Johns. Matilda Edgley from Oxford Falls Grammar sitting in 4th place. It's top 3 to go through to the final, and they're our top 4 at the moment. And then we've got the Queenwood sculler Olivia Zeng sitting in 5th place. So our top 3 looking reasonably well settled. It was about a second or so, a couple of seconds between 1st and 3rd, and then 5 seconds back to Matilda Edgley from Oxford Falls Grammar. So not out of the realms of impossibility if she puts on a big sprint right towards the end over in lane number 2. Yeah, and looking at the coaching lineup here, Stuart, I expect that these girls also have some commitments at some of the clubs. I'm seeing Mosman, Leichhardt and UTS coaches involved in this race, so certainly loving their sport and getting out and getting into probably the summer holiday programs and the winter programs at these clubs, which puts them in good stead when they come out to race out here. But certainly as they're coming through it is the Willoughby Girls sculler, Violet Bangsgrove, still holding down just a slight advantage over, probably has been overtaken now by the Meriden sculler just inside her. It's very even across the field. Violet Bransgrove, she just came across a couple of the boys and just had some rough strokes, and it did give Sonia Johns the chance to get ahead of her, and then Isabel Vathakavi as well, moving the boat quite nicely. So our top 3 looking really comfortable out in front as they come in now to the final 100 metres or so. A nice sprint coming here from Vathakavi from North Sydney Girls School. And I think the 3 of them, Rob, are going to finish very, very close together. Violet Bransgrove has regained her composure and starting to move the boat again really, really nicely. Just keeping an eye out to the right-hand side, making sure that she's going to get that favoured middle lane for the final. And it will, in fact, be Violet Bransgrove from Willoughby Girls who will take out the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 singles. She'll finish ahead of Sonia Johns from Meriden, and North Sydney Girls Isabel Vathakavi finishing in 3rd place. So a top 3 not from traditional rowing schools, so which is always great to see, as you said, Rob, involved with some of the club programs from around Sydney. Matilda Edgley from Oxford Falls Grammar is going to finish in 4th place, and then she's ahead of our final rower to come across, which looks to be the sculler from Queenwood, Olivia Zeng.
I'll just tilt that a bit. It's okay. Is that all right? On the starting line, just awaiting a start, is race 5, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Heat 2. First 3 through to the final, remainder eliminated. That final is at race 43. In lane 2, Marist College North Shore, Tyler Giblin, coached by Kieran Kabolki. In lane 3, Winona's Sophia Gray, once again coached by Kieran Kabolki. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls, Vicky Lynn. In lane 5, Carolyn Chisholm High, Sarah Baker, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George, Miles Harold. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Claire Wang, coached by Ellis Greenwood. In lane 7, Askham's Poppy Mallet, coached by Mitchell Caponis. And in lane 8, Barker College's Christabel Shue.
So we've just got a couple of scratchings in this one. So Tyler Giblin from Marist College North Shore and Christabel Shue from Barker College. So that does leave us with the 5 scullers, with the top 3 to go through to the final. And just having a look down the course at the moment, it does look to be Poppy Mallet from Askham, Claire Wang from Sydney Girls, and Sophia Gray from Winona, potentially our 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. They're sitting ahead of Sarah Baker from Carolyn Chisholm High and Vicky Lynn from North Sydney Girls. So the rowers now just coming in through the first stages and just coming up now towards that final timing point.
Yes, as we can see, it's still a very even race, those top 3 scullers. As we come down to the 500 metre mark, probably about 100 metre. The sculler that looks to have just tailed out a little bit looks to be the Vicky Lynn from Sydney North Sydney Girls. So at the moment, the other 3 scullers out the front look to be fairly comfortable. Just coming down the 500 metre mark now, and as we go. Yeah, so as we can see on the overhead shot now, we're getting some great shots from this drone. As we're coming into that 500 metre mark. Seems to be a long time coming, Stuart, but
it's always a long time coming when I'm actually in the boat. I can personally vouch for that one, but no, we'll just see them coming across the 500 metre timing point. It is Poppy Mallet from Askham sitting ahead of Sarah Baker from Carolyn Chisholm High, and then Claire Wang from Sydney Girls, and then they're ahead of Vicky Lynn from North Sydney Girls and Sophia Gray from Winona.
Yeah, Carolyn Chisholm High, of course, is just up the road from here at, I think, at Orchard Hills, so very close by. So no doubt that Sarah Baker rose also out of Nepean Rowing Club with Daniel Waddell. Certainly, and Miles Harold, that would certainly indicate that. But no trouble whatsoever for the Askham sculler, Poppy Mallet. She's holding.
I think they might have missed, the timing point might have missed Sophia Gray from Winona, because she is out in front at the moment. Yeah, on lane number 2. So it's the glare coming off from the sun as they're coming up, just making it a little bit tricky to be able to see exactly what's going on. But again, you can see from the drone footage. So you've got there, it looks to be Carolyn Chisholm High's Sarah Baker, and then a couple of lanes across on her left-hand side. Up the top is Sophia Gray from Winona. So she's out in front, or certainly sitting close to the front, along with Poppy Mallet from Askham, coached there by Mitch Caponis. So, as you say, Rob, plenty of great club athletes that are involved with these school programs and with the junior programs in their clubs as well. So,
yeah, well, it's very important. If we're going to get the sport to grow and continue to grow, we've got to get a club affinities with the schools to give them a pathway. If they're not in that very top tier, but they can continue their rowing in a club after they leave school. But certainly the row over on this side does now appear, and Poppy Mallet does appear to just hold about a half-length lead over Winona's Sophia Gray. A little bit further back, it is the Sydney Girls' Claire Wang. Just having a few missed strokes there, which is not helping her progress. And just behind her is Carolyn Chisholm High, Sarah Baker, but no problems whatsoever from Poppy Mallet. She'll go across to take out Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Followed across the line by Winona's Sophia Gray. And it will be Sydney Girls' Claire Wang. Just coming down to the line now. crossing the line now, and then will be followed by like Carolyn Chisholm High's Sarah Baker.
So we move on to heat number 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single sculls. And again, it's top 3 through to the finals. In lane number 3 from Canberra Grammar, we have Lara Gleeson. Lane 4 from Kincople School, Coco Harley, coached by Oliver Klotz. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Trixie Dowling. Lane 6 from the Tara School, Charlotte Winfield. Lane 7 from Roseville, Steph Atkinson, coached by Samantha Reeves. And lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst, Lucy Reardon, coached by Yumi O'Carrigan. And great view there from the drones, and you can see our crews out towards the middle, so it does look like we are missing one of the Canberra Grammar scullers potentially, but 3 spots in the final, and I've got 4 crews that are sitting right across the top there. So Lucy Reardon, Loretto Normanhurst on the right-hand side, Steph Atkinson second from the right, and then Charlotte Winfield from Tara School in the middle right, and then on the middle left you've got Coco Harley from Kincople School. So again, those non-traditional schools coming out here in the Schoolgirl Head of the River in the single sculls. So great opportunity to get some names out there and potentially, as you say, Rob, try and get it so as that more people might get interested in rowing because they've got someone from their school that does the rowing and is quite handy at it, as we're seeing Coco Harley doing now.
Yeah, certainly Kincople not a regular school on the rowing circuit, so great to see, and certainly Coco Harley handling the conditions very well, not needing to handle the conditions too well, but certainly handling the racing very well, and is holding down a lead at the moment over Tara School, Roseville and Loretto College. So that looks to Loretto Normanhurst. So that looks to be where the battle's going to be, that second, third places into the final. It does look like Tara's Charlotte Winfield and Roseville Steph Atkinson might hold a slight advantage, but just a few wobbly strokes coming in there from Steph Atkinson has allowed Loretto's Lucy Reardon to come up onto within a boat length. So she's going to have to just regain her composure. She's rowing along the buoys there is Steph Atkinson, so she can move back into the centre of the lane, will do her progress a whole lot better. Certainly Charlotte Winfield is rowing nicely and does look to have them covered, although she's having some big looks with 300 odd metres out. That's always a big worry when she's turning over and having a big look to see where the others are. But Coco Harley from Kincople School certainly looking very, very comfortable out in front. Coming into that 250 metres to go, 200 metres to go. She may have extended her lead a little bit over this chasing pack, but the race is really on. Charlotte Winfield of Tara School holding down a slight advantage over Steph Atkinson. Steph Atkinson still throwing in a few stray strokes, and she's having a look over on her right side. Just looked over to her left now to see that Loretto's Lucy Reardon is coming home like a train, and she's got real intentions here to try to pull back and get into that final position, into the final. So it's coming down to the wire. Tara School, Charlotte Winfield probably just losing a little bit in speed at the moment, and up comes Roseville Steph Atkinson. Nothing in it at the moment, coming down to the line. Loretto's Lucy Reardon certainly pushing, and the one that might be in trouble might be Charlotte Winfield if these two keep going at the rate they're going, but it will be Kincopple's Coco Harley coming across to take first. And Stuart coming down to the line, it is.
It's anyone's guess. It's Tara, Roseville, Loretto Normanhurst. They've got 3 boats, 2 spots. It's lanes 6 and 7. So that is the Tara School, Charlotte Winfield, and Steph Atkinson from Roseville, about half a canvas ahead of Lucy Reardon back in third. There was 2 seconds between second and fourth as they went through the 500, and through there we've got a photo in there, but it's about a second between second and fourth place. Really, really great racing there from all three of those scullers. Charlotte Winfield from the Tara School, Steph Atkinson from Roseville, and Lucy Reardon from Loretto Normanhurst. And again, those close finishes, you can hear the crowd, the energy coming out from the grandstand as we just get confirmation of those results. It'll be very, very close between Charlotte Winfield and Steph Atkinson. Lucy Reardon, though, just missing out on that third and final qualification place in the Year 9 single sculls. As we move back down to the 1,000 metre start, we've got the first of our big boats. It's heat number 1 of this Year 8 Coxed Quad Division 3. So top 4 through to the final, and then the next fastest crew will join them between the 2 heats. So in lane number 2 from Tara School, we have Shilan Onku, Veda Bandari, Tanya Murugera, Amelia Hussain and Adika Kumar. In lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Kane, Nikita Duff, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, Emily Boone, and they're coached by Christopher McCarthy and Jessica Lenahan. In lane 4 from Sydney Girls, Karishma Sabapathi, Arya Talanadison, Emily Jones, Kate Yee and Alicia Lamb, coached by Paul Coates, Timothy Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Zara Watts, Imogen McDowell, Lydia Kolak, Zara Pye, Cordelia Valentine is their coxswain. In lane 6 from Redlands, Emily Losser, Clemmy Jeston, Molly Whiteway, Maeve Clendenny and Emily Horrocks. Lane 7 from Queenwood, Kalia Fallon, Lucy Line, Natalie Erabide, Lucinda Terry and Millie Home. And lane 8 from Pimble Ladies, we have Charlotte Lamb, Sahana Shadasharan, Eva Luza, Marla Kazaglis and Lucinda Bryant is their coxswain, and they're coached by Hugo Knight. So the first of our bigger crew boats coming up, and this is the Year 8 Coxed Quads.
Yeah, so these crews have had the benefit. This is their last race of the season, I expect, for most of these crews. They have had one season of rowing under their belt and racing. So by the time we get there, they're moving the boat really quite nicely, coming back off probably their summer school camps. So these will be, I think they're going to be very close and very fast racing.
So we are underway in the first of our quad races for the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River. This is the Division 3 of the Year 8s, and it's top 4 through to the final and then the next fastest. So even if you're finishing in 5th place, you still need to be pushing through because there is that spot going through to the final. So Tara School, Loretto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls, Canberra Girls Grammar, Redlands, Queenwood and Pimble Ladies. And you can see them on the screen at the moment. Looks to be Loretto Normanhurst over second from the left, who are off to a nice early lead as we see the footage there from the, I think it's the cameras set up on the BRO boats, and again some really, really great scenes, and it gives you a bit of an idea, Rob, from the boat level, sort of what the conditions are like. They're absolutely perfect. You don't need a boat camera set up on the boat for that one, but really gives the, I guess what the drone footage and what these camera footages do is it really gives a bit of an idea. Is it good rowing always looks easy, but you look at the faces of the athletes and it never is.
Yeah, and that's absolutely right, Stuart. And one of the things that you do get when you get these conditions like this, there is a lot more noise out there. You can hear a lot more clearly what's happening in the crews beside you, the calls, the likes, and it certainly throws another element into your race planning, as you can hear the pushes and things coming from the other crews, which you might not necessarily hear with this bit of splash and carrying on. But as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, it does still look to be a very even field. It could be that the Loretto Normanhurst crew might be out to a little bit of a lead, or over on this side, Redlands, perhaps Redlands and Queenwood.
Yeah, Queenwood and Loretto Normanhurst, our two leading crews at the moment. And then in behind them, well, it's still anyone's guess as to who's going to go through and take the W. Canberra Girls Grammar, I've got sitting just in 3rd place, and we'll get a bit of an idea as they come through. So Queenwood ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, and then Canberra Girls Grammar Grammar sitting in third place. Coming through in fourth and final qualification position, Sydney Girls, but they're only a second ahead of Pymble Ladies in fifth place. Redlands sitting just off them in sixth, and then the Tara School in seventh place. So it's not huge gaps in between them. The top three just separating themselves out. Pymble Ladies, though, they'll be looking to try and get ahead of Sydney Girls or to qualify as the next fastest.
Yeah, absolutely. And this it's a bit of thing here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Because we have 9 lanes, if we only have 2 heats, we can do this with the 4 through to the final and that extra position with the fastest crews. So it's a great, it's a very fair way of selecting crews for the final, because it means everybody's got to push all the way.
And we are seeing that at World Rowing level now as well, where the heats are done off the the heat winner and maybe second place, and then you have to be one of the next fastest because there are no more repechauges at the top level.
Yeah, and that's certainly a much fairer way of doing it. But of course, you've got to have the timing system that supports it. But it is this Queenwood crew over here in lane 7, still holding down the lead, but certainly not out of it. Certainly not far off the lead is Loretto Normanhurst over there in lane 3, and they are certainly putting out a challenge at the moment. Going back, the crew does appear to be the crew, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in the middle of the field that is holding down third at the moment. So the all-important places are behind that. You've got 3 crews Tara School, Sydney Girls, and Redlands battling out for the 4th place and that automatic progression into the final. At the moment, it does look like the Canberra Girls Grammar may have the upper hand, the Sydney Girls that may have the upper hand in that battle, and certainly have just got a little bit of an advantage over Redlands now. So Redlands will be battling it out, as George said, for that time, but it will be the Queenwood School coming across the line to take out the win in the Heat 1 of the Year 9 Coxed Squads. It will be followed by Canberra Girls.
Loretto Normanhurst in second, Canberra Girls in third. And 4th place is going to go to Sydney Girls, finishing half a boat length ahead of Redlands back in 5th. 6th place will go to Pymble Ladies in lane number 8, and then Tara School finishing in 7th place. Looks like the bow seat there of the Tara School might have just had a little bit of an equipment issue there towards the end.
Absolutely, and once again, as we suspected earlier, it was going to be nice close races in this Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Heat 2, once again, is underway. First 4 through to the final, and then next fastest in lane 3. We have St Catherine's, Josephine Rolfe, Maybelle Jamison, Abigail Webber Hernandez, Celeste Johnson, and Amalia Carvin is their coxswain, coached by Madeline Mannins. In lane 4, Barker College's Anae Ryan, Sophia Luke, Olivia Z, Madeline Bone, and Elise Winters is their coxswain. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar's Amanda Pass, Georgina McEwen, Isabella Hardy, Annalise Cassidy, and Leah Guldekin is their coxswain. In lane 6, Roseville's Estella McKenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Spark, Sophia Belzer, and Daphne Alvarado is their coxswain, coached by Matilde Baird. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli's Phoebe Holt, Cadence Fu, Alice Gurney, Genevieve Nees, Soraya Laurenday, and their coaches Harrison Lutterton. And in lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Claire Kim, Angela Chen, Oisha Dutta, Yuan Lau, and Vicky Lin is their coxswain.
So through the early stages of heat number 2, it is the girls from Roseville who have the lead at the moment. They've opened up about a boat length lead ahead of Loretto Kirribilli off to their right-hand side, and then, or their left, our right as we're looking on the screen. And then you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen, the St Catherine's crew sitting in 3rd place. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. The battle for 4th place will be between the crews from Barker College, second from the left with the red oars, and then Canberra Grammar in lane number 5. So it's all still to play for again. It's the first 4 guaranteed the spot through to the final. Now the crews will need to beat the time of Redlands, so we'll make sure we've got that one up on the screen and keep a bit of an eye out as to who's in that position. So the Redlands crew finished in a 4:34.26. So again, we'll keep an eye out on those timings. But certainly Roseville looking very comfortable out in front, just extending that lead out nicely. St Catherine's sitting in second place with Loreto Kirribilli sitting in third.
Yeah, certainly the conditions have not changed at all. But a few of the crews out here having a few steering difficulties. The North Sydney girls over in lane 8 certainly covering a lot of sideways from side to side on the course, which once again does not do their progress a great deal of thing. But it does look like this. These crews out in front, the Roseville crew certainly putting on at the moment. I think they probably hold about a length or so as they come in about 300 metres to go. St Catherine's really sticking with them though. They're certainly not letting them get too far away. So I guess these two crews are just eyeing up their positions. They're the first two into the final. But the race will be between the following crews. So it'll be Barker College, Canberra Grammar and Loreto Kirribilli, it does appear at this moment, who will be fighting out for that 4th position.
So as they're coming now into the final stages, it's Roseville and St Catherine's, our two leading crews. Looking good to go through to the final. Loreto Kirribilli sitting in third place, and in the middle of the course, it's Barker College and Canberra Grammar. Canberra Grammar have got themselves ahead of Barker College and looking quite nicely, just getting themselves pushing out just that little bit further with every stroke. So our 1, 2, 3 and 4, but Barker College still with a shot of making the final. We'll keep an eye out on those times as we look towards the finish line. Roseville have led right the ways from the start, looking comfortable. They've only got a few big strokes left to go, to plenty of cheers as they come up towards the finish line. It is going to be the crew from Roseville finishing in first place, a boat length ahead of the crew from St Catherine's in second place. Third will go to lane number 7. That's the crew from Loreto Kirribilli, finishing ahead of Canberra Grammar School in fourth. They had a really good push over that last 250 metres, got themselves ahead of Barker College, who themselves are going to finish in 5th place, and then back to North Sydney Girls in 6th. And it's worthwhile pointing out as well, Rob, when we're talking about the coxing and all that, coxing seems like one of those things that's very, very easy, but when you're actually on the strings, it doesn't take much to move the boat a lot more than what you think. It's a very skilled part of the sport.
Yeah, and I think what happens in a lot of these, particularly in the less experienced crews, is that the crew starts pulling harder on one side and the other, so they overcorrect it. And the next thing, the coxswain is battling after that. Once you get the boat sort of sideways, it's really hard to straighten up and just easily get back there. So you see a fair bit of overcorrecting before they gradually bring it back on line. So ideally in these crews is that the crew just keeps doing their thing and both pulling equal pressures, and the coxswain goes from there and tries to keep that boat straight.
So as we look now for the start of our next race, this is heat number 1 of Division 2 of the Year 8 Coxed Quads. So in lane 2 from Queenwood, Gracie Rice, Sophia Cottrell, Annabelle Hamilton, Jessica McMillan, Georgia Springhall is the coxswain, and they're coached by Grace Turner. Lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Madison Fong, Tammy Shee, Olivia Nichols, Josephine Zhu and Zoe Parez. In lane 4 from Sydney Girls, Caitlin Grogan, Anna Meng, Scarlett Chow, Eva Drew Tam, Davey Patel is their coxswain, and they're coached by Paul Coates, Timothy Hughes and Zoe Kraskovsky. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Ailey Keane, Clara Duke, Olivia Smith, Irene Lee and Mackenzie Burney is their coxswain. Lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli, Coco Mutton, Maeve Malone, Mila Sadie, Maddie Manchi and Francesca Vellabarden. They're coxswain, and they're coached by Zoe Bond. Lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Matilda Kedwell, Mia Porter, Stephanie Murray, Sarah Wilson and Emma Purdy. And lane 8 from Roseville, Eloise Winkler, Josie Harris, Iliara Roberto, Charlotte McIntosh, Zia Chapman is their cox, and they're coached by Charlie Griebel.
Yeah, and we can see a great shot, just it's gone off now, but a great shot from in front of the crews as they came down towards the finish. It looked to be a race between Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli and Sydney Girls in the middle of the field there. Oh, sorry, right over on the side here, it is lane, does appear to be the Roseville College I think, crew here, going very well over here in lane 8. So that's where the race is on at the moment. Very, very close between those three crews in the middle of the Sydney Girls, Canberra Girls and Loretto Kirribilli. Certainly going side by side as they come down the course. It looks there's nothing in between those between those crews, and it's going to be a hell of a race to the line. Over on the right, a little bit further over though, we can see that the hunt. It does appear the Queenwood crew is out in front though. We just couldn't pick that up off our stream, but it's nothing between the Queenwood on one side and Roseville on the other. So that's where the 1 and 2 is. So it is going to be a more important race, those for second, third, fourth, and ultimately fifth out of those three crews in the middle of the field. It does look like the Queenwood crew in lane 2 has got some momentum at the moment, and it looks like they might go through the 500 metre mark with a slight advantage, although Roseville just working with the angles here. Roseville College certainly also holding a length or two over the chasing pack, and it is in fact the Roseville College that goes through with a length's lead over Queenwood, another length back to Loretto, and then a second back to Canberra Girls Grammar, and another second, 2 seconds back to Sydney Girls. So still all these crews are still well and truly in it, and once again pulling the fifth crew along for the all-important next fastest time to get into the final. But certainly the Roseville crew now over in lane 8 looking very good, and they're coming down towards the grandstand. I'm sure there'll be some cheers erupting very soon to encourage them on their way, but also needing some support are they Queenwood crew, the Sydney Girls, Canberra Grammar and Loretto for those second, third and fourth places.
So it's Queenwood and Roseville, our two leading crews. Roseville through the 500, just that little bit quicker. Loretto Kirribilli, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls, who is going to take the third and fourth qualification positions, automatic qualification positions through to the final. We can see them just starting to make up a little bit of ground now on Queenwood. Roseville looking like they're going to hold on to the lead. It is Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Kirribilli sitting in third and fourth. Sydney Girls just dropping off the pace. They match the other two crews in the middle through the first 500, but now they're just starting to drop back a little bit, and that does mean that the fifth place crew in the next heat does have that opportunity if they are quick enough. It is Roseville and Queenwood bookending it on either side of the course. Queenwood really starting to put the foot down now, and both crews, they definitely won't be on the outside lanes as they go through to the final. The question is, who is going to get the favoured inside lane? Is it going to be Roseville closest to us, or Queenwood on the far side of the course? It will be the crew from Roseville who'll take the heat win. They'll finish a canvas ahead of Queenwood in second place. Then between Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Kirribilli, it is the Bad and Mean Green Machine who'll finish half a boat length ahead of Loretto Kirribilli back in fourth place. Coming through in fifth will be the crew from Sydney Girls, and then there is a little ways back then to the crews from Hunter Valley Grammar and PLC Sydney. So our top four qualifiers for the final of the Year 8 Division 2 are Roseville, Queenwood, Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Kirribilli. For Sydney Girls, it's a wait to see how this second heat is going to go.
And heat 2 of the Year 9-8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2 is underway. I'll give a quick run through the crews. Barker College's Maddie Burnett, Mia Hill, Elva Calvert, Annabelle Tong and Emma Zhang is their coxswain. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Ada Golding, Maddie Frost, Elsie Vile, Harriet Granger, Lucy Giblin is their coxswain, coached by Polly Sargent and Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Madison Burns, Georgina Ritchie, Florence Murphy, Zoe Maynard, Harper Lee, and they coached by Holly Craig. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Zoe Murphy, Samira Peake, Evelyn Fox, Anuya Johari, Cleo Duckworth is their coxswain. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Ava Van Marnen, Sophie Hollis, Ellie Maxwell, Lucy Brown, Harlow Jones is their coxswain, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, Redlands, Sienna Capodici, Brielle McNabb, Maggie Nassar, and Fleur Peters. Their coxswain is Tatum Bannister.
So our crew's now coming through the first stages, and it is the crew there on the far side of the course, Barker College. They've come off, really, for a very young program, I think they only started back in 2020, really come along in leaps and bounds. We saw them at the ACT Head of the Lake ACT Junior Championships just a couple of weekends ago up in down in Canberra, and they were certainly very, very competitive over a number of different boat classes. So they are sitting out there in the lead at the moment, and having a look in behind them, there is plenty to play for. So it's Barker College leading out St Catherine's, Loretto Normanhurst, Canberra Grammar in 4th place. Redlands are in 5th. They're not, well, it says a couple of seconds in behind, and then Pymble Ladies not too far behind them either. So it is once again well and truly on as we see them coming up towards the finish line now. But Barker College holding on to that lead at the moment as they have got about 400 or so metres left to go. Who's going to get 2nd, 3rd and 4th in those qualification positions? Just starting to see it, Rob, narrow up a little bit. It's getting a little bit closer. Who's going to be able to make it through?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the race here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. You know, it's on. The crew over here on the far side, Redlands, has pulled right back up onto the to be almost have overlap on these other boats. It looks like Loretto Normanhurst is just holding down that 2nd place at the moment, but absolutely nothing between Pymble, Canberra and St Catherine's. And we've got about 250 odd metres to go. No trouble at all for the Barker College crew. They have cleared out to some extent. Going out after them now is Loretto Normanhurst. They had to respond. If they want to get clear and make sure they get into the final, they had to respond, and they're doing that. St Catherine's over in lane 6 have put on a little bit of a spurt, but now the Canberra Grammar are pulling back alongside them as well.
There's all to play for in the last 150 metres here. It's a top 4 to go through to the final, and we've got 3 crews going for the final 2 positions. Barker College holding on to the lead. Loretto Normanhurst sitting in 2nd place, and then it's Pymble Ladies, Canberra Grammar and St Catherine's. There's plenty of cheers again from the grandstand. They'll be feeding those crews as they head down towards the finish. Remember, the next fastest from the 2 heats will go through, and it's looking very good for 5th place in this heat. Barker College, they'll take the heat win. They'll go through to the final. 2nd place will be Loretto Normanhurst. Now, who's got 3rd and 4th? It's going to be St Catherine's, Canberra Grammar and Pymble Ladies finishing 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Pymble Ladies have put themselves, finished 5th. They aren't guaranteed a qualification position, but we'll wait to check on the times because the next fastest would go through, and I think they might just have been a little bit quicker than the 5th place crew from the previous heat.
And we move right on to race 11, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Division 1 Heat 1. Once again, first 4 through to the final and next fastest crew. And we're underway, so we'll just do a quick call. Lane 1, we have a scratching in lane 2, that's Newcastle Grammar. We have in lane 3, Redlands. In lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar. In lane 7, Roseville. Lane 8 is PLC Sydney. In lane 9, MLC School. And through the 500 metre mark, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar holding down about a length lead over Roseville. Nothing in it between them and Redlands. A little bit further back now is Canberra Grammar. Remember the top 4 going through. And then another length and a half back to Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by PLC and MLC through the 500 metre mark. But certainly this Canberra Girls Grammar crew looks now to extended that lead ever so slightly. Certainly the Redlands crew over in lane 3 and the Roseville crew in lane 7 do appear to be going with them at the moment, so it's going to be very, very tight. The crew in between Canberra Grammar look to be in 4th place as it stands, so with about 300 odd metres to go. Certainly the race is on once again for that 3rd and 4th, but it does look like it is getting a little bit clearer now. A few poor strokes in the Hunter Valley Grammar crew has not done anything for their progress, but certainly no problem at all for the Canberra Girls Grammar School out in front, and they're coming into 250 metres to go. But coming back at them hard now is the Roseville crew in lane 7, and certainly they are really pushing hard, as are the Redlands over there in lane 3. This Canberra Grammar School, Girls School, though, crew of Grace Moorcroft Proudford, Alice Bondietti, Jessica Murphy, Memphis Lynham and Madison Auger are certainly holding down a commanding lead as they come into the line. The one that's done all the work at the moment has certainly been the crew over here, which is the Rosen's crew.
So it's Canberra Girls Grammar holding on to that lead. They were dominant a couple of weekends ago in Canberra and now sitting nicely out in front. It's lane number 7, Roseville, who'll finish just ahead of Redlands in third place. So Canberra Girls Grammar, Roseville and Redlands, our 1, 2 and 3. First 3 across the line. Then it will be a second Canberra crew with Canberra Grammar School finishing in fourth place. They'll go through to the final, and then who will be the fifth place and potentially going through? It does look to be a crew with no bow number. So that is the crew from PLC. PLC finishing in fifth place. We'll keep an eye out on those times. We've had some very close times earlier on. Hunter Valley Grammar will finish in sixth place, and then MLC School will finish back in seventh place. And this is the Division 1 of the Year 8 Coxed Quad. So in Division 3, we had the next fastest fifth place crew. So in Division 3 in heat number 1, Redlands were a 4:34.26. Barker College a 4:32.83. So they went through, Barker College went through in Division 3. In Division 2, we had fifth place Sydney Girls in a 4:22.71. And then Pymble Ladies in a 4:18.57. So that was that really close race. Pymble Ladies going through to the final to be held a little bit later on today. And then PLC Sydney in this race were 4:23.41. So we'll keep an eye out on that to see how they go. But as we move back down towards the start, Rob, for heat number 2 of the Year 8 Division 1.
Yeah, and in this one we have lane 2, Tara Schools, Madeline Ryan, Lauren Genk, Annalise Manassa, Sophia Jabor and Zara Wick-Ramage as their coxswain. In lane 3, St Catherine's, Phoebe Ruan, Chloe Gardner, Georgina Moyland, Sarah Smith, Charlotte Moore and their coaches Sophia Costellas. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli, Charlotte Warhurst, Miranda Connor, Rose Campbell, Josephine Sendon White and Rose Middleton is their coxswain, coached by Meta Jones. Lane 5, Radford Colleges, Isla Balkwell, Anna Derricks, Connie Cumpston, Beatrix Dunlop, Samantha Cartwright is their coxswain. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Tina Moe, Sharanya D, Olivia Cheng, Catherine Nee, Isabella Shen is their coxswain, coached by Paul Coates, Timothy Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. In lane 7, Pymble Ladies, Matilda Garland, Sophia Scammell, Natalie Higson, Grace Scammell, Madison Norton and their coach is Catherine Walker. In lane 8, Queenwoods, Edwina Sevi, Charlie Henderson, Eva Langley, Alexandra Lee, Meg Turner is their coxswain and coached by Kieran Glenn. In lane 9, Loretto Normanhurst, Poppy McAuliffe, Ebony Bornstein, Camilla DiPetro, Madison Hunt, Zoe Anderson is their coxswain and coached by Daniel Waddell and Polly Sargent.
So through the 500, Queenwood leading St Catherine's, Loretto Kirribilli, Tara School, Loretto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies, Sydney Girls and Radford College. And in those gaps between, it's the top 4 guaranteed through to the final. Loretto Normanhurst, less than a second between them and the Tara School in 4th, and then only half a second back to Loretto Kirribilli in 3rd place. So you can see on the screen it is well and truly everyone's to play for, and I wouldn't even put St Catherine's or Queenwood out of completely out of danger at the moment. Everything just starting to tighten up a little bit. Queenwood, Tara School and St Catherine's out towards the front as we come in now towards the final 250 metres. There are 1, 2 and 3, but the crew from Pymble Ladies, now they're starting to make a push. Loretto Normanhurst, they're also making a push. There's starting to be some big cheers as the grandstand fills up down here towards the finish line. It's always a fantastic atmosphere at the Schoolgirl head of the river, and we're seeing that now as the crowd starts to fire up. It's the final stages of heat number 2 of the Year 8 Division 1 Coxed Quad Sculls, and our crews from Tara School, Queenwood and St Catherine's holding on to our 1, 2 and 3. Queenwood still out in front. Who's going to get the 4th and final position? Is it going to be Loretto Normanhurst? Pymble Ladies are also in there with a chance as well. Loretto Kirribilli maybe just dropping off the pace. The race at the top, though, is well and truly on. It is the crew there from crew there from Queenwood, who is still holding on to the lead. Tara Scull and St Catherine's battle paddle the entire way down the course. Who's going to finish in front? Tara Scull just getting their bell out in front. Loretto Normanhurst in there as well. Queenwood are going to take the heat win. Second place will go to lane 2, lane 3 in third, and Loretto Normanhurst in fourth place. Some big cheers as they cross the line there. Going through in fifth, Pymble Ladies. Let's see if they've got the quick enough time. Then Loretto Kirribilli finishing just in behind them, ahead of Sydney Girls and Radford College. So again, some great racing. If that is a preview of the final, Rob, I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final. I was watching the crews over on the other side, the Tara St Catherine's battle, and Tara had tailed off the back of the St Catherine's crew coming through the, just after the 500 metre make, but made a remarkable run for the line and overtook St Catherine's in the end to come down to the line. Also, the Loretto Normanhurst crew over on this side, looking back over onto the other side to cover their position, takes a bit of doing. So well done to their Coxed and that crew there. Probably missed a stroke from that Loretto crew in lane 4, didn't help their progress, and that's probably may have cost them a spot in the final, but we'll wait and see. So we're now moving to the first of the 2,000 metre races. It's the Schoolgirl Double Scull Heat 1, due to start at 8:30. We're on time, so they're just lining up at the moment, so about a minute or two before they get underway. So we move on to race 13, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Heat 1. Progression is first 3 to the final. The rest are eliminated. We're in the starting blocks at the moment. In lane 2, we have Barker College's Lucy Watkins and Lucia Stamoli. In lane 3, Winona, Erica Nutt and Arabella Turner-Smith. In lane 4, Blackstone High, Vitti Young and Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch. In lane 6, Cranbrooks, Raffy Reid and Emily Fletcher, coached by Elizabeth Sweet Kelly. In lane 7, North Sydney Girls, Erie Williams and Zian Tang. In lane 8, Northern Beaches Secondary, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, coached by Joshua Hewitt and Kieran Kabolki. And just awaiting a start. Certainly a number of names in this race. Looking over the Northern Beaches crew, certainly came away with a lot of success at the New South Wales Rowing Championships. So I expect that to be a very fast crew. But these, getting into the Schoolgirl Double Sculls, these are very skilled crews. So it's going to be a great race. Reminder that first 3 go through to the finals. Also just a reminder that if we're riding our bikes, that we walk them in front of the grandstand. For those that are just cycling past at the moment, maybe take some hit of that. And also wearing helmets. The UV index is going to be high again today, so just to ensure that before going out that you're sunscreened up. We are underway, and it looks like a nice clean start for this first of the 2,000 metre races.
So our crews in this first race: Barker College, Winona, Blackland High, Canberra Girls Grammar, Cranbrook, North Sydney Girls and Northern Beaches Secondary. This was one of the ones that was cancelled at the New South Wales Championships due to the electrical storms that we had coming across. But certainly it'll be interesting to see exactly how this one all plays out, not having, I guess, that previous one in there. Don't forget, at the lunch break, we've got the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. So we've got those 9 fantastic athletes who will be going out a 250-metre sprint, and it's the last place that'll drop out, and then the rest will go back down to the start and race again until we have our final winner. So $10,000 on the line for the winners there. And as we said earlier, Rob, we've got some great athletes. Olympic and world champion Emma Twigg. We've got Olympic gold medalist Lucy Spores, Bella Scammell, who is the reigning Eliminator champion from last year, and then Tara Rigney, who is a multiple Australian champion. So all those coming up in the luncheon break a little bit later on today. So some great racing coming up. We've got the finals from this morning. We've got the Eliminator, and then we've got some of the big boats coming up this afternoon as well.
Yeah, and Stuart, I had forgotten that this race was the finals of these races. The Schoolgirl double were cancelled at the New South Wales State Championship. So these girls will be itching to get out there and show their wares, and certainly some quality scullers. And it was the Northern Beaches Secondary College crew that goes through the 500 metre mark with already about 2 lengths lead. So very early on in the race, but as we expected, they would be a very strong crew in this race. So some of the other crews across the outside also very, very skilled, and we'll see as we come through the 500 metre mark how it pans out. But certainly getting some great shots at the moment off the course from the drone. And for anybody that's got access to we all have access to it on YouTube. The live coverage from today's racing. Just go to the live coverage on the Rowing New South Wales app, and you will see some of these shots, which are absolutely amazing. We now move down to a shot off the umpire's boat, and it looks that we're seeing there.
It can be difficult to see. It might have been the bright yellow caps of Cranbrook. That would have been Rafi Reid and Emily Fletcher. So, and one thing that's worthwhile mentioning, Rob, the Schoolgirl double sculls at New South Wales Championships didn't run, but the under-19s we did manage to get finalists in that one, and it was Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates rowing for Mossman Rowing Club who were able to go through and take the win. So we've seen the real resurgence, particularly in the Mossman Junior program, and that's continuing on. They're rowing as Northern Beaches Secondary here today, as this is a schools regatta. They are school events, but Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates from Northern Beaches Secondary, they actually finished second in the Schoolgirl quad sculls at the national titles last year as well. They weren't that far off the Canberra Girls Grammar crew that made history that morning. So it's you can see there on the screen at the moment. They're down the bottom left, through the sunlight, bathed in sunlight, as we have just absolutely perfect conditions out here today. Sitting in second place, we've got Erica Nutt and Arabella Turner-Smith from Winona, and then back to we've got then 3 crews looking to come across the line looking to get that third and final qualification position. So Canberra Girls Grammar leading out Blaxland High and Barker College, and it's only about 3 seconds between third and fourth. And over the second 1,000 metres in a double scull race, that is still well and truly game on. North Sydney Girls and Cranbrook just a little ways off the pace at the moment. So our top crew looking very, very comfortable out in front. Second place, Winona, Erica Nutt, Arabella Turner-Smith, and then Barker College, Blaxland High and Canberra Girls Grammar. And this is where that fatigue starts to set in, Rob, isn't it? Just after the 1,000 metres, you're very thankful to be past that first stage, but now it's really who's going to be able to want it the most. And this battle between Blaxland High and Canberra Girls Grammar is looking fascinating. The pressure is on with every stroke. Clean strokes, clean steering, making sure that you're staying in the middle of the lane, you're not getting distracted by the boys. Barker College maybe just dropping off a little bit now, so it will come down to Canberra Girls Grammar and Cranbrook.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, the championship quarter, I think it's often known as. This is where races are very often won and lost through the strong cruise through this third quarter. Set yourself up for a great finish. Once again, the long-term arrangement between, or association, not arrangement, I wouldn't say, between Northern Beaches Secondary and Mosman Rowing Club. Great to see, and it certainly has allowed Northern Beaches to be part of these events, and this schoolgirl rowing season for many years now.
So it is the Northern Beaches Secondary through the 1500. You can see them. They've just really been able to drop that rate right down. And when you've got 500 metres to go and races coming up a little bit later on, it is an absolute privilege. Second place, Blaxland High, a boat length ahead of Winona in third place. So they've just started to open up that little bit of a gap over Canberra Girls Grammar back in fourth place. Barker College now, they're sitting in fifth, so they do have a bit of work to do to be able to try and get through. It's only the top, we've got 3 heats, so it's only the top 3 to go through to the final, and then it is back a bit further to the crews from Cranbrook and North Sydney Girls. So it's still not out of the running for Canberra Girls Grammar, but over the last 400 metres or so, they are going to have to put in a big sprint to be able to try and catch up to Blaxland High and Winona.
Yeah, it looks like Blaxland High have now kicked. So, as you say, Canberra Girls Grammar have got to do a lot of work if they're going to go with them. Certainly haven't responded now. Just trying to get underway now. But it does look like the Blaxland High crew is coming up to the Winona crew over in lane 3. And certainly they look like to be battling out there. So I'd say they're just going to absolutely make sure of their position into this final. Still not out of it, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Fighting hard, but I think probably with only about 250 metres to go, it might just be an effort too far. So no problem at all for the Northern Beaches Secondary College over on this side of the field. They've got the rating really down, well under control. A great display of double sculling. If for anybody in the grandstand who are watching this, they certainly are a well drilled and a very effective crew, and you can see that by just how far and how easily they are out in front of this crew. So I expect a big. They'll be very, very hard to beat in the final, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure there's other crews that have a different idea of that, but certainly they're coming down to the line. They will take out Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl double scull. Blaxland High now have actually put about half a length over the Winona College crew, and they coming down to the line, it does look like they will finish in second and third places. They will follow across the line by Canberra Girls Grammar, who will just miss out on that place into the final. So a great row by them nonetheless. Coming over the line now will be Barker College. They will come across in fourth place. A little bit further back now to Canberra Girls Grammar and Cranbrook.
Cranbrook, Northern Sydney.
Yeah.
North Sydney. So Cranbrook, and I think this would be the first ever Cranbrook entry at the Schoolgirl head of the river. We were obviously used to seeing Cranbrook at the Schoolboy head of the river, and now their first entry in the Schoolgirls. That is Raffy Reid and Amelie Fletcher. Yeah,
of course, and no doubt they've got their girls program well underway now, schoolgirl program well underway now, and Newington, I've no doubt, will follow over the next couple of years. So that'll be an interesting progression in schoolgirl rowing.
As we move on to heat number 2, they are well and truly underway. So this is the Schoolgirl double sculls, first 3 through to the final. Lane 2 from Askham, we have Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Robilliard, coached by Oliver Klotz and Lizzie Chapman. Lane 3 from Redlands, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. Lane 4 from Tara School, we have Kelly Lee and Rita Liu. In lane 5 from St Catherine's, Gabrielle Brown and Evie Lloyd, coached by Erin Cara. Lane 6 from Monty St Angelo, Amelia Darcy and Catherine Walsh, coached by Joshua Hewitt. Lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder, coached by Alexandra Reid. And lane 8 from the Armidale School, Layla McFarlane and Georgia Cadzale, and they're coached by Martin Inglis. And through the first 1,000 metres or so, it looks like Monty St Angelo. So Darcy and Walsh who have the lead. And again, Rob, not one of the traditional rowing schools here in Sydney.
No, certainly not, and they're doing particularly well in this race. It does look to be the Askham and Redlands crew over there in lane 2 and 3 who have gone out with them. That looks to be where we've just lost the timing for the 1,000 metres. So, at this point in time, we'll go on that visual, and it does appear to be those crews: the Askham, Redlands, and Monty San Angelo, the crew of Amelia Darcy and Catherine Walsh, coached by Joshua Hewitt, holding down the first 3 positions in this race. The Askham crew, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, and Redlands, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. Certainly it looks like they may well have just pulled ahead a little bit of the Monty San Angelo crew. So Monty San Angelo might have just taken the foot off the accelerator coming through the 1,000 metre mark, as they could see a little bit of a gap back to the chasing pack, which would be Pimble Ladies, Rosalie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. And there, just as we say that crew has just taken a bit of a diversion in their steering, but seem to have got it back under control now. So the race certainly on between these crews, but I will say Monty San Angelo probably now, as they get a bit closer, may still be holding down a slight advantage over Redlands and then Askham.
Yeah, still a few seconds between Monty San Angelo and Redlands. Askham back a couple of seconds, and then Pimble Ladies just under 4 seconds back from Askham in 4th place. So they're our 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it's all on the Pimble Ladies crew of Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder to see if they can try and row through that Askham crew of Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard. And we know if you're coached by Lizzie Chapman, then resilience is certainly one of the things that you keep in there. And looking forward to hearing from Lizzie, I think not so much today, but throughout the weekend. We'll be hearing from her here in the commentary box, and then also down at the Australian Rowing Championships in a couple of weeks' time as well.
Absolutely. As they come into the last 250 metre mark, we can see now that it's come down towards the grandstand. Monty San Angelo is holding down that lead. They may have extended it just a little bit. Certainly the Pimble Ladies College crew of Rosalie Eggins and Claudia Hodder are working extremely hard over here in lane 7, and they're trying to pull back the Redlands and Askham crews. A bit of a race, a tussle on over on the other side now. Askham look to have lifted a little bit, trying to get back into that 2nd place. So only 3 going through to the final, so it is all important. A lot of work being done over here by the Pimble crew. Probably just wandering about in the lane a little bit, which is once again not helping them a great deal, but they are coming home very, very quickly. But I think they're going to run out of space. No problem whatsoever all for the Monty San Angelo crew, looking very polished, just coming down to the line. It does appear the Redlands crew are coming right back up on them. I think they were about 6 seconds in front at one stage, so they really have backed it off somewhat. And as they come down towards the line, it will be the Monty San Angelo crew of Amelia Darcy and Catherine Walsh who will take out 1st place. There's going to be nothing in it. The Askham crew really should pick it up a bit, but it will be Redlands in 2nd. It was Askham coming 3rd, and followed by Pimble Ladies College.
Yeah, you could just see there Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder as they gave it absolutely everything, pushed right through to the line, and the stroke seat there, Claudia Hodder, just absolutely exhausted. They gave it absolutely everything in that, trying to qualify for the final, just missing out there by just under a second and a half. 5th place will go to the crew from the Armidale School, Layla McFarlane and Georgia Cadzow. So another crew with the bright yellow hats. Always make it nice and easy to see. So, and our final crew to come across the line here, and that is the crew from St Catharines. So also, too, a reminder that pick up your bow numbers an hour before the race, and also make sure you return them straight off the bat. So if you are collecting your bow numbers, please only do it an hour before your race, and then make sure that you are handing them back as quickly as possible. Crew from St Catharines, Gabrielle Brown and Evie Lloyd just coming across the line now. As we move back down, we are underway in heat number 3, Rob, of the double sculls.
Indeed, and once again, a reminder that the first 3 through to the final, the rest are eliminated. In lane 3, we have Queenwood's Katia Cassidy and Julia Fishman, coached by Georgia Platts. In lane 4, Barker College's Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. In lane 5, MLC School's Rebecca Beaton and Sophie Winnell, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford-Meisel. In lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar's Mishka Sharma and Evelyn Russell. In lane 7, Sydney's Lara Petrozzi, Katia Rachel and coached by Patrick Graham. And in lane 8, Queenwood's Genevieve Hayes and Eloise Lidvell, coached by Naomi Peace.
So it was the MLC School with a commanding lead through the first 1,000 metres, 18 seconds ahead of the crew from Barker College. So Rebecca Beaton and Sophie Winnell ahead of Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. Third place back to Queenwood, Katja Cassidy and Julie Fickman. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. And you can see there with the view from the drone that it's very well spread out. So looking quite comfortable here for the MLC School ahead of Barker College and Queenwood. And then back a little bit further to our other crews in this particular race. So the finals for these races will be a little bit later on today. So for the Schoolgirl Double Scull, that'll be race number 51. And that is coming up before the luncheon break. So at about 11:30 or so, a little bit after 11:30. And then in the luncheon break, we do have the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. So again, the 9 great rowers, the single scullers. Last one eliminated, first place $10,000 and then prizes for second and third. We've got Olympic and world champions in there. We've got Australian champions, including the New South Wales single sculler that's just been announced for the Nell Slatter Trophy. And then after the break, we've got the senior girls in there as well with the senior quad sculls, the senior eights finishing off the regatta in what is always a great atmosphere here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the Schoolgirls head of the river.
And certainly the MLC crew are well out in front now as they come down to the 1,500 metre mark and don't look to be backing off at all. A bit of inside line I get on this one is that these two have rowed a lot in crews together but haven't actually rowed as this combination. So makes the effort all the better for the circumstances leading up to it. But certainly no problem whatsoever. It does look like it is the Barker College that is holding down second place, and then a ways back to the crew from, it does look to be Queenwood or Sydney. I can't really, we're just trying to get a clarification of that, but certainly no trouble whatsoever for this MLC crew. Probably working up. They could probably afford to just back it off a little bit. Their place into the final is fairly secure, but certainly look like they're going to take it all the way to the line, just get that extra race practice in, considering their getting that combination together.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating, Rob. If this is a brand new crew, then we wouldn't have seen them up against the Northern Beaches secondary crew. So those two in the final, a little bit later on today. Keep an eye out. We've got finals coming up after 11 o'clock. So between 11 and 12, we will see some of these crews that have already gone down this morning battling it out. And again, MLC versus Northern Beaches secondary. Mark that one out. The Schoolgirl Double Sculls coming up just before 12 o'clock. It's going to be fascinating to see how that all pans out. Barker College sitting in second place and Queenwood back in third. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. Then it is a little ways off the pace to Hunter Valley Grammar and looks to be the Sydney crew as well. So this race very well spread out. And it's because this crew of Rebecca Beaton and Sophie Winnell from MLC School have really dominated, not letting go as they go towards the line either. Practicing that sprint finish, it might come in handy a little bit later on today when they go through to the final. Very clean blade work, looking very good there. They will cross the line in first place. And as we say, the final is going to be fascinating. We'll see a great, we're seeing a few of the students coming down now with waving the banners up in the air. It's always great coming in for particularly for the Schoolgirl head of the river, Rob. You're driving along the roads, coming down here into the entrance. You've got the signs up, go Tara, go Queenwood, go Radford. And then the life-size kids on the side of the road, that definitely didn't put me off at about 7 o'clock this morning.
No, certainly it's a very big thing, and it's probably the biggest thing in the week lead up to the regatta is just how they're going to present themselves out on the road. And it is Barker College now, just coming across that line in second place, winding it right down over here in lane 8 is the Queenwood crew, looking fairly comfortable, and certainly. Certainly, Stuart. The banners are getting more and more prevalent out there, and I think they'll have to start them at the M4, the rate we're going.
We're just seeing our final couple of crews come across the line. So that's Mishka Sharma and Evelyn Russell from Hunter Valley Grammar, ahead of Katja Cassidy and Julie Fickman from Queenwood in 4th and 5th place. Now we are underway in the first heat of the Schoolgirl single sculls. It's only top 2 through to the final, as well as the next fastest. So that's 4 heats, top 2 guaranteed, and then 1 of the 4 third-placed crews will go through. So lane 1 from Kinross Walleroy, we have Bridget Thompson. In lane 2 from North Sydney Girls, Louis Chatang. Lane 3 from Ascombe, Isabel Bugg, coached by Oliver Klotz. Lane 4 from Monty St Angelo, Lottie Ravenstein, coached by Alfie Young, Josh Hewitt and Rowena Meredith. In lane 5 from Redlands, Ava Ford. Lane 6 from Blue Mountains Grammar, we have Jessica Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. Lane 7 from St Ursula's, we have Bianca McKenzie, coached by Sam Fennessy. Lane 8 from Loretto Kirribilli, Julia Kearney, coached by Monica Dunstan. And lane 9 from Abbotsleigh, Matilda Marconis, coached by Sam Fennessy. So again, going back to that point that you've made previously, Rob, where you've got, so we've got Sam Fennessy coaching St Ursula's and Abbotsleigh. Both those scullers would be involved in club program.
Yeah, and as Blue Mountains Grammar, once again, the Daniel Waddell, Miles Harold and Angus George indicate Nepean is involved there somewhere. So certainly the race is on. It does appear that at this stage we're just struggling for things here, but it does appear Kinross Walleroy's Bridget Thompson right over there in lane 1 does appear to be holding down a bit of an advantage over Ascombe's Isabella Bugg and Monty St Angelo's Lottie Ravenstein. And that looks to be where the race is at the moment.
Yeah, and with only the top 2 guaranteed the spot through to the final, it does mean that they're all going to have to push through. So even if you finish in 3rd place, even though this does look to be a reasonably quick race, it's going to be well and truly on to try and get those automatic qualification positions. Just take the stress off. It's also only 1 next fastest crew going through, and we've got 4 heats, so you don't want to be letting go. So our 3 rowers at the top there, Bridget Thompson, Isabel Bugg and Lottie Ravenstein. We'll see them through the 1,500 metres, and it was Ravenstein leading Bugg by half a second. There is absolutely nothing in that, and I suspect that the timers may just have missed that the other sculler that's in there as well. We then go back, it's a fair amount of distance back to Ava Ford. I think she's in 4th place rather than in 3rd place. Bridget Thompson from Kinross Walleroy sitting in 3rd place. So that'll be Ava Ford sitting in 4th, and then back again to Jessica Harris from Blue Mountains Grammar School. And then our remaining scullers just a little ways off the pace. So the battle is at the front here. It is Thompson, Bugg and Ravenstein from Kinross Walleroy, Ascombe and Monty St Angelo. Only 2 are guaranteed a spot in the final, and it does look like it is going to be between Izzy Bugg and Lottie Ravenstein.
Yeah, certainly nothing in it as they come down to the 250-metre mark, and I'm sure that Bridget Thompson will be well aware of her position here and will be putting on a big effort, but certainly they are racing hammer and tong out here in front, Isabel Bugg and Lottie Ravenstein. So they are coming down about 200 odd metres to go, and coming back into play is Bridget Thompson, and she's sprinting now, and as these two, I'm not sure, Stuart, she's about probably half a length down. Will she be able to pull it back in the last 100 metres?
We know that in a single scull, absolutely anything can and does happen. It's Ravenstein and Bugg leading Thompson as they're in now to the final 100 metres or so. It's the 2 crews in the middle of the course, but all of them, just some rough strokes there from Thompson. Thompson, just as he came up towards the end, still sitting a little bit further behind. There is nothing to pick between these three scullers as they come in towards the final strokes. A rough stroke here would be catastrophe, but it is going to be Lottie Ravenstein from Monte San Angelo who'll go through to the final of the Schoolgirl single sculls. She'll finish half a boat length ahead of Isabel Bugg from Askham, and Kinross Walleroy's Bridget Thompson finishing in third place. A great race between the three of them. It does mean that Ravenstein and Bugg go through to the final. For Thompson, it's a wait now to see how the other heats go. Was her time quick enough to pinch that 9th and final position in the final? 4th place will go to Ava Ford from Redlands with a strong finish there for her. Then coming through in 5th place will be Jessica Harris from Blue Mountains Grammar School. So one of the locals from just up the road, she'll finish in 5th. And then we've got a little ways back then, our final few scullers to come across. So in lane number 2, we have Luigia Tang from North Sydney Girls. And then in lane number 7, Bianca McKenzie from St Ursula's and Matilda Marconis from Abbotsleigh. And then they're ahead of Julia Kearney from Loretto Kirribilli. So it'll be Luoja Tang from North Sydney Girls finishing in 6th place ahead of St Ursula's Bianca McKenzie. Just having a look out to her left-hand side, making sure that she finishes ahead of Abbotsleigh's Matilda Marconis, and then Julia Kearney from Loretto Kirribilli to finish in 9th, as our second heat is coming up now to the 1500, Rob.
Yeah, so well through this race, and I'll just do a quick call. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2, Meg Story. Lane 3 is Radford College's Isabel Bragazan. In lane 4, MLC's Eve Parker. In lane 5, St Vincent College's Giselle Duza. In lane 6, the Armidale School's Isabella Henderson. In lane 7, Kinross Walleroy Belle Clinton. In lane 8, St Columbus Catholics Ellie Taylor. And in lane 9, St Andrew's Cathedral School Emily Devlin. And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Armidale School, and through the 1,500-metre mark, it was the Armidale School's Isabella Henderson going through with a commanding lead over Columbus College's Ellie Taylor. It's probably had about 2 or 3 lengths out there, and we probably would expect Isabella Henderson to be performing well in this race. It'll be we've just lost the timing at the moment, so we going by a little bit of visuals at the moment, but it does appear that Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School holding down a commanding lead. Canberra Girls Grammar's Meg Story. Over on this side it is
Ellie Taylor.
Ellie Taylor from St Columbus Catholic, certainly right up there as well. Remembering only 2 go through to the final, so the race looks to be on between Ellie Taylor over on this side, probably Meg Story over on the far bank. Not out of it too far though isn't Giselle Duza from St Columbus College, St Vincent's College.
So Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School made history at the New South Wales Championships, what we believe to be the first ever schoolgirl single scull winner from the Armidale School. So she's made the trek down the New England Highway, sitting out in front at the moment. Second place, Ellie Taylor from St Columbus Catholic, which means Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar is just out of those qualification positions. Is she going to be quick enough? We've seen a very quick first heat. In this second heat, there's still nothing to pick in between them. Isabella Henderson in that very distinctive, bright fluoro bucket hat of the Armidale School will finish in first place. It's second place looking like it will go the way of Ellie Taylor from St Columbus Catholic, and then Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar. She'll need a sprint finish just to try and make sure that put herself in the best opportunity to be able to make that final. But out in front, this has been class all the way from Isabella Henderson. It's been a fantastic 2026 for her so far. She's through to the final of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls, where she'll be joined by Ellie Taylor from St Columbus Catholic, who'll finish just over a boat length ahead of Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar School. 4th place will go to, very appropriately, lane number 4, Eve Parker from MLC School. And then coming through in 5th place will be St Vincent College's Giselle Dueza. And then she's a little bit further ahead of Emily Devlin from St Andrew's Cathedral. So the Armidale Schools, Isabella Henderson, St Columbus Catholic, Ellie Taylor, our 2 to qualify for the final of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls as we head back down the course, Rob, for heat number 3.
And in lane 2, we have Loretto Kirabilli's Zara Jean Felinski, coached by Monica Dunstan. In lane 3, Redlands Grace Ford. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Emily Barrett. Lane 5, Radford College's Pippa Harmon. In lane 6, Monty St Angelo's Isabella Armstrong, coached by Joshua Hewitt. In lane 7, St Aloysius Cronulla, Charlotte Olivia, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 8, Cranbrook's Florence Vinnell, coached by Elizabeth Sweet Kelly. And in lane 9, Winona's Sophia Stevenson, coached by Sam Fennessy. And we have through the 1,000-metre mark, it was PLC Sydney's Emily Barrett holding down an ever so slight advantage over St Aloysius Charlotte Olivia at just 0.15 a second. Then it's a big gap back to Redlands Grace Ford, followed by Winona's Sophia Stevenson, and then the Radford and Cranbrook Scullers. So these two look to have cleared out from the rest of the field, and from where we sit, that does appear to be the case. The only sculler really going with them at the moment is the does appear to be the
Redlands.
Yeah, I'm just checking that because
it said 10 seconds at the 1,000 metres, but it doesn't look like it's 10 seconds at the moment. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see there the sculler from Redlands right on the top right-hand side, and she's a couple of boat lengths behind Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney. So it's certainly not out of the running for the Redlands sculler. Is she going to be able to make it through? So far in the 2 heats that we've had so far, we've had in the first heat, we had Kinross Rolleroy, Bridget Thompson in an 8:27.92. Unofficially in the second heat, it was an 8:39.6 for third place. So it is still Bridget Thompson from Kinross Rolleroy sitting in that next fastest qualification position. But we'll keep an eye out as they come now to the final 500 metres. It does look to be Charlotte Olivia from St Alois Cronulla who has the lead. She's ahead of Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, Grace Ford from Redlands. That gap just closing up a little bit as we see there through 1,500. It was down from 10 seconds. It's down to 8. It's not insurmountable, but it is going to take a bit of a push.
Yeah, so Charlotte Olivia's had a great third 500. She's really pulled away from Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, who looks to be under a lot of pressure now from the Redlands Grace Forward. And we only have about 300 odd metres to go. No problem whatsoever from St Aloysius Sculler over on this side. Charlotte Olivia, she's really taken the rating right down. Just got the first place covered at this stage. Emily Barrett just doing slightly better than the Redlands Sculler Grace Ford at the moment. So coming in 250 metres to go, unless there's something goes horribly wrong for Emily Barrett, she should hold on to second. It does look like the Redlands Sculler has just shortened up a little bit. May well have spent all the bickies in that third 500, but you've got to know, you've got to do it, because you've got to be there at the finish. You've got to be right up there. And certainly no problem whatsoever. St Aloysius Sculler, Charlotte Olivia coming down with about 150 metres to go, looking very, very comfortable. Obviously a name popping up a lot, and Sam Fennessy in UTS colours, so certainly is getting some great coaching over there. And we've just got the drone outside our window causing us a bit of freaking us out a little bit, but it is the St Aloysius Sculler, Charlotte Olivia coming down to the line now, about 5 strokes to go. Emily Barrett now thinking she's pretty well got this second place covered, so they will be the first two into the final.
It'll be the big sprint from Grace Ford as she comes up towards the line now. And as you say, Rob, you've just got to give it a go. Try and... you never know, and particularly in the single scull, because you put someone under a bit of pressure, they take a couple of rough strokes, and then all of a sudden they've lost that momentum, and it's so hard to get back when you're in the single scull. Grace Ford will finish in third place, so it's Charlotte Olivia finishing in first, Emily Barrett in second. They'll go through to the final. We'll wait on the timings, the official timings for Grace Ford from Redlands, to see whether or not she can finish ahead of Bridget Thompson from Kinross Rolleroy in that first heat. Coming through in fourth place will be the sculler from Winona, Sophia Stevenson, in lane number 9. So she's just coming up towards the finish line now. She'll go through in fourth place. And then back a little bit further behind her, we've got the Radford College sculler, Pippa Harmon, who will be back in fifth, looking like just going through a bit of Just putting a bit of a sprint on now as she gets towards the line, and she'll finish ahead of the Cranbrook sculler, Florence Vinnell.
Sorry, the time on that heat was a little bit slower than the other two heats, but I think probably reflected Charlotte Olivia was doing it quite easy coming over that last 1,000 metres, so I'm sure she can wind up to the times. There certainly are times at the state championships would indicate that would be the case.
Let's move back down the course for heat number 4 of the Schoolgirl single sculls. Again, top 2 through to the final. And just looking at those times, even the winning time for Charlotte Olivia in that third heat was just below the, was slower than the time for Bridget Thompson from Kinross Walleroy in the first heat. So fourth heat is underway, so we've got a scratching in lane number 8. In lane 2 from PLC Sydney, Jessica Burrows. Lane 3 from Newtown High Performing Arts, Mia Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown, coached by Jenna Order and Jack Hanley. Lane 5 from North Sydney Girls, Ada Poe. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Ailey Webb. And lane 7 from Sydney Secondary College, Lily McHugh, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. So as through the 1,000 metres, timing is well and truly off. So we're just having a look at our scullers. Our leading scullers just starting to drop that rating right the ways down as they come through. So through the 1,000, it was Roxana Brown leading Mia Simkovich. So that's our 1 and 2. So that's lanes 4 and 3. And then it was 11 seconds back to Jessica Burrows, and then a bit more of a gap back to Ailey Webb, Lily McHugh and Ada Poe.
Yeah, and as these conditions, Stuart, there's still fantastic conditions out on the course. So they'll get this is the last of heat 4 of the single scull, Schoolgirl single scull. So getting the best of the conditions. And they, but certainly no problem for these two out in front. Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown and Newtown High Performing Arts' Mia Simkovich. Once again, another school that's involved in rowing, and I think if we go back a year or two, 2 or 3 years, we just did not have this spread of schools being involved in rowing. So it's great to see.
Yeah, I think Mia's involved with the Leichhardt Rowing Club, so it's, again, all of our club rowers rowing as their schools today. So Roxana Brown with the lead ahead of Mia Simkovich in second place, and then it is a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. So our 1 and 2 looking very, very settled as they are coming into the final 500 metres or so. Third place at the moment is Jessica Burrows, so she's just under 20 seconds back in third. So our top 2 looking settled, barring disaster, and in the single scull you can never write out disaster, but hopefully that doesn't happen today. Fourth place is Ailey Webb, so she's from Canberra Grammar School, and then back a little bit further to our final row, which looks to be Ada Poe from North Sydney Girls. So, and again, you can see there from the drone, it is just absolutely perfect conditions out here at the moment. Very comfortable for our leading couple of rowers as well. Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar, Mia Simkovich from Newtown High Performing Arts. They're our 1 and 2, and they're now into the red boys for 250 metres left to go.
Yeah, and Stuart, just an anomaly for the this regatta. I think only those rowing in the senior 8 and senior quads can double up for racing. So everybody else can only have that one race, or multiple races, of course, if you've got heats and finals. But certainly that is an idiosyncrasy of the of this regatta, as it is for the trying to think of the girls' school collective girls' school regatta. So coming down to the line now. Roxana Brown backing it right off. These two are doing it very, very easily now. They know that they've got their places into the final covered. About 100 odd metres to go. Just a little bit of a squeezing out a little bit more pace out of that boat. Very, very good display of sculling here as she comes down towards the line. The coaches, Jenna Order and Oda and Jack Hanley, of course, and both nicely coached crew. And coming across the line now, it is Mia Simkovich from Newtown High Performing Arts, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr, taking out second. A little way back now to Jessica Burrows from PLC Sydney. And then further back to Canberra Grammar's Ailey Webb.
So as we just see Jessica Burrows from PLC Sydney coming across the line now, she'll finish in third place. So it does mean, based on those timings, that it will be Bridget Thompson from Kinross Rolleroy. Had a fantastic row in the first heat, battled it out right the ways through to be able to try and make it through. So she will go through to the final based on times. She had that really great row against Lottie Ravenstein and Isabel Bugg. Going through in fourth place will be Canberra Grammar's Ailey Webb, and then she'll finish ahead of the sculler from Sydney Secondary College, Lily McHugh, and then Ada Poe from North Sydney Girls. So as our final rowers cruising up towards the line, will be replaced by a couple of men that have cruised up the roads, managed to make their way in to the Sydney International Regatta Centre. A very good morning to you, Mr. Michael McRae. Welcome to the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River.
Thank you, Stuart and Rob, for your efforts this morning, and thank you for a fine welcome. Thank you, Mr. John. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Mr. Henry Lees. Good morning to you, Henry, and what a fantastic morning it is for rowing out here at the Regatta Centre.
Good morning, Michael. What an absolute morning. We have a pleasure of commentating on everyone today, and what a day it is today out of the regatta course. Beautiful weather, no wind, warm. What a day for racing. And
absolutely immaculate conditions for sculling out here at the moment, Henry, and we're about to move into race 20 in a short moment. For the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And that'll be raced over 1,000 metres, and if you're joining us out here at the Regatta Park or online, and just look at the vision on the live stream, Leesy, just immaculate conditions in any event. But you'll see the Year 8 double scullers lining up on the 1,000 metre mark down halfway the lake. So we'll get around in a short moment, but race 20, a full field of competitors, and we'll just read through some names before we get underway. Lane 1 is a Newcastle Grammar crew, and they're represented by Charlotte Munro and Maisie Crosskill. Lane 2 is Barker College, represented by Sophia Luke and Madeline Brown. Lane 3 is Darra Marlin, represented by Sophia Allison and Astrid Pentony. Lane 4 is Redlands, and they're represented by Daisy Ruddock and Tatum Bannister. Radford College is in Lane 5, and they're represented by Dania Ragu and Emily Smith. St Catherine's is in Lane 6, and that's Lily Corkle and Abigail McLaren. Loreto Kirribilli is in Lane 7, and they're represented by Soraya Lauren Day and Amelia Schmidt. MLC is in Lane 8, represented by Elsa Liu and Carolyn Yang. And finally, Askham in Lane 9 are represented by Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody.
And joining us in the live stream, if you look at the footage here, we've had a collision, unfortunately, at the start between lanes 7 of Kirribilli and lane 6 of St Catherine. So first of all, I think we hope everyone's safe and no damage to the boats, but it looks like they're rowing off now, and they might have a bit of a deficit to catch back up, Michael, if I'm being frank.
Both of those crews are unfortunately St Catherine's by the looks of things, and as you said, Loreto Kirribilli lane 6 and 7. One of the exigencies of schoolgirl and schoolboy rowing in these early years is, of course, the propensity for some more clashes early on in the race. But
and I think with the 1,000 metre mark racing, Michael, there's no boat holders. It's important to say. So it is a tough position to come from. So while it might be a common factor, it's not unsurprising.
Yeah, absolutely. And if a perfect line isn't taken by the crew from stroke 1, it very quickly can go all sorts of ways. And a couple of degrees off can really lead to some more clashes quite quickly. But for the moment, we are underway in race 20, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And the progression in this event is that the first 4 crews will progress through to the final in race 61. and the next fastest crew.
Yeah, so
2 heats.
So that 5th place position, you still ought to play for, right? You might be directly, not qualifying, but you're racing the clock against the race after you. So, it's important to be pushing to the line.
Newcastle Grammar, the crew making the best of things in the early stage of this race. Barker College currently occupying 2nd place, Askham 3rd, Radford 4th. So that's the top end of the order at this stage, and the first 4 prospective qualifiers for the final in race 61. But as you astutely pointed out, Henry, the next fastest crew is also will qualify for the final. And so that means there's plenty to play for, plenty to row for even that crew. MLC at the moment, currently occupying 5th place.
Exactly right, Michael. So I think it's important to make sure that everyone is getting that 5th spot in their mind and going, you know what, I might not have qualified directly, but I've only got to wait 5-6 minutes to know if I am racing at race 61.
Well, Newcastle Grammar, it's Charlotte Munro and Maisie Crosskill over the far side of the course. If you're over here on the grandstand side of the lake, that is, who are making the best of things, and they're looking in control. They've got to their left in lane 2 Barker College, Sophia Luke and Madeline Brown, who've probably just maintained contact with them for most of the race, but they're pulling away now, the Newcastle Grammar combination. And just over here on the near side of the course, we've got Askham School in lane 9, who are also in contention as well, but they're just floating with the lane markers, Henry, a little bit.
Exactly, and I think, you know what, it's a difficult boat to race in such a young year of the double. You haven't got that benefit of having a coxswain who can sort of guide you down the course. You are rowing, you're steering, you're doing everything yourself, so it is a difficult, very difficult boat, but they're all exceeding so well in it as they're coming to the line. And Michael, I think we can see the Newcastle Grammar crew, they're maintaining their lead nicely, brought the rate up a little bit coming down to the line.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be that Newcastle Grammar School who's going to claim the win by the looks of things. Charlotte Munro, Maisie Crosskill from Newcastle, and Barker College looking poised to claim 2nd qualifying spot in this race. And then it's going to be a close race for 3rd between Askham in lane 9 and Radford Rain College. It is going to be a win for Newcastle Grammar. 2nd place goes to Barker. 3rd place is going to be tight, but it'll go to Askham in lane 9. 3rd place will go to... 4th place, rather, will go to Radford.
Those are our qualifiers for the moment, and then coming into that 5th spot for the qualified time, looks like it's going to be lane 3 here. Lane 8, MLC School. They might have just popped them on the line, but results we'll see. No, I'm mistaken. Beg your pardon, Michael.
It looks as though it's that Darramarlin crew in lane 3, 5th by MLC School. Now across Loretto Kirribilli and Redlands as well. A couple of crews just finishing in different lanes in lane 10. And
I know what an exciting start to the day.
Plenty going on,
and full credit to the Loretto Kirribilli School having that little incident at the start, and they managed to come back into a very respectable 7th place there after being, 4 or 5 boat legs down at the start.
So recapping the qualifiers for the final in the first heat of the Year 8 Double Scull, a win for Newcastle Grammar School, 2nd place to Barker College, 3rd place to Askham School, and 4th place, final qualifying automatic qualifying spot, I should say, is Radford College. Darramarlin was the crew who finished 5th, and we'll wait and see whether or not that is the crew that also qualifies for the final. But at the moment, we'll move right along to race 21, the 2nd heat in this event. We're underway, Henry, in the for the 2nd race in the Year 8 Double Scull. And, in lane 1 is a crew from Redlands. It's Raina Threshter and Jasmine Seffi. In lane 2 is Canberra Grammar. They're represented by Elkie Peether McPhee and Hannah Leasing. Redlands is in lane 3, represented by Claire Wendon and Amelie Horrocks. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 4, represented by Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. Barker College is in lane 5. That's Mia Hill and Ella Calvert. Tara Scull is in lane 6. That's Tina G and Naumika Paramala. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. That's Francesca Vellabarden and Rose Middleton. PLC Sydney in lane 8, represented by Zoe Paras and Gauri Sharma. And finally in lane 9 is Monty St. Angelo, represented by Madison Reed and Sophia Zielinski.
And looks like off the start here, Michael, we've got the crews in the middle here. Barker College potentially in the lead so far, but my eyes might be perceiving me. And then on the far side, I would say Canberra Grammar coming in, pushing them for the lead in the top 2 positions right now.
Still hard to tell from where we are, Henry, but I think you might be right. I think it's the Barker College crew in lane 5. Mia Hill, Ella Calvert making the best of things, but Canberra Grammar in lane 2. Elkie, Peter McPhee and Hannah Leasing making some good inroads too. Yeah, and they may have even overtaken the crew in lane 5 or the middle of the course. I think that is Barker College.
I think so as well. And then the Canberra girls, the Canberra Grammar School BU pun, they've done an excellent little 100-metre sprint there. They've brought the rate up. They're rowing very nicely together, and I think they've just taken half a canvas lead.
Yeah, nice, a plucky little push there from the Canberra Grammar crew, and I think, yes, we are going to be vindicated there, Henry. It is Canberra Grammar in lane 2, just in the lead ahead of Barker College, followed across the line by, not the line, the halfway point, rather, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, and a little bit more spread out now. Tara Scull occupying that 4th and final automatic qualifying spot, and it's the crew in lane 3, Redlands, who is currently occupying 5th and wanting to make some ground up now, I suppose, to think about claiming that final
timed qualified.
That's
qualifying
right.
Yes. Yes. And as we see here on the footage, if you're joining us on the live stream, the Canberra Grammar School is. They've done a great little push here in the middle 500 of this 1,000 metre race, and they've extended their lead from half a canvas at the 500, I'd say, to a bit over half a length. So doing very well here, but Barker aren't letting them get away without a fight. Both of those two crews are rowing exceptionally well here.
Barker going to have to be careful, I think, in the middle lane here, just floating with the markers, I think, on their stroke side. So if they can just straighten up, they might be with a shot just to reel back this little lead that's opened up between them and Canberra Grammar, the current race leaders. But certainly things going the way of Elkie, Peter McPhee and Hannah Leasing in the colours of Canberra Grammar. Over there in lane 2, Barker College receiving plenty of support from the grandstand these days. It's fantastic to see the rise of that program, just clipping a couple of lane markers over there in lane 5 and maybe just opening the door ever so slightly for Loretto Kirribilli, Henry, who are just not that far off of their stern.
No, and you can see the crew from Kirribilli brought the rate up in the bow, is looking over to have a look, and I think Barker, I think they might have the finish line might be their best friend in this instance, with the fast finishing Kirribilli crew coming towards them. Barker have also managed to get themselves off the buoys, so I think that speed is going to serve them nicely as they come down to the line in the last 50 metres.
Absolutely, but for the moment it is the Canberra Grammar combination, Elkie, Peter McPhee, Hannah Leasing. They're going to claim the win, as it turns out, under not so much pressure at all. And they claim the win in the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Barker will have had a couple of steering difficulties in this race, but they have done enough to hang on to that second place. Mia Hill and Ella Calvert, well done indeed. Second qualifiers to the final. Third place is going to go the way of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. That's Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. Fourth and final automatic qualifiers will be Tara Sculls, Tina G and Naumika Paramala in lane 6. A 5th place is a bit hard to tell at this stage, but it's going to be between lane 8's PLC Sydney crew, Zoe Paras and Gary Sharma on the one hand, and on the other, Redlands in lane 3, that's Claire Wenton and Amelie Horrocks. But the crew in the PLC Sydney Red that claims 5th spot. And then Redlands claiming 6th. Just catching some water across the line, that Redlands crew, crossing in 6th place, and then 7th place looking as though it'll probably go the way of Monty St. Angelo over here in lane 9 on the near side of the course. Just contending with some timing difficulties, I think, in that boat, and contending with the lane markers as well as they come down towards the line. Redlands in lane 1, similarly, just clipping their oars, but you know, this is key racing experience for these young scullers, Henry.
Exactly right, Michael. You know, year 8, probably one of the first times I've been out at the International Regatta Centre here, so invaluable experience. And crossing the line there. Sorry, Michael, don't mean to jump in there. Okay. Monty St. Angelo, Madison Reedy and Sophie will come in there in the 7th position. And then in lane 1, Redlands coming in 8th. And I think we might have had a scratching from one of the Loretto crews as well, Michael.
Could be right. Recapping the results, a win for Canberra Grammar, 2nd place Barker College, 3rd place Loretto Kirribilli, 4th place Tara School. Those are the 4 automatic qualifiers. But we'll move right along to a different event. It's the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull that is on the course at the moment. It's roaring down towards us, so I'll just read out some names very quickly because it is coming down. Lane 1 is Mari Katera from St Paul's Grammar. Lane 2 is Evie Craig from Roseville. Lane 3 is Audra Bailey from PLC. Lane 4 is Jemima Huxley from Askham. Lane 5 is Charlotte Ronaldson from Winona. Lane 6 is Emily Rubery from Mossman High. Lane 7 is Emma Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. And Lane 8 is Kathy Zhang from Tara School. And this is a race that looks as though it's being led by Emma Purdy from the Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 7. She's probably got a length or so advantage ahead of the sculler in lane 4, Jemima Huxley from Askham. The progression, similarly, in this event is that the first 4 crews across the line will go through to the final in race 62, and the next fastest crew will qualify as well. But Emma Purdy, well, she's looking as though she's very calm and in control of this race. And Henry, I have to say, rowing very cleanly indeed.
Exceptional rowing here, brought the rate down. She's in control here. This is her race. She knows what she's doing. She's going to probably row through the line and get herself ready for the finals.
Jemima Huxley in lane 4, claiming 2nd place in this race and 2nd qualifying spot. 3rd place is going to go the way of Charlotte Ronaldson and Winona. And 4th and final qualifying spot, automatic qualifying spot, I should say, is Evie Craig and Roseville. 5th place is going to be really tight between St Paul's Grammar. I think it was Mari Kateri just claimed 5th place ahead of Emily Rubery of Mossman High.
Lane 8, Tara School, Kathy Zhang coming in there in 7th place, I would say, just down here, Michael.
That's right, and Audrey Bailey from PLC finalising the field in this first heat of the Year 8 single scull. Moving right along to the second heat of the Year 8 single scull. Progression is that the first 4 crews across the line will qualify for the final. Next fastest crew will qualify as well, or the next fastest sculler, I should say. In lane 1 is Rose Williams from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2 is Sienna King from Canberra Grammar. In lane 3 from Lycée Condorcet is Madeline Wilson. Lane 4 from Barker College is Maddie Burnett. Lane 5 from Radford College, Shreya Waramaswamy. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst and Lucy Giblin. Lane 7, MLC School and Alana Ang. Radford College in lane 8, that's Samantha Cartwright. And in lane 9, Lucinda Tucker from Monty St Angelo. And through the 500 metres, Henry, it was Alana Ang from the MLC school making the best of things, but she was more or less on terms with Maddie Burnett from Barker College. And you can just see on the live stream there, the crews at the top of the screen. Alana Ang, MLC in lane 7, and Maddie Burnett and Barker College in lane 4. So a couple of lanes separating them, but they are the clear race leaders, certainly. Third place is a little bit harder to tell, but it's probably Lucinda Tucker, I'd suggest, of Monty St. Angelo.
But you could throw a blanket over the crews racing for that third position, Michael, which is interesting because there's going to be 2 automatic qualifiers, and then the third is going to be fighting for that time to get the 5th fastest time. Oh, beg your pardon, the fastest time out of the 2 heats that aren't automatically qualifying. So a lot to race for here for the minor placings in this heat of the Year 8 Schoolgirl Single Scull. And
one of the reasons I really enjoy watching these races, Henry, of course, is for that really fascinating competition that develops for the minor placings. And particularly in circumstances where there's a chance to claim qualification on the basis of time, it's all to row for, and plenty of action out there on the course unfolding at the moment.
And you don't know if you're going to make that time or not.
That's right.
So
yes.
In your head, all you have to do is think about racing as hard and as quickly as you can. But Michael, we'll turn our attention to the qualifying first, and I think lane 7. Alana Nung from MLC School is going to take this one comfortably in the win.
Yeah, she will, and she's looking very poised as she comes towards the line in the final concluding strokes of her race. It's going to be a win for MLC School and Alana Ang. Second place is going to go the way of Maddie Burnett from Barker College.
And then if I was a betting man, Michael, I would say lane 8 here, Samantha Cartwright is going to take the 3rd position. Lane 3, Maddie Wilson would be the last qualifier, and then lane 1, Newcastle Grammar, Rose Williams. I think she's going to be in hot contention for that 5th place, and geez, what a finish from lane 8 there. Samantha just to pip, who is it, Maddie Wilson on the line there. Good racing.
Followed by Rose Williams of Newcastle Grammar, claims 5th place. And then Sienna King from Canberra Grammar claims 6th. 7th place to Shreya Ramaswamy from Radford College. And yet to finish, got in lane 6 is Loretto Normanhurst, Lucy Giblin. And then the Monty St. Angelo and Lucinda Tucker just to finalise race 23. We haven't got much time to breathe, Henry, because race 24 is bearing down upon us, and we'll just move to that quickly. It's the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, and it is up very nearly completion. So in lane 3 is Greenwood, lane 4 is Kinross Walleroy, lane 5 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 6 Canberra Grammar, lane 7 Loretto Normanhurst, and lane 8 the Armidale School. And the crews have more or less assembled themselves in order of speed by who is furthest away from us, Henry. So it's the crew from Queenwood currently in the lead. Miller Beavis, Alexia Dreismer, Annabelle Garner, Jess Slade and Chloe Cox, who are probably a length advantage over their nearest competitors, Kinross in lane 4. But it's going to be a win for Queenwood. Second place is going to go to Kinross Walleroy by the looks of things. Third place, it's a bit tight between Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6. It is going to go Canberra Girls Grammar, followed by Normanhurst, and then followed by Canberra Girls Grammar.
And importantly, that Canberra Girls Grammar crew there in lane 6, Michael, they're going to be in contention for that fastest crew again. They were close. So that's going to be a tight bit of racing for the next heat. Because I believe there are only 2 heats here for the Year 9 Coxed Quad Division 3. So keep your eyes on that Canberra Girls Grammar number 3 school there for the final qualifying spot. And then coming in to round out the field there is the Armidale School in 6th place.
So recapping the results of race 24, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. A win for Queenwood. Second place, Kinross Walleroy. Third place, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth place, Loretto Normanhurst. Fifth place, Canberra Grammar. Sixth place, the Armidale School. And race 25 underway and approaching the halfway point in the race. It's the second heat of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Lane 3 is St Catherine's, represented by Summer Foster, Amelia Williams, Edie Arthur, Scarlett Cowdroy and Adriana Oliver. PLC Sydney in lane 4, represented by Amali Stanton, Sophia Goodrick, Matilda Kirkwood and Mila Duritz. Tiffany Palmer is their Cox. Dara Marlin is in lane 5, represented by Laura Corkill, Lucinda Oven, Ashley Fordham and Miller Lane. Matilda Dawes is the Cox. Pymble Ladies College is in lane 6, represented by Isabella Meng, Diana Palei-Duana, Chloe Zhong and Lucy Woodbridge. Bronte Cardno is their Cox. And in lane 7 is Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Molly Mattick, Georgie Ryan and Alice Smith, their coxswain. And I think at this stage of the race, Henry, it's the crew on the near side of the course, Loretto Kirribilli, who I'd suggest is making the best of things.
Look, Michael, I would tend to agree at this stage, but it's going to be close, especially for, I think we might have a top 4 sort of set, but that 5th place again for the minor placings for that 5th qualifying time, that's going to be a tight race to see.
Yeah, Loretto Kirribilli over here in lane 7, looking good. Pymble Ladies College at the 500 metres was occupying 2nd place. Then back to Darramala, St Catherine's and PLC was the crew just a little bit back, some 7.48 the margins. There's some work to do for that crew in order to contend for the next fastest qualifying spot.
Now, Michael, I'm going to be absolutely biased here and say I, in a previous life, coached the coach of this little Kirribilli crew, Lucy Howard. So, in a way, the wisdom that I imparted on her is now being imparted on these crews as they're coming down the course and winning. So,
well, look, that only seems fair and reasonable. And, of course, what goes around comes around, and it's Loretto Kirribilli in the lead in lane 7. Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Molly Mattick, Georgie Ryan, Alice Smith, their coxswain, of course, coached by Lucy Howard. And they are looking very in control of this race, and they're extending their lead now, probably 2 lengths at this stage. Really quite impressive over 1,000 metres in a year 9 quadruple scull race.
Excellent racing there. They'll take the win. Coming in 2nd place, lane 6 is going to be the Pymbles Lady crew number 3. Lane 4 then from PLC Sydney will come into 3rd. Lane 5 St Catherine's, and then that 5th spot for the qualifying time is going to be Darren Marlin School. Check the time, and we'll have to wait for final results to see how that compares to the heat before.
Well, 3:55 the unofficial time from the winning time rather for Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. So we'll look how this next heat unfolds, which is on the line. At the moment, it's the 2nd heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Withdraw that. It's the 1st heat of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. So we're moving up division now, and there are 2 heats in this event. So in lane 2 is Sydney Girls, and that's Advita Prasad, Eva Lee, Savini, Parthaban, Larissa Liu and Freya Han. Tara's School is in lane 3, represented by Kitty York, Olivia Peach, Emily Duffy, Chelsea Hodges and Zara Wickremage is their Cox. PLC is in lane 4, represented by Vanessa Feltus, Lily Burrows, Annabelle Cameron, Maya Burnett and Grace Kinslaw. Canberra Grammar in lane 5, represented by Hannah O'Donnell, May Reid Nolan, Isabel Jardine and Danica Dixon. Scarlett Mukherjee is their Cox. A scratching from Radford in lane 6. In lane 7 is St Catherine's, represented by Abby Markham, Olivia Brill, Saskia Vinnell and Matilda Olenderek-Smith. Isabella Wadham is their coxswain. MLC has crews in lanes 8 and 9. So in lane 8 is Janani Canthanas, Jocelyn Yao, Elizabeth Pidcock, Danielle Zhu and Molly Bentley Lamp. And in lane 9, Claire Wade, Sophia Ronan, Kira Ferguson, Hannah Lee, Tabitha Lloyd is their coxswain.
Excellent depth there from MLC School, having 2 crews in this division, Michael. Good to see the program in such a healthy position at this stage. And the race has just started. We're in the first minute here, and looking from our poised position in the commentary tower, it looks like we have quite an even field so far. Potentially, you might say lane 2, Queenwood, and then lane 3, the Armidale School. But it's too close to call. I think it would be lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Maybe 3, 4, 5, and 6 would be in the lead at this stage. But I I don't want to put anyone out by my poor eyesight from the finishing tower here.
We'll have some updated numbers as the crews come across the 500 metre mark in this race at this stage, but certainly it looks like that crew in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, is probably occupying the lead. No, it's Tara School in lane 3. So it's Tara School, followed across the halfway point by Canberra Grammar, PLC Sydney, St Catherine's and MLC, currently occupying 5th place. That all-important final prospective qualifying spot. But Henry, the margins at the 500 metres were really tight. 0.83, 0.93, 0.50 between the first 4 crews.
Throw a blanket over them. And I think, as we've said previously, for people who have listened to our dulcet tones, the middle 500 or the middle 1,000 of a 2,000 metre race is the championship 1,000. And in this instance, it's the middle 500, the distance between the 250 metre mark and the 750 metre mark. And it looks like there are 2 crews that are just nudging their bow balls in front. And dare I say, maybe the Canberra Girls, the Canberra Grammar School at this stage, Michael, might be just pushing in front, bringing the Tara School with them as well.
Yeah, I think Tara might have just fallen back a bit. It is the Canberra Grammar School combination in lane 5. Hannah O'Donnell, Mayreed Nolan, Isabel Jardine, Danica Dixon and Scarlett Mukherjee, who have pushed their bow balls in front and just making the best of things now. Tara School just pushed just a little bit back, but I have to say, Henry, the 4 automatic qualifiers are looking relatively firm at this stage. Tara School, Canberra Grammar, PLC Sydney and St Catherine's, I'd suggest the 4th final automatic qualifiers. It's the crew and MLC colours over here in lane 9, looking poised to claim 5th. But for the moment, it is going, the win is going to go to Canberra Grammar in lane 5. Second place is going to go to
Tara School, I would say.
Tara in lane 3, followed across the line by St Catherine's. And then followed by PLC Sydney, who claimed 4th place.
And then pushing for that 5th spot, which is also the timed qualifier, is MLC 1 here, and they come over the line, finishing up in 5th place. We'll keep a keen eye on that time as well in comparison to the race coming down the line shortly as well.
MLC School in lane 8, the second MLC School to cross the line. They're going to claim 6th place.
And then 7th, rounding out the field in lane 2, will be Sydney Girls. Well done to all athletes in their heat today.
So recapping the results of race 26, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2, a win for Canberra Grammar. 2nd place Tara School, 3rd place St Catherine's, 4th place PLC Sydney. And race 27 underway, Henry, at the 500, down at the 1,000 metres, I should say. And look at that drone footage we have on the live stream or on the big screen. It is just immaculate conditions for rowing out here at the Regatta Centre. It's a glistening morning.
We are absolutely blessed.
Absolutely. And
for this, I would say. And the weather perfect, wind perfect, wet. Like, you couldn't think of a better day for racing.
And as far as spectacles go, this second heat of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 shaping up to be a real competition. And see, of course, early stages in the race, but a number of crews looking very competitive and on terms with one another as they approach the halfway point in this race. In lane 2 is Kinross Waller-Roy, represented by Claire Bruce, Mila Yabsley-Bell, Millie Dimmick, Lily Berryman and Chloe Caro. Queenwood is in lane 3, that's Ella McIntyre, Imogen Stewart, Georgia Self, Isabella Rogers and Frederica Hall. The Armadale School is in lane 4, represented by Sophie Bannister, Poppy Post, Catherine Flynn, Harriet Wiggin and Evelyn Brownlee. Canberra Girls Grammar is in lane 5, represented by Alexia Franco, Carrie Baseby, Stefania Havas and Felicity Hazlitt. Jenny Lee is their coxswain. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 6, represented by Harriet Delaney, Sophie Dobbin, Harriet Fallon and Lilia Heyman. Audrey Lonergan is their coxswain. Pinball Ladies College is in lane 7, represented by Dimity Love, Avika Kapoor, Sky Mitchell, Emma Lloyd and Jessica Pickford. Roseville is in lane 8, represented by Vienna Spear, Jess Venter, Cassie Gracie, Lily Brennan and Carmen Gow. And finally, in lane 9 is Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Charlotte Horden-Smith, Sarah Murray, Constance Whitaker, Kate Dean and Harriet Portelli is their coxswain. And Henry, at this halfway point in the race, in race 27, it's Kinross Walleroy in the lead, narrow margin ahead of Pymble Ladies College. And then back to Queenwood, Loretto Kirribilli currently occupying 4th for the last automatic qualifying space. But have a look at the margin between them, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6. And Loretto Normanhurst in lane 9, 0.95. So that is a fascinating encounter developing between those two crews with respect to the last automatic qualifying spot.
And then, Michael, looking at the times, you throw in Canberra Girls Grammar, who are only 0.32 behind that as well. There are 6 crews here who, in all honesty, could be making this final, race 65 later on in the day.
Well, get down to the bank if you're not within eyesight of what's going on out here on the competition lake, because this is a fascinating conclusion that is unfolding here for the second heat of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. So Kinross Walleroy over there in lane 2, making the best of things at this stage. I think still our race leaders, but Queenwood pushing them hard in lane 3. But have a look, Henry, at lane 7, Pymble Ladies College come back really strong and pressing them all the way. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 as well, pushing them hard. Canberra Girls Grammar to their right, and then also not out of contention, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 9. So it's all going on here out of the regatta centre, and the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls is looking as though Kinross Walleroy going to hang on for a win in really narrow fashion. But have a look at Pymble Ladies College, may take it on the line. They certainly qualify, so do Queenwood, and the 4th and final qualifying spot is nothing in it between Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Normanhurst. We won't call it. It is going to be a photo finish. Wow. 6th place to the Armidale School. 7th place looking as though it'll go the way of Roseville in lane 8, and then back to Armidale in lane 4.
I'm going to call that now, Michael. That's the race of the day for me.
Race of the morning so far, certainly for the duration of our commentary shift.
That was a sensational finish. The Pymbles crew coming through to just finish off behind the Kinross crew, and then the photo for the automatic qualifier. And
I have to say, I think it was probably the Loretto Kirribilli by a very narrow margin.
I'm waiting on bated breath.
A very prudent decision, my friend. So look, we'll await an official results for race 27 and bring you those when we have them. But certainly looking as though Kinross Walleroy, Pymble Ladies College and Queenwood qualified for the final there. But potentially both of those crews, Henry, Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Normanhurst, qualify on time, irrespective of which one comes 4th in that race. But for the moment, we'll move on to race 28, which is the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. So we're moving up the grades here. Similarly, it's the first 4 across the line, plus the next fastest crew that will qualify for the final. So in lane 2 is Sydney Girls. It's Hannah Kwan, Zintong Hay, Lena Kwan and Vivian Gao. Ishana Singh is their coxswain. Pymble Ladies is in lane 3. It's Eloise Gavania, Daisy Lay, Edith Cullinane and Lily Oldfield. Coxed by Annabelle Stack. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4 is Clara Bradford, Annie Shepherd, Camilla Ogilvie and Camilla Lamp. Coxed by Ava Forrester. Canberra Grammar in lane 5, represented by Isla Mormon, Isabel Doherty, Eloise Bushby, Sassy O'Brien and Anna Scanlon, their coxswain. Radford in lane 6, represented by Kate Lone, Antonia Moran, Jemima Beswick, Sophia Schuler and Sanvi Yalamarthi, their coxswain. PLC in lane 7, represented by Anna Prokhorov, Zara Rutherford, Mila Stewart and Lara Sangster, coxed by Eleanor Short. And finally, St Cath's in lane 8, represented by Caden Slim, Sophie Dunkley, Pippa Dodwell and Isabel Hartley, coxed by Estelle Glass.
And Michael, just to bring everyone back to that race before, the results look like the crew from Loretto Kirribilli have officially qualified, but I dare say Normanhurst will get there on time. But we'll turn our attention here to the race. And Michael, I'm not sure who's going to get this one from our position up here. Who would you say is in lead? Maybe lane 4?
I think so. Loretto Normanhurst looking the goods at this stage. Half a length lead over Canberra Grammar to their right in lane 5 and Pimble Ladies in lane 3 to their left. But have a look as well. That's St Catherine's in lane 8. Oh, those are the 4 qualifiers. So it's going to be a win for Normanhurst. 2nd place to Canberra Grammar. 3rd place to St Cath's. And 4th place to Pimble Ladies College. So those are looking likely to be the 4 qualifiers. Finishing in 5th place now, it's going to be the PLC crew in lane 7. And Sydney Girls in lane 2 claim 6th place, ahead of Radford College in lane 6. And it was a pretty tight race, but all crews kind of within Cooey and overlap with each other, so that's great to see as well. So moving along to the second heat of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 3 is Kinross Walleroy. That's Isabel Prevost, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise and Grace Lowther. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 4. That's Juliet Cortez, Addie Bartlett, Lulu Chidgey and Charlie Orth. Francesca Fleming is their coxswain. Canberra Girls Grammar is in lane 5, represented by Olive Mufarij, Alexandra Cordaris, Grace Fogarty and Erin Riley. Sienna Gately is their coxswain. Queenwood in lane 6. That's Manuela Taylor, Elizabeth Fainganuku, Lucinda Hughes and Charlotte Butlin. Cara Sheeran is their cox. Newcastle Grammar in lane 7, represented by Paris Myers, Paloma Paff, Ella Windybank and Sienna Myers. Matilda Hutton is their cox. And finally, Roseville in lane 8, represented by Jasmine Coker, Eleanor Forster, Millie Hawkins and Alicia Jenkins, and Libby Atkinson is their cox. But having a look at the competition lake now, Henry, I think it's the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5 making the best of things as they pass through. It is indeed that crew from the Territory in the lead. Loretto Kirribilli currently occupying 2nd place. Kinross in 3rd, Queenwood 4th. So those are the 4 prospective automatic qualifiers. Roseville is the crew in the hot seat, in currently occupying 5th place, and so
chasing that time,
time, and probably their tails as they look to snatch an automatic qualifying spot. But plenty of work to do for them, and you can just see on the live stream and the drone, just the water glistening. Isn't that fantastic? But those 4 crews in the lead, there's a little bit of a distance then back to the crew from Roseville in lane 8, currently occupying 5th, so plenty of work to do there. But really nice bit of sculling there in that Canberra Girls Grammar combination in the middle of the course there. They're looking in control. They're looking very well timed indeed. The angles are really good too.
The angles are well, and the blades on the recovery, there's nothing touching the water, Michael. They're blades in, disturbing the water, and then just letting the boat run as it comes forward towards the next stroke. Excellent rowing there. And then on the far side, Michael, this Kinross crew, they've put a bit of a distance here on the Loretto Kirribilli, and there.
Have a look at the move now. Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, looking very strong indeed, and they're not going to let Canberra Girls Grammar just waltz over the line in this second heat of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. They're going to take them all the way. Kinross Walleroy now throwing the rate through the roof just to see what they can do in the final couple of 100 metres. I just wonder whether or not they've run out of room here to snatch a win, but looking poised now for the win. It is Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5. Claim the win. At 2nd place is going to go the way of Kinross. 3rd place will go to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, and then followed across the line by Queenwood in lane 6.
And then we have a tight race here, Michael, for the 5th place, which is also going to be that time spot between Newcastle and Roseville. Newcastle are pushing, but I think the line will be Roseville's friend here as they come in that 5th and timed qualifying spot if they've done enough. And then running out the field in 6 is the Newcastle Grammar crew. We will wait for timings to see who's made it through the finals.
So Henry, race 30 is assembling down on the starting blocks for the Year 10 Double Scull Heat 1. But we're going to have a change in the commentary tower, and welcome back to the microphone the dulcet tones of Rob Glendenning, and for the first time this weekend, Mr. Nathan Birch.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, good morning, Nathan. And
morning, Rob.
Great to be back in the commentary box with you. It's been a little while now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
And we're certainly both guilty of donning our school colours here.
I was going to say, oh yeah, we won't be as biased as our t-shirts and our caps show us to be.
What a great day it is out here, and just a couple of reminders that Coxons need to weigh in well before their event. Ideally, I think it's an hour before their event. Just past one of the schools, and the Coxons hadn't weighed in, and they're about to set out. So just make sure that you do weigh in, and if you're unsure about your weight, you think you might be a bit under, take some weight with you so you don't have to run back to the trailer and then back to the weigh-in station to top that up. That all takes time, and time you may not have, so just get a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, and another service announcement, even though I've not been told, please, Cox's coaches, please return your bow numbers to race control as soon as you're finished. It's going to be one of those days, and what a beautiful day it is here. I've not seen it like this for a few months, but it's absolutely stunning. It's perfect conditions today.
Yeah, and I think, Nathan, they're supposed to carry through for the rest of the day, so augurs well for some great racing, particularly at this afternoon's big finals of the big boats, and certainly the sprint eliminator at lunchtime, which will I'm just looking at the last 250 metres now, and absolutely perfect conditions out there. So hopefully that continues for the next couple of hours, or 3 or 4 hours, and we get through this rest of this regatta in these conditions.
Yeah, it is lovely. And we'll turn our attentions back onto the race course. This is race 30. It's the Year 10 Double Scull. It's the Heat 1. The first 4 will go through to the finals or the semis, and then the next fastest qualifier. On the far side in lane 2, we've got Tara School. In lane 3, Sydney Girls. In lane 4, MLC. In lane 5, Daramalan. In lane 6, we've got Queenwood. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 8, Newcastle Grammar.
So in that little shuffle about, and the time we've moved back up to the 2,000 metre start, so we're just waiting for these crews to come down through the 500 metres and well on way. But from where we are, it looks like a fairly tight race there. It does look like from the MLC or the Daramalan. I'm not sure if there's a boat outside that we can't see, but certainly it might be the Daramalan crew holding down a little bit of a lead at the moment. So it does look to be MLC. So as we get further down this track, we'll get to get a better picture of where everybody sits.
Yeah, that Daramalan School looks like to have got maybe a length on the School on their. Actually, sorry, it's MLC. I think maybe a length over Daramalan on their left. If we are looking at that great drone shot as they approach the 500 metre mark, great drone stop there, just hovering over the top of the boats. We'll see as they come through the first 500 where the standings are.
And it does look like the MLC School holding about a length and a half lead coming through the 1,000-metre mark, followed by Darramallan, Canberra Girls Grammar. Then a little way further back to Queenwood. Now, remembering that the first 4 go through to the final. The availability of 9 lanes for the final means that we can take the first 4 crews from the 2 heats and the next fastest crew. So all important that all crews race right to the line to try to get that, particularly if you're in 5th place, to see if you're going to get that time that will carry you through to the final. But at the moment, the MLC School holding down a fairly comfortable lead. As we go, the only crew that's really off the pace at the moment looks to be the Newcastle Grammar crew of Ruby Bramble and Nuts Siat. They look to have dropped a little bit behind, probably maybe the Sydney Girls School as well. So at the moment, the first 5 it's going to be quite a race for that 2nd, 3rd, or the 5th, although we're only in the 3rd 500, so we'll see how they sit when they come down through the 1,500 metre mark, but certainly looking very comfortable out in front at the moment, just holding the other 2 crews, probably overrating the other 2 crews, the MLC combination at the moment, just overrating the other crews by a couple of points, but importantly still holding down that first position as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, they're looking quite comfortable there, a bit higher rating, but they'd like to be on top of this. They'll be quite comfortable looking over their left shoulders in that position with 500 metres to go.
Yeah, I just took a walk up past some of the tents up there. Some of the setups in the supporting marquees are spectacular. The food on offer, I thought I'll just partake of some of that. But it's certainly great to see the support coming out for this Schoolgirl Regatta and the grandstand now filling up, and we should continue to fill throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I think this is probably my 10th. 10th time I've been at the head of the Schoolgirl. I've got a couple of daughters, and I love to see the tents get bigger and bigger and bigger each year. I've done the schoolboys head, and that is obviously a big event, but I'm looking forward to the day where we rival the schoolboys head.
Yeah, we'd argue we already have. But anyway, the through the 1,500 metre mark, and it's the MLC combination of Maya McBride and Megan Kewitt, and they're holding down a very commanding lead now. They're probably out to about 3 or 4 lengths and looking good. Still got the rating up, so not leaving anything to chance. They probably would do good as the in just backing off a little bit, but they've got their own strategy and we can't influence that. So they are certainly holding about a 2 lengths lead over the Canberra Grammar combination of Valentine and Millgate. And they are just ahead of Darramallan. So the 2 ACT crews in 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Remember the first 4 going through to the final. So Queenwood do look to have a bit of an advantage over Tara, about a 2 or 2.5 length advantage over Tara. So at the moment it does look like those 4 crews, the MLC School, Canberra Girls Grammar, Darramallan and Queenwood, look to be the ones going through to the final. But as they come down into the 250 metre mark, we get an idea of that, visually get an idea of that lead that the MLC crew have. And certainly seem comfortable up with that rating. It'll be interesting to see if they what their tactic is for the final with the rating, but certainly holding down a sizable lead. The Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 7, Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Millgate certainly having a good row too, and they look to have got a little bit ahead of the Darramallan crew now. A little bit further back to Queenwood now. Queenwood certainly have moved into that 4th and important spot. So the Tara School over in lane 2 need to just keep pushing towards the line. A little bit of a wobble in the Queenwood boat, but seem to have regained their momentum again now, but no trouble whatsoever for the MLC crew as they come down towards the line. They will take out Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double Scull, and just having a little bit of a look, just confirming they're there and crossing the line to take out first. It will be lane 7, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew taking out 2nd place, followed closely behind by Darramallan. Queenwood holding on now for that 4th position, and it looks to be that the Tara School in lane 2 will cross for 5th place. So what will be important for them is how the next heat runs and how the time that fifth place gets in the next heat to determine if they make the final. And then it's a little bit further back to Sydney Girls and Newcastle Grammar, just coming with about 100 odd metres to go. So we move on to race 31. It's heat 2 of the Year 10 double scull. Once again, progressions first 4 to final, and then the next fastest, the rest eliminated. The final actually is at race 67, so a little bit later on this afternoon. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Jenkins and Cleo McLaughlin, coached by Alex McMillan. In lane 3, Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Keres, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 4, Askams, Daisy Balderston and Ingrid Sabota. In lane 5, Abbotsford, Grace Zammit and Leora Fensom, coached by David Zammit. And in lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, coached by Elliot Munro and Charlotte Blackmore, coached by Jenna Order and Jack Hanley. In lane 7, Barker College, Ziggy Wang and Ivy Kim, and in lane 8, Tara School, Millie Savaram and Dora He. And just to call out Abbotsford, once again we talked about clubs being associated with schools. Grace Zammit and Leora Fensom, certainly one of the first crews rowing for Abbotsford in schoolgirl rowing.
That's right. Yeah, coming through the 1,000-metre mark, they're actually approaching the 1,500. But Newcastle Grammar had almost a 4-second lead over Barker College, with Winona and Askam and Tara, and then Brigadine Randwick, and it was actually Pimble Lady have actually scratched from that. So there are only 6 crews in this race. Again, the first 4 going through, and the fastest, the 5th fastest, which are looking for a time of around about 9.5 minutes in this 2,000-metre race. But as they're coming through the 1,500-metre mark, Newcastle Grammar have extended their lead slightly. They've got a lead of about 3 boat lengths over Barker College, who've pushed on again. Who we have Winona trailing them by about 8 seconds. In that all-important 4th space, 4th slot at the moment is Askam. And then the 5th place will be Tara School, who will be looking to beat their colleagues who finished also 5th in the other race in a time of less than around about 9:28 to see if they'll go through to the final.
Just a reminder again, once again, if you can get access to the live stream, it's certainly worth seeing some of the pictures we're getting from the drone, the coach boats, and the fixed cameras on shoreline. Getting some great views of racing today, and well done to the organisers of the live stream. But as we come down towards the last 250 metre mark, it is the Newcastle Grammars, Elliot Munro and Charlotte Blackmore holding down about a 3-length lead, I would say, over the Barker College crew. A little bit further back to Winona's Bella Harvey. And as I said, that they just seem to have a bit of a hiccup in that boat, but going again now. And then we've got the Askam crew holding down 4th place. So that looks to be the first 4 as they will come through. Tara School over in lane 8. It's just drifting a little bit onto the boys at the moment, so they'll need to straighten up. But they're holding down 5th place, which means once again, their time is going to be all important to see if they can make the final, but certainly no trouble whatsoever for the Newcastle Grammar crew as they come down about 100 metres, just backing it off now as they realise they've pretty well got it covered. No grandstand finish in this event. We'll wait for the final. So they're coming across the line, and they will take out 1st place, followed by Barker College in 2nd. It will be Winona's Harvey and Keres coming across in 3rd, and not sure that there's a fast finishing Tara School coming up on the Askam, so I don't know, they've had a bit of a hiccup, but they seem to be going again now. They seem to be got the boat moving again now. They just slowed right down there for a sec, but they have got it back together, and they'll come across the line and take 4th, and it will be Tara School coming across 5th, a little bit further back now to Abbotsford's Zammit and Fensom.
Yeah, Tara School pushing for It's going to be very, very tight, pushing for that final qualification position. It'll be very, very tight indeed.
What was the So we're moving right on to race 32, the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. The progression, once again, 2 heats, so the progression is first forward through to the final plus the next fastest. The final is race 68. In lane 1, Radford College, Sarah Thompson. In lane 2, Fort Street High, Miller Gray, coached by Oliver Klotz. In lane 3, Meriden, Scarlett Guthrie, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst, Lucy Prentice, coached by Arabella Barr. In lane 5, Alfred Deakin High, coached by Ava Rathall, coached by Charlotte McCarthy. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Evelyn Chu, coached by Oliver Klotz. Lane 7, Kalani Heights, Calypso Crefeld, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst, Eloise Moore, coached by Arabella Barr. And lane 9, Blue Mountains Grammar, Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. And as we can see, coming across the 1,000-metre mark, Ava Rathall has about a 4 or 5 lengths lead over Sarah Thompson and Maya Edwards. Just a little bit back then to Evelyn Chu. So it looks to be a real fight on for that 4th position. We don't have them between the Blue Mountains Grammar and the Sydney Girls, Evelyn Chu, a little bit further back to Fort Street High. So there's going to be a bit of a tussle between three for that crew's currently in 3rd, 4th and 5th to see who gets the 4th place, but certainly no problem whatsoever for Ava Rathall from Alfred Deakin High. She's certainly cleared out from the field.
She's definitely laying a marker down for the next heat, I'll tell you that. Absolutely out the blocks like a rocket.
Yeah, and she's certainly got from the middle of the lane there. She's certainly got the look over the other crews. Radford College, and they're both these ACT scullers. They're certainly putting out some great sculling provision out of the ACT at the moment. They're certainly showing that, as Nathan said, she's certainly laying it out there at the moment. She's, I think, increasing that lead every stroke.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the first and second place scullers, Ava Rathall and Sarah Thompson from Alfred Deakin and Radford College, are 20 seconds both more than that, 20 and 35 seconds in front of the 3rd place. So I hope this is a calculated race plan, and they realise that going forward, I'm sure they will be, going forward to the final.
I'm just looking as she comes through the 1,500 metre mark, rating at about 22, that I think the race plan to that point has been completed, and she's just settled into, getting across the line now. So
might be on a warm down by now.
It might be on a warm down, indeed. But certainly a great display of sculling, Year 10 scullers. They are certainly putting it all out there at the moment. So through the next through the 1,500 metre mark. So Sarah Thompson was 24 seconds behind. We've had others come, and she was the second sculler through the 1,500 metre mark. We've got a bit of a wait till the next one goes through. So as you said, Nathan, this lead just keeps on extending, even though she's wound it right off. It's just continues to grow as we get further.
Yeah, I think she's got sandwiches. She might stop for a bite to eat and a drink. Great drone shot there, as you see. I hope it's on the big screen. I hope you get as good a view as there you go. There's a great drone shot there, just hovering over her shoulder there. And you'll get almost the sculler's eye view of where she'll sit now in the lake, in the far distance there, 3rd and 4th place. So very comfortable. This is going to be for Ava Rathall from Alfred Deakin High in the ACT.
Yeah, still that race on for third, 4th and 5th, and it does look to be fairly close. I would say at this point in time that it does appear that the Sydney Girls sculler, Evelyn Chu, might be might be no. So we think she's behind. We're just trying to work out. There's a couple missing out of this race.
Yeah,
so
I think it's the Blue Mountains Grammar. Maya Edwards in lane 9 nearest the grandstand.
Yeah, certainly she does look to have done the better. So it's certainly a race off here, but no problem whatsoever for Ava Rathall, coached by Charlotte McCarthy, coming down to the line now, and. It's really a training row at this point in time for Ava, and the final will be great to watch. Same happening over there on the other side for Sarah Thompson. She figures that she doesn't need to do any work in particular, so he's just rowing it down to the line now, and she will cross barring disaster in second place. But the race is now on for this third, fourth and fifth, and obviously only 4 going through to the final directly, so it's going to be a very, very important race to the line for these 3 crews. So we've got
on the far side it's Radford College, it's 4th Street, 4th Street, then we've got Blue Mountains, and then I think it's in lane 6 Sydney Girls. It's going to go down to the wire. It's going to be very, very close as they're coming up now. Who's going to take it? On the line, it looks like the Blue Mountains Grammar just take it by 2/3 of a length over Sydney Girls. And that will be a fast finish for 4th Street as well. So Miller Gray from 4th Street High will take... we'll take the 5th spot there. Loretto Normanhurst, Eloise Moore. She'll cross in 6th.
Yeah, it just gets a bit confusing at stage. The Sydney Girls, Scull, Evelyn Chu, of course, running in glebe colours, which we don't get the thing of knowing that up front. So it just gets a bit confusing for us in the call. So I apologise for any confusion there.
And I think that's Scarlett Guthrie for Meriden coming over the line. To finish this race. And moving to the second heat of the Year 10 single sculls. So already we've got some dropouts. So I think the Riverside girls, Betsy Lee has dropped out, and in lane 2 we have Nepean's Eloise Currell. From Tempe High we've got Margaret Wales. From St Andrew's Cathedral in lane 4, Darcy Turvey. In lane 5 from Winona, Heidi Heap. In lane 6, Marist College on the North Shore, Ava Baker. In lane 7 from Abbotsford, Ellie Zammit. In lane 8 from Kinross Wallaroy, Madeline Miller. And in lane 9, nearest the grandstand from the Armadale School, we have Matilda Corrington. Going through the we haven't got a timing. We had a timing out there. But it looks like from this position, it looks like the Armadale School's Matilda Corrington. And then I can't really see, we haven't got time, but here we have, in first place we've got from Winona Heidi Heap, a familiar name, not surprising. She's got about 6 seconds on Matilda Corrington in lane 9. And Ava Barker from Marist College on the North Shore is 4 seconds behind. That's as they came through the 1,500 metres mark. For those of you familiar with Schoolgirl racing, Heidi Heap has been making some great inroads for Mossman. She's now representing a school here at Winona. In 4th position there we have St Andrew's Cathedral School, Darcy Turvey, who's some way back. So first 3 positions all to be nailed on. They're quite close. 10 seconds separating them, so they're coming into the final the final 250 metres. Looks like Heidi Heap is maintaining a lead from Matilda Corrington, but they'll all be starting to wind down, I think, safe in the knowledge that they'll go through to the final now. Heidi Heap, Matilda Corrington, Ava Ava Baker.
A little bit of a gap back now to Darcy Turvey from St Andrews College, but she'll be safe in that 4th position. There is a race on for 5th position, but that's all to be determined by time, so we'll have to see as they come down towards the line. But certainly Heidi Heap from Winona College out there rowing with a set of Mosman blades, it appears, and as Nathan said, probably rowing out of Mosman, so certainly coaching staff indicates that. Certainly doing very, very well as she comes down towards the line. Ava Baker from Marist College North Shore putting on a bit of a sprint at the moment from the Armidale School's Matilda Coddington, who doesn't look like she wants to chase it, so she's wound the rating right back as well. Moving right over onto this side of the lane, that's not going to worry at this point in time. As they come down towards the line, it will be Heidi Heap from Winona crossing for first, followed by Marist College's North Shore's Ava Baker. A little bit further back to the Armidale School, that's the first 3, and then we're back to, it appears to be, we haven't got a number on that boat, but appears to be the Tempe High Sculler. Both St Andrews Cathedral and Tempe High are both rowing 4 like up, but we don't have a number on that. I'm not sure if what lane it is, but it could actually be the St Andrews College's Darcy Turvey coming across the line.
Yeah, I think it's Darcy from St Andrews is going to take it in.
And she'll be that place 4 into the final.
Yeah. And looking at respective times, the winners of both those heats, it's a big difference. Obviously, because of the wind down and such a lead they've had in the previous heat, the sculler from ACT who won, Ava Ruthell, finished in a time of 8, very comfortably in a time of 8:41. Heidi Heap there finishing in a time of 8:55. So there's obviously plans afoot to go hell for leather for the final between those 2 scullers.
Yeah, and the Abbotsford sculler, Ellie Zammit, crossing the line. The Zammits, of course, coached by David Zammit. So they're a long-time association with the Abbotsford club. I think Joe Zammit's still at Abbotsford. And Wendy, I think, is over at North Shore at the moment, but certainly a long history with Abbotsford, and previous to that it was the MLC Sydney Women's. So there's great to see that they are able to put out schoolgirl rowing in the last couple of seasons. We move to race 34, the schoolgirl second, Coxed Quad Scull. So we're moving into the bigger boats. And we have in lane 1 Askams, Jemima Crawford, Zoe Thrillful, Bianca Pellegrini, Clover Nolan, and their coxswain Caitlin Hild. In lane 2, MLC Schools, Ashley Denton, Adelaide Abernethy, Isabel NG, Steffi Liang and Lucy Stotto's their coxswain, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel. In lane 3, Barker College's Ziggy Wang, Ivy Kim, Meg Heyman, Emily Holsworth and Sasha McGarrick is their coxswain. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Charlotte Lynn, Laura Sayers, Serena Cummings, Charlotte Blakelock and Isla Campbell is their coxswain. In lane 5, Radford College's Rosie Humphreys, Natalia Costanzo, Kate Collier, Lucy Mahalovic and Gigi Hickey is their coxswain. In lane 6, Darramarlin's Olivia Spirit, Kayleigh Diska, Emma Williams, Grace York, Zoe Glover is their coxswain, coached by Abigail Mitchell. In lane 7, Roseville College's Emily Wang, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Elise Bestick, Zia Chapman is the coxswain and coached by Alex Brown. Lane 8 is MLC Schools, Ella Hu, Nicola Keast, Clementine Hendricks, Jemima Blake. Their coxswain is Elizabeth Ravens, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel. And in lane 9, Redlands 3, Hannah Yu, Stella Vincent, Sarah Yates, Olivia Pollock and Pearl Brown is their coxswain.
Yeah, and through the 1,000 metres, it was Radford College, just had their noses in front of Darramarlin. In 3rd spot was the MLC, the first MLC boat there. In 4th, Roseville. In 5th, MLC. In 6th, Barker. In 7th, Redlands. And bringing the rear is Askham. But it's going to be first 4 through to the final with the 5th fastest qualifier. It's going to be close. I'm hoping the second MLC boat can get a bit closer in the last 500 metres to Roseville to challenge. We'll see how it goes. But the field is quite spread out at the moment.
And we're just watching that Radford crew at the moment, looking very, very comfortable. Their timing is very good, and certainly movement throughout the boat is very good. So they're holding down that lead coming through the 1,000-metre mark. But it wasn't a great lead. It was only 2 seconds over Durham and a further 2 seconds back to MLC School. So at the moment, once again, first 4 through to the final, the next fastest time. It looks like those 4 are going through a bit of a gap back to that Roseville crew of about 10 seconds and another 6 or 8 seconds back to the second MLC crew. So all the work to be done by MLC to try to overhaul Roseville, but certainly looking like no problem whatsoever for these 3 leading crews.
Yeah, 500 metres to go. Radford College just extended their lead, pushed hard in that third 500 metres. Radford College now moving out just over 7 seconds over Durham. MLC School hot on their heels, about half a length in it to Durham, and Roseville have moved into the 4th place spot.
Yeah, I'd say Roseville now have put about a length or so on the second MLC crew. So they at the moment have tied down that fourth of the and last place into the final. That final race is at race 70 this afternoon. But the Radford College crew certainly looking very polished. Coming down at about 300 metres to go. Nothing in between them, a little bit further back to Durham Allen and MLC 1. So they look to be all fairly safe. Roseville have done a lot of work in that third 500 and certainly not going to challenge for second or third, but will be safely in 4th as they come down towards the last 250 metres. But once again, we're out in front. We're watching this Radford College crew of Humphreys, Costanzo, Collier and Mihalovic and Coxed and Giggy Hickey coming down to about 150 odd metres to go. Once again, we've seen some great drone shots. Drone just hovering above about 50 metres out at the moment, so getting some great shots as they come down towards the line. Durham Allen just doing a bit of a wind to the finish, probably just a little bit of a practice for the final. And certainly over on this side, the MLC crew also just stepping it up a bit, probably a little bit too much looking out of that boat in that boat, but they're pretty safe in 3rd position. It will be the Roseville College crew who will come in 4th. So the first place was Radford College. In 2nd, Durham Allen. 3rd will be MLC 1. 4th will be Roseville. A little way back now to MLC School number 2. Having to keep that going all the way to the line because the time is going to be all important for this MLC crew. And then we have a little bit further back to the Ascombe School, Barker College, Pymble and Redlands.
As we conclude that race, we'll turn our attention to race 35. It's the second heat of the second Coxed Quad Scull. On the far side from Redlands, we've got Matilda Hugman, Georgia Grace, Lillian Forsyth, Liv Goodland and Coxed by Lillian Chen. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, Florence Vinnell, Rio Churchill, Ralphie Reed, Emily Fletcher and Ziana Chu. There's Cox in 3rd in the lane 3, Sydney Girls, Elsha Lim, Ashley Constantine, Alice Gow, Bonnie Steele and Cox by Jenny Zhu. In lane 4 from Roseville, Lucy Ryan, Madeline Edge, Lily Coonan, Sabine Baird and Cox by Amelia Firth. In lane 5 from Radford College, Millie Mann, Catherine Austin, Grace Dixon, Olivia Seidel and Cox by Harper Walter. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Georgina Leggett, Katja Economos, Adelaide Potts, Emily Roy and Coxed by Cordelia Valentine. In lane 7 from Tara School, Piper Walker, Amarta Ranjan, Victoria Eaton, Sydney McCarthy, and Coxed by Daya Mishra. In lane 8 from PLC Sydney, we've got Willow Swift, Chloe Lau, Vicky Russell, Carla Rasica, and Coxed by Isabella McFarlane. And in lane 9 from Redlands, we've got Holly Davies, Eva Simpson, Catherine Budden, Francesca Richardson, and Coxed by Charlotte Scott.
Yeah, so through the 1,000 metre mark, we had the Monte San Angelo crew. Through the thousands, we had the Redlands crew of through in first, followed by PLC Sydney, Redlands 2, and followed by Radford College. That's where the first 4 places are. Yeah, so we're looking at from the umpire's launch at the moment. A few directions being had by the umpire. Of course, they can't steer the crews. They can just, if they look like they're going to clash, or they'll let them cross lanes if they're not going to be impeded by the other. Impede any other crews. They're left up to that, so they can't actually steer it. They'll just steer in case of an imminent crash or danger. But so we're watching that through. It was the Redlands crew, it said, with a handy lead going through over the PLC Sydney. Little, not too much in it, back about 2 seconds back to Redlands and Radford College as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. And we can see over there now that crew over in lane 1, the Redlands crew, certainly holding down a commanding lead now. It seems to have they may well have extended that lead. It does look a little bit of a tussle across there for the remaining places, but the crews, the PLC Sydney and Redlands 2, over on this side, lanes 8 and 9, certainly battling it out, I would think, for second and third, although some movement in the middle of the field as well from the Roseville and Radford College crews. So through that 1,500 metre mark, and we have going through there first up was the Redlands number 1 crew over in lane 1. We've just got a bit of a delay in getting these positions up.
Yeah, it certainly looked like Redlands, and it's the boats on this side of the lake. It's the Redlands 2, the PLC, and I think there's a Radford College boat in the middle of the pack which might be in contention. But certainly right out there, it's Redlands in second place, some 16 seconds behind, it's PLC. Then 0.8 of a second behind, it's the second Redlands boat, who've only got themselves a 1.83 second on Radford College. That's the first 4 boats going through. Roseville's still there, they're 7 seconds behind, then it's Canberra, Cranbrook and Sydney Girls. So on the far side, the Redlands crew, Hugman, Grace, Forsyth, Goodland, Coxed by Lillian Chen. They look to be in the prime position. Second, third and fourth going to be very close between the PLC, Redlands and Radford boats.
Yeah, certainly no problem at all for this Redlands crew, and they have wound it right back down now. They're having a good run. We've got the ever so slight cross headwind at the moment over the last 300 metres, which will be just coming into play a little bit. They're probably a little bit protected over there in lane 1, but certainly not needing too much protection. They're a mile in front anyway, so the PLC crew here in the Radford PLC crew and Redlands number 2 are certainly battling out for second, third and fourth. I'm not sure whether Roseville will have enough to come back into that 4th place. I think they're going to run out of the course to make a big comeback on that, but certainly a great tussle going on out here at the moment, and it does appear that the Radford College and Roseville are holding their positions. At PLC Sydney coming back, but no problem at all as we come across the line for Redlands College, Hugman, Grace, Forsyth, Goodland and Chen crossing the line well ahead of the chasing pack. It will be Radford College crossing second. Very tight between PLC Sydney and Redlands number 2. PLC holding the slightest of advantages coming down to the line. Won't be much in it, but they'll have done enough. They'll come across the line in 3rd place, about 2 metres ahead of the Redlands crew in lane 9. A little bit further back now to Roseville in 4th position. Quite the race on between Cranbrook and Canberra Girls Grammar. It will be the Cranbrook crew crossing in 5th, followed by Canberra Grammar in 6th. And Sydney Girls. And we've got a little bit further back now to the Tara School.
Yep, good fighting there, even though it's a heat. It will put a marker down for the final. A good battle there between the PLC, Sydney Boat, Redlands, and obviously Radford College, who had about a length on them in second place. Already race 36 is well underway. On the far side in lane 2 is Loretto, Normanhurst, Jones, Hannaford, Hall, Smith, Coxed by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 3 from the MLC School, we've got Kershaw, McDonald, Beaton, Parker, Winall, and Coxed by Lana Eng. In lane 4 from Tara School, we've got Lou, Dolimov, Odbert, Rouse, and Coxed by Charlotte Goy. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we've got Murphy, Griffin, Owen, Bowen, and Coxed by Rebecca Alicia. In 6 from Monty, we've got Darcy, Walsh, Armstrong, Ravenstein, and Coxed by Lucinda Tucker. In lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, Deng, Tang, Lau, Zabo, and Coxed by Ari Williams. And in lane 8 from Sydney Girls, we've got Palmer, Zankle, Williams, Rao, and Coxed by Haley Hugh. Already well underway. They come through the 1500 metre mark, and it's Canberra Girls Grammar who've got about a 7-second lead over Monty, sitting in second place, who've got their noses in front of MLC School by about half a length. In fourth place, in that fourth important spot, we've got Tara School, who have got quite a comfortable lead on the 5th place Sydney Girls. We should be still going for it because the next fastest crew in the 5th place will go through to the final. But it looks like these schools, Canberra Grammar, Monty, MLC and Tara, are going to go through to the final, all things being equal in the last 400 metres, 250 metres of this race.
Yeah, it's certainly MLC. Just putting on a bit of a finish here. I think that's probably more for practice than actually wanting to be overtake the other crews. So, but certainly the Canberra Girls Grammar crew looking extremely comfortable. They've very proficient. I think they won or came second in the Nationals last year, one of their crews. So they're continuing to be very strong in sculling events in the squad. But yeah, and indeed the MLC crew has come over the top of the Monty San Angelo crew in the last 200 metres, a little bit further back to Tara, but once again winding it right down now. Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Murphy, Griffin, Owen, Bowen and Alicia.
They look very, very smooth, that crew from Canberra there. That's a lovely example of controlled sculling in the quad there. They look to be a fast contender or a contender for the final as Monty go through. And coming into that all-important 4th spot will be Tara School. Still going for it in lane 8, Sydney Girls. They're looking for the time. They're pushing hard for that 5th fastest finisher. They'll finish in 5th. Wait to see what the time is.
Yeah, this heat was a lot faster than the previous heat, so it augurs well for the 4th crew, the 5th crew home in this one, Sydney Girls, because they weren't. There was a little bit of time in it, so it'll be interesting. We'll do the maths, and Nathan will do the maths, and give us a result.
Yeah, I think it looks like provisionally Sydney Girls will go through to the final there, as we have North Sydney just go over the line, just in front of Loretto Normanhurst on the 4 side. But yeah, so it looks like from my back of the envelope reckoning, it looks like Sydney Girls will go through to the final there.
We move on to race 37, the Schoolgirl First Coxed Quad Scull Heat 2. Reminder that first 4 go through to the final, plus the next fastest. Is that a race? Okay, we'll move right on. We've just checking our facts on the final for that last couple of races, because we've got Heat 2 coming down now, and in lane 2 was Barker College's Lucia Stimoli, Lucy Watkins, Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson, Coxon, Maddie Burnett. Lane 3, Redlands, Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell and Lily Van Hulsen is their coxswain. Lane 4, the Armidale Schools, Olivia Bellinger, Isabel Coddington, Elsie Caulfield, Georgia Jones. Their coxswain is Lucy Taylor, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 5, Radford College's Lily Soderblom, Hannah Koch, Frida Teschendorf, Isabel Egan. Their coxswain is William Huang. In lane 6, Kinross Wallaroy's Katie Smith, Katie Lawler, Laura Chudley, Sienna McFarlane, Zoe Mackay is their coxswain. In lane 7, PLC Sydney's Grace Moody, Amelia Barry, Kiara Ewing, Mia Wilson, Lily Cameron is their coxswain. In lane 8, Ascombe Schools, Anouk Lafferty, Charlotte Hourigan, Lara Drower, Charlotte Francis and coxswain Remy Malouf.
Yeah, and coming through, coming up to the 500 metres. At the 500 metre mark, Radford College in lane 5 just had their noses in front there from Redlands in lane 3. And as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark, we'll get a take on where they're at now. And here we go, Radford College across the line, just in front. It looks like they've extended their, they've had a good second 500 metre race and extended that lead over Redlands to about 8.2 seconds. Armidale School are in third position. And they are, again, just extending their lead on PLC Sydney. So that's the first 4 that go through to the final. But Radford College has set their marker down. Had a great second 500 metre race. And kind of put 6 seconds on Redlands, who sit in second. Armidale School, PLC Sydney are in 4th. Barker College are in 5th. And Ascombe are in 6th.
Yeah, so Nathan, we might have called it early with the previous heat, thinking that was heat 2, but that was heat 1. So heat 2, this will determine who goes through to the final, certainly it does look fairly clear cut for the first 4 positions in this race. A little way to go though. We're still about 750 metres left in this race. It does look like the Radford College crew has still holding down a couple of lengths lead. May well have extended that over Redlands College, who are in lane 3. So we're just as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark, you can see the field is well spread out. The 2 crews really have tailed off to the back. The crews on the outside, Barker College and Ascombe, are a little bit out of the picture at the moment, and certainly the crews in the middle here, the Armidale School, Radford College, Kinross, does look like certainly faring the best.
So going through the 1,500 metres, Radford College certainly starts to move away, extended that lead even further in the third 500 metres over Redlands to almost 15 seconds. So they're very comfortably out of the blocks. 2 seconds in front at the 500, 8 seconds at the 1,000 metre, and at the 1,500 metre, almost 15 seconds in front of Redlands. 5 seconds behind that, we've got the Armidale School in third, and then some 13, 14 seconds behind, we've got PLC. So they're kind of tied on for the progression through to the final. PLC are looking over their shoulders at Barker College, who are a few lengths behind them in 5th place. Barker lead in 5th. The Ascombe School, who are comfortably in 6th. And then we have in 7th position, it looks like it's going to be, I think that's it actually, because actually I think like the Kinross Wallaroy crew, which was in lane 6, has scratched.
Yeah, so another great display of sculling coming out of the AC2 crews. This Radford College looking very, very comfortable coming into the last 150 metres. certainly keeping the length, keep the timing, and certainly just backed it off a touch, but still keeping the momentum down towards the line. Coming the last 100 metres, a little bit further back now to Redlands. The crew over in lane 3. The Armidale School still pushing them along. We then go back to the PLC Sydney crew in lane 7 for the top 4 positions. I think Barker a little bit too far behind to challenge the PLC crew, so that'll be a good effort by PLC to make the final of this event. But it is the Radford College crew crossing the line now. Very comfortable win. Just coming home now, hard as the Armidale School, just pushing Redlands all the way to the line. Redlands don't seem to be too worried about it. They will cross for second place. The Armidale School in third. It will be back to the PLC Sydney crew. Look to be coming down to take fourth place and get that place in the final, and certainly not letting it off. I want to make sure of this finish. Probably just once again practicing their finals pace, and coming across the line now to take out fourth. We'll be a little bit further back to the Barker College, followed by Askham.
And then as Barker cross the line in 5th, this is a slower final. I don't think they're going to go through to the final, as we see Askham School coming in 6th place there. But yeah, much slower final. Don't think they'll go through Barker College there, given the timing of the previous race.
So we move on to race 38, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational over 500 metres. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, Pellin Ozen. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Michelle Lai. Lane 5, PLC Sydney, Rachel Lai. In lane 6, PLC Sydney's Sailor Reid. In lane 7, Redlands, Emily Horrocks. In lane 8, Roseville's Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady. So great to see that other schools get involved in the para rowing, and certainly PLC has been strong in this event for a number of years, and we have seen other schools now offering that as an option in their rowing program. So this race will be over 500 metres. It's recreational, so it's not a championship event, but it will be over 500 metres. So they're probably about 100 metres off reaching the starting position. We are running a little bit behind, being that it's 10:55, and this race was due to start at 10:35. So probably about 20 minutes behind, and which I'm sure we'll start to make up as we get into the finals. Once again, Nathan, a bit of crowd gathering in the grandstand, ready for the lunchtime racing with the sprint eliminator, the women's sprint eliminator.
Yeah, as it approaches 11s, I'm sure the gins and tonics will be starting to be cracked out. Not in any way do we condone drinking at a school event in any way, as I've been told several times before. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be tucking into 11s now. I hope the barbecues are going well. I hope the silver platters of prawn sandwiches with the crust cut off are being distributed.
I don't think I've ever heard it called a crust, the shell.
No.
A prawn.
The crust of the sandwich.
Oh, the crust of the sandwich.
Yes,
I thought, well, you said a prawn sandwich with the crust cut off.
Yeah, crust.
And so I was thinking, oh, gee, there we go.
Yeah,
there's something new.
And at Henley, yes, of course. Crusts are always, taken off the sandwiches, for 11s. Yeah.
Absolutely. And certainly this afternoon, a great afternoon of finals, and we're certainly looking forward to some very fast racing. Certainly in the Schoolgirl no 8s, the racing's been fast and furious over the last couple of regattas, and from the state championships through the Sydney regatta. So we look forward to seeing some great racing in those and some of the bigger boats, as well as the other finals that are on this afternoon. So as we're getting closer to a start, we're moving down. I remember these are recreational rowers, and so they have been, they're out there training and certainly rowing, but racing into many of these would be a new experience, and it certainly is daunting coming out onto the Sydney International Regatta course for the very first time, or for any time for some of us, but certainly they will be just a little bit of nerves happening out there, and certainly will be getting guided and helped by the umpires and the support boats as they come onto the line. We've got a great drone shot, just marvelling at these drone shots today and the clarity and the colour that we're getting out of those shots with the Blue Mountains up behind, and we can see a little bit of a shot of some of the other lake systems that we've got just over the back of the course there. There's certainly a lot of water around here, but it does look like we've got a start, and it's a very good start by some of these scullers. Certainly the PLC sculler in lane 3 and the Roseville sculler Jess Smith over here in lane 8 have got out to very fast starts, and certainly we can see a little bit of stopping to actually straighten up. That's so Pelin Ozen probably has just lost a little bit of that momentum when she just stopped to straighten up, but they're well underway now, and Roseville's Jess Smith over in lane 8 just came up, and she's crossed the boys a little bit, but realises where she is now and is coming back into her lane now. Not far behind her is Redland's Emily Horrocks, who is certainly at this stage maybe holding down second place. Still in it though, and Pelin Ozen and Michelle Lai over on the other side of the course, although there's nobody really out of it at the moment. Sailor Reid is probably got a little bit out the back and is having a little bit of trouble with the steering at the moment. Pelin Ozen again over in lane 3 has just stopped, but he's underway again now, and certainly when she's moving has great pace. But Roseville's Jess Smith, she is streaking ahead here. Still spending a little bit too much time over those boys, but doesn't seem to be impeding her progress. If you're going to row over them, probably the best thing to do is what she is doing and row right over the top of them. But decided that she would come back into her lane, and is doing that now. The Redland sculler Emily Horrocks is not out of it too much. She's probably about 3 lengths behind, as is the Michelle Lai from PLC. So we can get some bit of noise from the crowd, please, and get these guys there's a recreational para rowing. This is a great display of rowing by Jess Smith of Roseville College, and as she's coming down towards the line, just a little bit of a grandstand finish though, so she needs a bit of help from that grandstand. Just help her across the line. It will be Redland's Emily Horrocks, who's currently holding down second place. A few steering issues with the Michelle Lai from PLC School, but no problem whatsoever for Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady. A great display of sculling as she comes down towards the line. She will go across the line with a big cheer from the crowd, and to take out this para-single scull recreational over 500 metres. It does look like it'll be Emily Horrocks coming down to the line in second place. Just a little bit further back now to Michelle Lai and Rachel Lai from PLC School, and they're coming down, and Emily crossing the line now. Great effort by Emily. And here we've got the PLC scullers, Michelle and Rachel Lai, coming down the scull. It looks like Michelle's decided to slow down and let Rachel catch up. And they've gone for their own photo finish. Yeah, that's what I like, this staged photo finish. Who could believe that was possible? But yeah, they've certainly, what a great race. Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney, still coming down to about 100 metres. She's having a bit of a look, just making sure the line's still there, but it is. And she will continue on. And another very great row from Sailor Reid. She has not stopped all the way, and certainly is having a great row. And you'll notice that a number of these scullers run the float systems just to reduce the chance of a rollover. And so they're pretty much a safety and balanced apparatus, but coming down towards the line. It looks like the PLC scullers are going to now. Could it happen twice? Is it possible? But No, it looks like they've. Oh, yeah, there it is, and there is two staged photo finishes. This is nice work by these guys, but loving it. But a great cheer for these guys. The para-single recreational 500-metre race.
G'day everyone. Henry Lees and Michael McRae back in the commentary box for your morning commentary. You thought you got rid of us, but no, we are back. Starting off with race 39, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, good to be back up here. Thank you to Nathan Birch and Rob Glendenning for taking you through the past hour.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll be with you until the commencement of the Zeke Sprint Eliminator. About an hour and a half's time, which is very exciting indeed. But for the moment, as you said, Henry, race 39 on the course. The Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7 in lane 2, representing Queenwood is Izzy Ingram, Michelle Den, Ava Brooks, Jessica Bailey and Savvy Lowe. Representing Roseville out of lane 3 is Savannah Mutzis, Lucinda Cunningham, Zoe Day, Maddie Lord and Steph Atkinson. In lane 4 is Queenwood, represented by Annie Zhu, Eva Gray, Georgie Fagan, Charlotte Dickerson and Isla Robertson. In lane 5 is Redlands. That's Emmeline Galejo, Freya McInnes, Madison Moisa, and Ava Peace, coxed by Raina Shrestha. In lane 6 is Roseville. They're represented by Hazel Carroll, Ruby Zhao, Edith MacArthur, Evie Craig, and Liliana Petesic is their cox. Queenwood is in lane 7, represented by Abby Boyd, Krista Jayasingham, Sasha Lamb, Bettina Toya, and Sophia Proud. And finally, Redlands in lane 8, represented by Isla Wong, Asmi So, Asha Singh, Ilsa Antonsen, and Jasmine Sethi.
And Michael, looking down this start sheet here, we have 3 crews from Queenwood in this division here. So, look, that's an impressive depth from the Queenwood School there on the lower North Shore, rowing out of the Mossman Club.
Yeah, remarkable depth, and it is indeed the Queenwood School in the lead in this race, and second and third as well. Testament to the strength of the Queenwood program. So Queenwood 1 in the lead, followed by Queenwood 3, followed by Queenwood 2.
Geez, that's some bragging rights there, the Queenwood 3 crew being in front of the Queenwood 2 crew. And then Roseville coming in there in 4th place. 5th, we have Redlands coming out of the line. And then it looks like after that, we have Redlands again. Shout out to Redlands, another school with multiple boats in this. And Roseville, 3 crews, sorry, 3 schools in this race, Michael. 1 with 3 crews and 2 crews with 2 crews apiece as well. And Michael, as we come down the line here to the final 250, it looks like the 3 crews from Queenwood have maintained their lead here, with Queenwood 1 in lane 2 in the lead, being pushed quite hard by Queenwood 2 in lane 4, with Queenwood 3 also in the contention there for the top 3. A clean sweep would be a nice start to the day for the Queenwood School. Yeah, a little bit of daylight, Henry, opening up between those 3 Queenwood crews. It is Queenwood in lane 2, making the best of things, probably a length or 2 advantage over Queenwood in lane 4. Who are just lifting their rate of striking as they come into the final 50 metres or so of their race. And then Queenwood in lane 7, a little bit back. Just some timing issues in that boat as they come into the last little bit of their race. Nice recovery there. The stroke seat's caught a crab, and she's taken 1 stroke and is back on it. Excellent sort of
a win for there. Queenwood in 1. Second place to Queenwood 2. And third place to Queenwood 3.
I mean, the crews and coaches have done well there to get Queenwood 1 as the fastest boat, Queenwood 2 second fastest, and then, I'll let you do the math for the third boat there.
Looking as though the crew in the Roseville colours in lane 3 claim 4th place.
No, that is Roseville 7, Michael, so we do have another Roseville on the course as well.
Redlands in lane 5 will claim 5th place. In 6th place, looking as though it'll go the way of Redlands in lane 8.
And it looks like the crew from Roseville are having some steering issues as they come down the course here, having to correct themselves, moving back into the lane, and they will round out the field in 7th. But Redlands there, crossing the line in lane 8 in the 6th position.
final stages of their race now as the crew from Roseville. And they're crossing the line now. Finalise that race and moving on to race 40, which is assembling itself down on the starting blocks. The 1,000 metres. Division 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 3, representing North Sydney Girls, is Shivangana Tanwa, Zara Osman, Ziyu Chow and Aviana Buchanan. Alice Lai is their coxswain. St Catherine's is in lane 4, represented by Evie Bayliss, Jacqueline Links, Eva Lewis, Ella Smith and Abigail McLaren is their cox. Darramarlin is in lane 5, represented by Arabella Hawley, Amelia Choi, Ashley Williams, Josie Willsmore and Sophia Allison, who's their coxswain. Queenwood are in lane 6, represented by Aisha Cameron, Cora Talbot-Stern, Jackie Ellison and Emily Vanderplug. SB Sanchez Garioya is the coxswain. And Roseville is in lane 7, represented by Eleanor Fro, Sarah Wong, Rachel Gu, Selena Chen and Marla Munro is their coxswain. Underway, Henry.
Ferocious start there, Michael. 5 crews side by side, 40 blades getting ready off the start. It's
glorious chaos down there.
It's organised chaos. It's sensational.
It certainly looks as though the crew in, I think that's the Queenwood crew in lane 6, got away certainly quite well.
And Michael, while we get through these early stages, I think it must be commented again on the beautiful conditions we have today. There's tiny breaths of wind, beautiful blue sky, and the temperature after a few weeks of hot regattas that we've had to sort of amend. We're rowing in paradise today.
Absolutely, that is the case. And as you said, Henry, rowing New South Wales regattas have been afflicted by all sorts of impediments the past couple of weeks. We've had storm, heat, tempest,
lightning.
We haven't had a plague yet, but
let's touch wood. But I think today we have been blessed by the rowing gods. It is stunning out there. Perfect conditions for rowing.
And some excellent vision. If you're joining us on the live stream or out here at the Regatta Park on the big screen, you're seeing that vision from the boat race official boat. And that's the St Catherine's crew in lane 4 on the screen. You can see that they're contending with each other a little bit. Excellent vision as well on the drone coming through that. You can see that is the Queenwood crew in lane 6. Aisha Cameron, Cora Talbot-Stern, Jackie Ellison and Emily Vanderplug. Boxed by SB Sanchez Garioya. And the ones in the lead, and they're looking rather slick, Henry, rowing together and in time and maintaining a healthy rate of striking too.
Exactly right, Michael. They're sitting up tall at the front, letting the boat do the work for them and, not disturbing it on the recovery, which is not something that... not something that we need to sort of sly away from. And coming through the 500 or halfway mark, they have an open water boat length lead.
It's a substantial lead, and Roseville are the ones
chasing them down.
Yes, lane 7, and then followed across by Darramarlin, occupying 3rd place.
And then coming through on the top of the screen there, we have North Sydney Girls as well, coming through in the 4th place position, with St Catherine's in 5th when they come through. But this race is Queenwood's, I would say. They've rowing extremely well, extended the lead to about 2 lengths, and I think coming to the last 250, they'll just enjoy this last little bit.
Yeah, plenty of Queenwood supporters out there today, and the coaches, of course, will be thrilled with them. It is a significant lead, as you say, being enjoyed by this Queenwood combination.
And looking up here, Michael, the race for 2nd and 3rd is heating up a little bit as well, with the 2 crews looking like it's going to be, a bit closer than we saw at the 500.
Yeah,
with, I would say, Roseville being just in front over the School from Darramarlin.
We'll have a better idea as they come past the grandstand, but certainly, as you say, just the race is tightening up just as we come into the last 250 metres or so. Roseville just probably some steering on board the boat there. It's just got to straighten up and get back on course. But I think Darren, that's just given them the chance just to perhaps overtake them a little bit.
Yeah, it's sort of, they've seized that opportunity and they're jumping at it, and be looking forward to see what the line of the bow balls are as they come closer towards the finish line. But right now, Michael, it's all on. It's all up for the Dickies for that second and third place.
Well, certainly no doubt about the race leaders. Queenwood, they're in lane 6 and now looking all but certain to claim the win. And just another couple of difficulties floating with the lane markers in that crew in lane 7, Roseville. And just given Darren Marlin the chance just to claim the second spot. And I wonder whether or not that's given them the second position. A win for Queenwood.
And Michael, I think you're right. Those slight steering issues, and they've actually moved 2 lanes across now, the crew from Darren Marlin, and Roseville have claimed the second, or Darren Marlin, sorry, have claimed second with Roseville in third. And looks like they were afflicted by some unfortunate steering issues there towards the end.
Looking now poised to claim 4th place is the crew from St Catherine's over there in lane 3. Withdraw that, it was the crew from North Sydney Girls in lane 3. 4th place. And they'll be followed across by St Catherine's, who are in lane 4. So a little bit more spread out towards the conclusion of this race 40, the Division 6 of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. But we'll move along to race 41, which is underway further back down the competition lake. It's Division 5 of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 3 is a crew from North Sydney Girls, represented by Chloe Gao, Ariel Chu, Wei Han Huang, Mara Yi Chendai, and Emily Quinn. Roseville are in lane 4, represented by Vera Triggs, Claire Grant, Cassandra Thwaites, Mia Gill, and Harper Snyder. Canberra Girls Grammar are in lane 5. They're represented by Samara Chung, Vivian Shen, Isabella Harrison, and Lexi Eagleton. Meg Story is the Cox. In lane 6 is St Catherine's, represented by Willow Sharma, Georgina Hathan Ajarman, Elsa Clark Jago, and Luella Dady, coxed by Lily Corkle. Queenwood are in lane 7, represented by Charlotte Garland, Nicole Watkins, Mackenzie Breitenbach, and Auburn Emery. Emma Woods is the Cox. Loretto Kirribilli are in lane 8, represented by Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Millie Scott, Madison Lee, and Marley Ray, who is their coxswain. And this one's looking as though it's a bit tighter, Henry. Queenwood in lane 7 are the race leaders by not very much at all. It's lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli, right on their heels.
Less than half a second, Michael, as we come into the second 500. And, you know, as we've said before, the middle 500 is where this race is won or lost. And it looks like the battle for first and second is heating up to be quite a tough one. I can see from our position here, there are streams of Queenwood and Loretto girls running down to the bank to support their crews, which is an excellent thing to see for these kind of regattas out here today. We love the support everyone brings to their compatriots on the water.
Absolutely, and it was Roseville occupying 3rd place at the 500, and followed by St Catherine's, North Sydney Girls, and Canberra Girls Grammar in that order. The margins a little bit more generous, I suppose, in the lower order of the race, but certainly plenty to row for the leaders of this race. Queenwood, 0.85 was the margin between Queenwood and who was occupying 1st place at the 500, and Loretto Kirribilli 2nd place. But I think they've probably extended that lead just by a little bit, Henry.
I would say so as well, Michael. I mean, I think Loretto need to keep an eye out, not only for trying to get Queenwood in the 1st place, but watch out for the crew from Roseville to maintain that position in 2nd, because they're coming home with a wet sail, I would say.
Certainly Loretto Kirribilli on the near side, as you say, Henry, lifting their rate of striking. Let's see what they can do in the final 150 metres of this race. Thereabouts, Roseville over there in lane 4. Well, they're not out of contention either, but Queenwood, well, they've led from the start of this race, and they are now looking poised to claim a win in Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. They're looking in control. They're looking towards the grandstand and towards their closest rivals in the Kirribilli colours, but they know they've done enough to claim this one. Queenwood's Charlotte Gardner, Nicole Watkins, Mackenzie Breitenbach and Auburn Emery, and urged on by their Cox and Emma Woods, claiming a win in race 41 for Queenwood, and they are thrilled about that one. Second place goes the way of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8. Third place going to Roseville in lane 4. Then back to St Catherine's, who claim 4th place out of lane 6. And a little bit further back now to North Sydney Girls in lane 3. We're looking poised to claim 5th spot.
And that's Canberra Grammar just coming over the line there in 6th place. Recapping your winners for that one: Queenwood in 1, Loretto Kirribilli in 2, and then Roseville in 3 for the Year 8 Schoolgirl Cox Quad Division 5. And Michael, we turn our attention to race number 42 now. Looks like we have the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull race 42. Lane 1 we have Redlands, Charlie Cottrell Down and Imogen Bush. Lane 2 we have Tara School, Tara Mullally and Catalin Young Wu. Lane 3 Radford College 1, Savini Yelamathi and Hannah Bitterson. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster, Ella Cossis. Lane 5, Redlands number 1, Annalise Beatty and Pearl Brown. Barker College 1 is in lane 6, Lee Miller and Christabel Shu. Ashcombe is in lane 7 with Jessica Robillard and Jess Brown, coached by Mitch Kapochis. Lane 8, Newcastle Grammar School of Ava Hasselnett and Matilda Hutton. And then lane 9, Loretta Normanhurst 1, Maya Parks and Rosie Staniforth.
Just before we turn our attention back to race 42, the presentation of medals for race 38, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. In 3rd place and recipient of bronze medal, Michelle Lai from PLC Sydney. In 2nd place and silver medalist from Redlands, Emily Horrocks. In 1st place, gold medalist and champion in 2026, Jess Smith from Roseville. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. Those medals were presented by Julia Story. So Henry, through the 500 metres, it's the crew from Ascombe School, making the best of things. 0.181 seconds behind them, Redlands, and then look at the margin back to Hunter Valley Grammar, occupying 3rd place, 0.08.
That is as close as it can be, Michael. If that was at the finish line, that'd be a photo finish. And it looks like these 3 crews, Michael, are sort of occupying a bit of a pigeon, a bit of an arrowhead at the front of the field right now, leading it from the centre. Behind there, we have a bit of a healthy margin back, 12 seconds back to the crews in 4th place and onwards.
So just behind Hunter Valley Grammar at 4th place with the 500 metres was Tara School, and then back to Loretto Normanhurst, Redlands, Radford College, Newcastle Grammar and Redlands 2 in that order. So that's how they went through the halfway point in this race. But just have a look at the pointy end of the competition, Henry. It is looking a little bit tight between Ascombe in lane 7 Redlands in lane 5, and Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 4.
And Michael, I would dare to say that the crew from Redlands have just pipped the crew from Askham as they come into the last 100 metres. Oh, and as we come down to the final few hundred metres, it looks like, yes, that crew from Redlands have pushed through and they are winding it to the line right now. They've gone from being behind at the 500 to being open water leads, and they've brought their rate of striking up to, I would say, in the 40s there, Michael, to get down to get this win in the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. The win will go to Askham. Second place coming in there will be, the win will go to Redlands. Second place to Askham. Third place, lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. What a finish from Redlands.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to those 3 medalists, and finishing this, and for the minor placings as well. And it's a crew from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 9, contending with, it's a crew in Barker College. Carla's got lane 2 on their back, but I think that's the crew in lane 6 who claim 4th. 5th place to Loretto Normanhurst. 6th place to Radford College in lane 3. 7th place to Newcastle Grammar in lane 8. 8th place looking as though it'll go the way of Redlands in lane 1, followed by Tara School in lane 2. Before we move on with racing, we'll have the presentation of medals for Race 40, Division 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And in 3rd place, recipients of bronze medals, Roseville. Roseville are represented by Eleanor Froh, Sarah Wong, Rachel Gu, Selena Chen, and Marla Munro. In 2nd place, recipients of silver medals, Darra Marlin. Darra Marlin are represented by Arabella Hawley, Amelia Choi, Ashley Williams, Josie Willsmore, and Sophia Allison. In 1st place, gold medalists in 2026, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Aisha Cameron, Cora Talbot Stern, Jackie Ellison, Emily van der Ploeg, and SB Sanchez Garrioya. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in Race 40, Division 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull.
Now we turn our attention, Michael, thank you for that, back to the course for the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. We're coming to the last 250 metres, and we have quite a tight field here, Michael. Running quickly through the crews, North Sydney, Roseville, Tara, Willoughby Girls, Ashcombe, King Koppel, Winona, Merredin, and Sydney Girls 1.
Well, thanks, Henry. It's looking as though it's going to be a really tight battle, but Winona in lane 7, Sophia Gray, well, she's the one who's went through the 500 in the lead, but have a look at King Koppel's Coco Harley as well, but also over there in lane 1, Isabel Vartha Carvey, who's making a really, really strong surge just to see if she can snatch the lead off of King Koppel's Harley in lane 6, but looks as though she's just had a couple of missed strokes there, but can she get it back? The King Koppel Sculler in lane 6, just to hold off that fast finishing North Sydney Girls Sculler. I think she can. I think she's going to do it. It's going to be a win for Coco Harley and King Koppel School. 2nd place is going to go the way of Winona and Sophia Gray. 3rd place is really tight between it's the Merredin Sculler, Sonia Johns and Leichhardt colours, and the North Sydney Girls Sculler over there in lane 1. We'll have a photo for 3rd, but certainly 5th place are going to Violet Bransgrove from Willoughby Girls. 6th place to Poppy Mallet from Askham. We'll wait for the judges for the determination of the 3rd and 4th place, but phenomenal finish there, Henry.
phenomenal finish, Michael, and a great race there from the Coco Harley from King Koppel. She had some steering issues towards the end there, but managed to hold her poise and finish off with a win there. Sydney Girls now coming in 8th, and then lane 3, Tara School coming in there to round out the field.
The presentation of medals for race 39, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Queenwood 3, Abby Boyd, Krista Jayasingham, Sasha Lamb, Bettina Toya, and Sophia Proud. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Queenwood 2, Annie Zhu, Eva Gray, Georgie Fagan, Charlotte Dickerson, and Isla Robertson. In first place, gold medalists, Queenwood 1, represented by Izzy Ingram, Michelle Deng, Ava Brooks, Jessica Bailey, and Savvy Lowe. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in race 39, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7.
And Michael, very quickly there on the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, the photo finish there. North Sydney Girls, Isabel came in with the 3rd place there from the photo. So great result. Thank you for the officials for getting that result out quickly to us all.
.007.
Now, Michael, I do remember saying at the 500 metre mark, .008 would be a photo finish, and we do have one here. So sometimes it's amazing how tight these margins can be at the high, pointy end of the season here at the ultimate race.
Absolutely, and congratulations to North Sydney Girls and Isabel Varthakavi for that phenomenal conclusion to that race, just snatching the silverware off of Meriden in the end there. But for the moment, we have race 44 on the course. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. And this is a race contested by 3 crews only. Canberra Grammar in lane 4. That's Saskia Gutman, Harper Nottle, Charlotte Murrells, Demi Seraphim, and Emma Waldron. And Pimble Ladies in lane 5. It's Isabel Hume, Abby Pisani, Bethany Carruthers, Alexandra Ritchie and Eloise Jenkins, and Canberra Grammar, there's another Canberra Grammar crew in lane 6. That's Claire Gow, Emily Wertenauer, Charlotte Prosser, Marsha Bodie, and Ada Barger. The presentation of medals for race 41, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Roseville. Roseville are represented by Vera Triggs, Claire Grant, Cassandra Thwaites, Mia Gill, and Harper Snyder. In second place, silver medalists, Loretto Kirabelli, represented by Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Millie Scott, Madison Lee, and their coxswain Marley Ray. In first place, gold medalists, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Charlotte Garland, Nicole Watkins, Mackenzie Breitenbach, Auburn Emery, and Emma Woods. please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. While race 44 comes down the course, we will present the medals for race 42, the final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Hunter Valley Grammar, represented by Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins. In second place, and silver medalists, Askham. Askham are represented by Jess Robilliard and Jess Brown. In first place, and gold medalists, Redlands. Redlands are represented by Annalise Beattie and Pearl Brown. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull.
And then, Michael, we'll turn our attention here to the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4 final. Looks like the crew from Canberra Grammar number 1 in lane 6 is commanding a dominating lead here as we come through to the final 500 metres here. They look like they're about 3 lengths in front from the crew from Pymble Ladies and then their compatriots in the Canberra Grammar 2.
Maybe even longer than 3 lengths, Henry. Canberra Grammar, as you say, certainly in the lead, and no doubt about it. They're crossing the 1,500 metre mark at this stage. Of course, this is a race over 2,000 metres, and the lead is a substantial. Clear water, many lengths.
Many lengths. They're rowing with an imperious presence on the water, I would say. Coming into the shot now, we have the crew from Pymble with 19 seconds back, and then hot on their heels is the Canberra Grammar 2 crew, 5 seconds respectively back to them, but it is the Canberra Grammar 1. It is their race right now. Great to see some sweet boats out on the water this morning now, Michael. I believe this is probably one of the first races we've seen with single oars. We've had a morning of sculling.
Well, that Canberra Grammar 1 crew in lane 6 on the screen now, if you're joining us on the live stream or on the big screen, just looking very poised and in control, Henry. Very healthy rate of striking, but like a very powerful stroke too. Well coxed and urged on, I'm sure, by Ada Barger in the coxswain seat there in the Canberra Grammar colours.
No, that's right, Michael. They're rowing exceptionally well. You know, blades striking the water at the front of the catch, letting the boat run on the recovery, and there memories are made from.
Use the word imperious before, Henry, and that's exactly the appropriate word to describe this Canberra Grammar combination. Lane 6, Claire Gow, Emily Wertenauer, Charlotte Prosser, Marsha Bodie and Ada Barger, their coxswain. They are completely unchallenged, and they are going to claim the win at the head of the river for the Year 10 Coxed 4, and they are very pleased indeed.
Congratulations
with that one.
To them. What a win.
Second place is a little bit tighter, but it's between Pymble Ladies College in lane 5 and Canberra Grammar, the second crew that is, in lane 4. And into the final couple of strokes now, Henry.
Coming down the line, yes, Michael, you're right. And that margin that was held at the 1,500 metre mark was eaten into, but second place will go to Pinball Ladies. Third place there to Canberra 2. Congratulations to all crews there. Fantastic racing.
Just before we have the presentation of medals for race 43 for the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, if Gracie Hornby is in the grandstand or anywhere around the boat park, could you please make yourself known to the tower? Because your mum is looking for you. Gracie Hornby, thank you. The presentation of medals for race 43, the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. In third place, recipient of the bronze medal, Isabel Varthakavi. In second place and silver medalist from Winona, Sophia Gray. In first place and gold medalist, Coco Harley from Kincoppel. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. And moving right along, race 45 on the course and bearing down upon what looks like the 1250 on the vision that we have on the live stream, Henry. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 second 8, contested by 3 crews. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4. It's Amelia Edwards, Sahara Bornstein, Beatrix Germain, Catherine Stark, Jacqueline Whitaker, Jazz Burgoyne, Isabel Kellett, Sally Hines and Charlotte Fagan. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 5, represented by Emily Buriak, Charlotte Taylor, Katerina Volandis, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Georgia Woodlard, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sayre and Arabella Johnston. And St Catherine's is in lane 6, represented by Harriet Hathan Jarman, Matilda Jack, Beatrix DeBell Hancock, Lucia Waters, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr and Chloe Avramedes. Henry, they are through the 1,500 metres.
Through the 1,500, Michael, and it looks like the crew from Loretto Normanhurst are in the lead here, with the crew from St Catherine's just having a bit of overlap. And one thing, Michael, I would like to say is the coaches from some of these crews, they were also rowers previously, so great to see them giving back to a program that they rowed and gave time to throughout their time at school as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to see.
And as we come through the 1,500, it is the Loretto Normanhurst crew in the lead. St Catherine's 3 seconds back from them, and then Loretto Kirribilli coming through in the third place. And it looks like the Loretto Normanhurst crew is extending that lead. They've just broken the gap for open water back to St Catherine's as we come through into the final 250 metres leading up to that right now.
Yeah, open water now for the crew in lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst, and a very mature looking crew there in lane 4. They are rowing in time, and certainly a great amount of power on board, and it's
they're attacking
unsurprising.
the front end, Michael. Yeah, you know, they're aggressively racing this race, which is great to see, and it's what you need to do in an 8.
St Catherine's, well, they're in lane 6 and probably a length and a half at least down, but they're not giving up the fight, because they are being pursued with a vengeance by Loretto Kirribilli, who are in lane 5 and are coming into they're probably a length and a half down on them. So the race a little bit it's spaced out, but certainly the crew in the Normanhurst colours in lane 4 are going to enjoy this. This is the culmination of their season in the Year 10 second 8, and a very polished performance, and deserved winners, I would have suggested. The crew in lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst, coming into the final couple of strokes of their season. It's going to be a win for Normanhurst out of lane 4.
And a great wind to the line there as well, Michael. They really brought that up brought the rate of striking up, and they're celebrating.
Yeah, they're
accordingly.
thrilled with that one.
Congratulations. Second place there to the crew from St Catharines, and then Loretto Kirribilli pushing all the way through to the line. Rate of striking high, coming through in the third place there. Well done to all crews in the Year 10 Schoolgirl Second 8 division.
The presentation of medals for race 44, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Canberra Grammar, represented by Saskia Gutman, Harper Nottle, Charlotte Murrells, Demi Seraphim, and Emma Waldron. In second place and silver medalists, Pymble Ladies College, represented by Isabella Hume, Abby Pisani, Bethany Carruthers, Alexandra Ritchie, and Eloise Jenkins. In first place and gold medalists, Canberra Grammar, represented by Claire Gow, Emily Wertenauer, Charlotte Prosser, and Marsha Bodie. Their coxswain is Ada Barger. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4.
Thank you for that presentation, Michael. We'll now turn our attention to the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 Division 1. We're coming into the first 500 marker, sorry, the 1,000 metre marker, and we have Loretta Normanhurst 1, followed by Kinross Wallaway in second, St Catharines in third, only half a second back there. Then we have Pymble Ladies in the fourth position, and then coming through in fifth, I believe we have Loretta Kirribilli from there. So 5 crews coming out of the course here, Michael, and Loretta Normanhurst, they're extending their lead through the 1,000 metre mark. They're sort of like the crews in the division before them, attacking that front end and really attacking this 8s race here, which is great to see.
Yeah, Normanhurst certainly looking strong in these 8 so far, but I have to say, Henry, not unchallenged by any stretch of the imagination. Kinross Wallaroy to their immediate right. They're certainly holding on to them, and there's probably still overlap, I think, I'd suggest, between those two boats. And also to Normanhurst's left is the crew from St Catharines, and not out of it either. And then across the far side, it's the Pymble Ladies combination, who are probably keeping in touch with the St Catharines crew as well. So plenty of overlap and plenty of excitement, I would have thought, to develop in the remaining 600, 700 metres of this race.
I couldn't agree more, Michael. Nothing more exciting than having overlap in an 8s race when you get through to the last 500. That's when the real sprint comes out. But we said it before, and I'll say it again like a broken record, the middle K for a 2,000 metre race is you set yourself up for the win here so you can enjoy the fruits of all your labour in that final 500. And it looks like that crew from big opponent Normanhurst are just pushing away from, well, particularly the crew from St Catharines, but that crew from Kinross, they're not letting go. They are pushing hard to get that first place theirs, and they're not going to let Normanhurst go without a fight.
Well, Kinross appear to be just clasping their mouths around the heels of the Normanhurst crew in lane 6 and not letting go, and still with overlap. And through the 1,500 metres now, running out of water for that Kinross Wallaroy crew. But Normanhurst, well, they're still the ones in the lead. And I'd suggest the margin has just decreased a little bit, Henry, in an exciting development.
They are, it is, the Normanhurst crew have set themselves up, but Kinross are holding and poising themselves for a final 500 push. It'll be interesting to see how they can bring the rate of striking up and really wind to the line, as you say, for the final now the final 250 metres.
And this race for the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, rather, is for the International Women's Day Trophy. So some serious silverware on the line in this race.
Some big bickies coming down here for the race here, and looks like this crew from Normanhurst, their blades are jumping into the front. They're really attacking the front end. But the Kinross crew, Michael, I would say they've caught up a little bit here from our position at the finishing tower.
Well, look at Kinross. They're raising their rate of striking now in an attempt just to reel back this lead that's been enjoyed by the Normanhurst combination for most of this race. I just wonder whether or not they're going to run out of water to do it. Kinross are looking very strong, coming home with a wet sail, but I just think Normanhurst has got enough horsepower on board to fend off that late assault by the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 5. It is looking poised, and the International Women's Day Trophy to go to Loretto Normanhurst in 2026. Congratulations, and an emphatic celebration on the grandstand. Kinross Walleroy settling for second and silver medals. St Catherine's in lane 7 claiming third place. Fourth place is going to go the way of Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, and then back to Loretto Kirribilli rather in lane 4, who will claim 5th spot. Well, Henry, wasn't that an exciting conclusion?
What a fantastically mature race from the crew from Loretto Normanhurst there. They set themselves up, Michael, held strong in the middle 1,000, and then just were in control in the final 500, notwithstanding that sensational line to the line from Kinross Walleroy.
But the other thing to say about that Normanhurst performance is that they had to be mature enough and brave enough to watch the late surge by that Kinross crew and to respond to it as well.
Hold their composure.
Absolutely.
And they did. They sat tall. They were, you know what, my favourite word, they were imperious with it all, Michael. Well done to them.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Loretto Normanhurst, the winners of the International Women's Day Trophy. That trophy was first awarded in 2025, and it's presented to the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, which is donated by Pymble Ladies College. The trophy recognises the strength, determination and potential of young women in rowing and celebrates the important contribution of girls and women to our sport. So look forward to that, the presentation of the International Women's Day Trophy shortly.
Now, Michael, I think we might have a bit of a reset with our crews at the moment. We've finished up the Year 10 sweep boats, and we've changed the order down to a 1,000 metre race for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad sculling divisions now. Lining up on the start, we have the Schoolgirl Year 8, beg your pardon, Coxed Quad Division 4 sculls in the final coming up.
Thanks, Henry. That's right, race 47. Lining up on the course, and hopefully we'll have a decent line form in a short moment so we can get underway. But Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1, they're represented by Harriet Stanton, Izzy Wallace, Annabelle McPherson, Ava Maria Iarcano and Amelia Smith. Roseville in lane 2, that's Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Matilda Gifford, Sophie Thomas and Isabella Boca is the coxswain. Queenwood is in lane 3, represented by Florence Jones, Bronte Russell, Poppy Pietha and Olive Houtmer. Coxed by Adrian Huang. Redlands is in lane 4, represented by Sonali Bezu, Ella Rose Young, Ella Forsyth, Tony Meek and Daisy Ruddock. Canberra Girls Grammar is in lane 5, represented by Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Elizabeth Kritz-Marnitz, Isabella Campbell and Rebecca Elisha. St Catherine's is in lane 6, represented by Thea Haywood, Zaria Lonigan, Zali Carter, Diana Dye and Charlotte Rosenthal. In lane 7 is Pymble Ladies College. They're represented by Bianca Tan, Megan Au, Valentina McAndrews, Olivia Beaumont and Phoebe Toynton is their coxswain. And in lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst are represented by Zalia Johnson, Macy Palmer, Lily Sam, Sienna Weston and Harriet Portelli. And finally in lane 9 is Sydney Girls, represented by Emily Azo, Nora Kim, Elvina Wong, Jian Zheng and Myra Gupta, their coxswain. Isn't that some fantastic footage on the live stream, Henry? Look at that.
We are blessed to have the drone showing us here. We can see all the lanes across, Seldom do you get that in international rowing, to see all the crews racing down the line, and we are blessed here to have it at the 2000 Olympic course as well, to show this spectacle of schoolgirl rowing.
Well, just a phenomenal scenes out here at the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River. And for the moment, Queenwood in lane 3 in this, the 4th division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, making the best of things. You can see quite clearly that they are in the lead out of station 3, but have a look across the course on the near side. It's Sydney Girls in lane 9 who have, I think they've got a fair amount of overlap with them, to be honest, and making for a really delicious finish to this race.
Michael, I think, as you said, that's correct. The crews in contending at this stage for the 2nd and 3rd place, there's 4 crews that could win it, or could get those places, from Roseville, Redlands, Canberra, and then the Sydney Girls crew as well. It's anyone's race for that, but I think based on the form and what we're seeing here, it's going to be the Queenwood crew in the lead, and that's right coming through the 500. 1st place Queenwood, 2nd place Sydney Girls, 3rd Canberra Girls Grammar, 4th Roseville number 4, 5th St Catherine's, 6th Loretto Kirribilli number 4, 7th Loretto Normanhurst, and 8th Redlands School, with, I believe that's going to be Pimbrel's Ladies for their rounding out the 9th place.
Have a look at the margins between 3rd, 4th and 5th. 0.64, 0.12, 0.91.
More photo finishes at the 500, Michael. It is going to be an exciting finish here. Who can wind to the line in this final 400, 500 metres now? Well,
hold on to your hats and don't go anywhere, because we are looking as though we're going to get a pretty exciting finish, certainly for the minor placings in this event. But look at Queenwood over there in lane 3, Henry. They've certainly extended the lead ahead of their nearest rivals, who were North Sydney Girls on the near side of the course.
They have that, Michael. They've done very well, and they set themselves up from the onset.
And Queenwood looking very strong indeed, and consolidating their lead, I'd suggest, Henry, and they're looking poised to claim a win in the 4th division of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. But have a look at the race that is unfolding for the 2nd place and silver medal. It's between the Sydney Girls in lane 9, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, and Roseville in lane 2. It's really, really quite tight between those 3 crews, but certainly no doubt about the race leaders who've led from the start. It's going to be a win for Queenwood in lane 3 in race 47. 2nd place, it's tight, but I think at the moment the lead is being enjoyed by Canberra Girls Grammar, and they're going to claim the win. They've done enough to hold off a late flurry of competition. 3rd place will go to Roseville, and followed by St Catherine's, Sydney Girls, Loretto Normanhurst, and then back to Loretto Kirribilli, who claimed 7th place. We've got then a finish coming from Redlands over there in lane 4, and then followed across the line by Pimble Ladies College in lane 7. So plenty of action down there, Henry.
Geez, what a humdinger of a finish, Michael. That was fantastic racing there, and particularly from the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, Michael. They were sort of in the mix just as they came through the 500, and then they had an excellent final 500 to give themselves, the best position to get into 2nd there.
Just before we move on for a presentation and race 48 is on the course, just a quick announcement from Rowing New South Wales officials. If you are connected to Bluetooth speakers in the grandstand, could you please disconnect from that speaker used for the Zeke Sprint Eliminator in a short while. So please do disconnect from those speakers if you're using them. Thank you. the presentation of medals for race 45, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Second 8. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Loreto Kirribilli, represented by Emily Buriak, Charlotte Taylor, Katerina Volandis, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Georgina Woodward, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sayre, and Arabella Johnston. In second place and silver medalists, St. Catherine's, Harriet Haythen-Jarman, Matilda Jack, Beatrix Debble Hancock, Lucia Waters, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, and their coxswain Chloe Avramiters. In first place, gold medalists Loreto Normanhurst, represented by Amelia Edwards, Sahara Bornstein, Beatrix Germain, Catherine Stark, Jacqueline Whitaker, Jazz Burgoyne, Isabel Kellett, Sally Hines, and their coxswain Charlotte Fagan. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Year 10 Second 8.
And Michael, we'll quickly turn our attention back to the water where we have the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Division 3, and it looks like the win here is going to go to Roseville in lane 6. They've got open water here, Michael, and it's their race. They've brought the rate of striking up and they're rowing exceptionally well. Second place is going to go to lane 7, Loretta Normanhurst, and then third place, yes, that's going to be Queenwood in lane 5. Fourth is going to be Canberra Girls Grammar, closely followed by St. Catherine's. Then Sydney Girls down the bottom here in lane 9. Lane 1, we're going to have Barker College coming through. Just behind them is going to be the crew from Canberra Grammar. And then, look, coming down the course here, rowing with such heart and passion, we have the girls from Loreto Kirribilli, and it looks like we've had a technical malfunction with an oar. I believe a crab was caught earlier on, and we might have a broken blade. I'm not too sure, but you know it's heartbreaking to see. Yeah. But they're rowing hard and finishing strong despite these challenging conditions, and well done to them for that.
Hard to see. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli for that finish despite the breakage, and well done indeed. And that concludes race 48, the third division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. So race 49 is on the course now. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2 final. In lane 1, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Madison Burns, Georgina Ritchie, Florence Murphy, Zoe Maynard, and Harper Lee.
And on the course now, we have the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Division 2 coming into the final 250 metres. From the position here up in the finishing tower, it looks like we've got a bit of a battle here between the crews from Roseville and Queenwood coming down the course for the first place. Minor placings, Michael, is going to be a blanket over the field, but the race here is going to be race for first and second right now between the crews from Roseville and Queenwood. It's going to be a tight finish here, and then we'll turn our attention quickly after that for the place the race for third, but right now it's too close to call. I would say would be the crew from Roseville just in front, but Queenwood have brought their road striking up and they're winding to the line. I've got crews looking across, trying to push, but it's going to be Roseville at this stage, Michael. They're ahead and they're rowing exceptionally well from the fast-finishing Queenwood crew.
Yeah, Roseville have just responded to that late push by Queenwood, who are rapidly running out of water. I think, as you say, Henry, Roseville are going to do just enough and hang on just in the nick of time to hold off a fast-finishing Queenwood. It's going to be a win for Roseville.
And then, Michael, third place here. We've got three crews all within a foot of each other. We've got Loretto, we've got Normanhurst, and then we've got Kimball as well. It's going to be the crew from Loretto, Kirribilli, who just take third. I would say a photo there between fourth and fifth as well. Exciting racing.
Sixth place going to Barker, followed across the line then by St Catherine's, and then over there in lane 1, Pymble Ladies College. And to finalise the race, it'll be Canberra Grammar in lane 2. And on the course now is race 50. It is the first division of the final rather of the Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And we have a full complement of crews. And look at this, Henry, the competition that is unfolding on the course here. Where a fascinating race is before us, and I will read through the crews just as we come down. It's Pymble Ladies in lane 1, Normanhurst in lane 2, Redlands in lane 3, Tara in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, Queenwood in lane 6, Roseville in lane 7, St Catherine's in lane 8, and Canberra Grammar in lane 9.
And Michael, coming through that 500, we had less than half a second between the crews of Queenwood and Canberra Grammar. Sorry, beg your pardon, 0.64, just over half a second. And they're in a real ding-dong battle here, stroke for stroke. It's going to be an exciting finish for that first. And then looking again on the drone minor placings, there are 5 crews that are racing for that third position.
And Henry, this race is for the Janet Freeman Trophy for the fastest Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And what a fascinating competition is unfolding before us. It is between, as you said, the Queenwood crew and the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lanes 6 and 5, respectively at this stage. 0.64 the margin. But I think it is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar who have just overtaken Queenwood in the final of the preceding 100 metres or so, and opening up a little lead. I think Canberra Girls Grammar ahead of Queenwood.
Definitely, Michael, and they've just extended that half a bow ball lead to about half a boat length, and they're driving their boat down. They're really attacking the front end there, and they're surging their bow ball towards the finish line. Queenwood there in second, but they better be careful because the entire rest of the field is catching up with them. Third place looks like it might go to the crew from... Geez, it's too close to call right now who that crew's going to go for.
Oh, maybe just a crab there in the Queenwood boat, just given the clear water to Canberra Girls Grammar, who are going to claim the win in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 and for the Janet Freeman Trophy. Second place going to Queenwood. Third place is really tight, but it'll go to Roseville. And a flurry of finishes now. Fourth place to Redlands, fifth place to St Catherine's. A finish between 6th and 7th, Tara and Normanhurst. 8th place to Pymble Ladies College, and then 9th place back to Canberra Girls Grammar. So certainly plenty of action unfolding, but it looks as though we did have a win for Canberra Girls Grammar, and they will take home the Janet Freeman Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 46, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. This is the presentation for the International Women's Day Trophy, and the medals and the trophy will be presented by Dr. Kate Horton from Pymble Ladies College. In third place, and recipients of bronze medals, St Catherine's, represented by Mila Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copeland, Charlize Morgan, Inksa Dive, Ava Jameson, Georgia Love, Delphi Walsman, and Anya Roofley, their coxswain. In second place, and silver medalists, Kinross Wallaroy. Kinross are represented by Anna Orr, Charlotte Williams, Paxton Buckerfield, Alexandra Karish, Ruby Hilda, Millie Hellier, Matilda Whiteley, Georgia Tancred, and their coxswain Sophie Caro. In first place, gold medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Anna Ward, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Mullins, Ruby Matthews, Lucy Meek, Alexandra Hare, Lara Dwyer, Poppy Bensley, and their coxswain, Rosie Lennon. Dr. Kate Howden to now present the International Women's Day Trophy to Loretto Kirribilli. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 10-8.
Thank you for that, Michael. Now we turn our attention here to race number 51, the Schoolgirl Double Scull. If you're joining us in the live stream, we can see we're just in the starting blocks and getting things ready, and that is a sensational bit of footage here from the drone just hovering above the start line. Going through the crews here, we have Askham in lane 1, Chloe Hitchinson and Sammy Rob Illard. Queenwood are in lane 2, Genevieve Hayes and Eloise Lenvelt. Blaxland High, Yvette Young and Sophie Whiteclaw. Now we have the medal presentation for race number 47, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Roseville in third place, Claire Goatley, Eliza Hughes, Matilda Guilford, Sophie Thomas, Coxed by Isabel Bocher, and coaches Neve Tierney and Lucy Thompson, beg your pardon. Canberra Girls Grammar, Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Isabel Kritmatz, Isabel Campbell, and Coxed by Rebecca Leisha. Please congratulate your medalists for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2.
Just before we turn our attention back to the competition Lake Henry, where race 51 is unfolding, we'll have the presentation of medals for race 48, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. In second place, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Kane, Nikita Duff, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, and Emily Boone. In first place and recipients of gold medals, Roseville. Roseville are represented by Estella McKenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Spark, Sophie Belzer, and Coxed by Daphne Alvarado. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in race 48, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3.
And then, thank you for that, Michael. We turn our attention now again to the Schoolgirl double, and it looks like the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary are commanding a impressive lead here as we come through probably the 750 metre mark into the 1,000 metre mark, and the drone footage is showing us they're about 4 lengths ahead. We'll give a bit more of an update on the crews once we get through a marker, but at this stage it looks like they have about a 7-second lead over the School of Askham in second, Monty St. Angelo in third, Redlands in fourth, MLC fifth, Blaxland High in sixth, Winona 7th, Barker in 8th, and then Queenwood rounding out the field in 9th place.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. This race 51 for the Schoolgirl Double Scull is for the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy. It's donated by the Union of Oarswomen, and through the 1,000 metres, it is the crew from the Northern Beaches Secondary School, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. And perhaps unsurprisingly, it's that crew in the lead who have gone from strength to strength. That crew rose out of the Mossman boat shed in that program, and Henry, we've called their names a number of times this season, and they've been fierce competitors, always at the front of the pack. But they are in the Northern Beaches Secondary colours today, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. Their coaches are Joshua Hewitt and Kieran Kabelke, who will be, I'm sure, thrilled with the progress that they made in this race. You'd suggest that the real race here is going to be for the silver medal, which at the moment is between the Monty St. Angelo combination, Amelia Darcy and Catherine Walsh in lane 4 on one hand, and Redlands, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell on the other. 11.96 was the margin between first and second, but 0.88 between second and third. So, and then a little bit back to fourth place, which is currently being occupied, as you pointed out earlier, Henry, by Askham. That's Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard. So plenty of the calibre of the athletes out there is very high in this race, and Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates certainly in the ascendancy and unchallenged for this lead. And just while race 51 comes down the course, present the medals for race 49, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Loretto Kirabili. Represented by Coco Mutton, Maeve Malone, Mila Sadie, Maddie Manchi, and Francesca Vellabarden, who is their coxswain. In first place and recipients of gold medals, Roseville. Roseville are represented by Eloise Winkler, Josie Harris, Ilaria Roberto, Charlotte McIntosh, and their coxswain, Zia Chapman. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2.
And then, thank you for that, Michael. We turn our attention to the course now for the Schoolgirl Double Scull with that crew from Northern Beaches Secondary still commanding that impressive lead. And Michael, they're just racing to the line. This is their race. This is something they're enjoying. They brought their rate of striking down ever so slightly, and I think that's going to be a commanding win for Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates there from Northern Beaches Secondary.
Well, we saw them on the rostrum a number of times during the New South Wales State Championships a couple of weeks ago, Henry, and Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, well, they continue to impress as an up-and-coming combination. And so keep an eye on them as they go through the ranks, because certainly the lead that they've commanded in this race is substantial. And congratulations to their coaches, Joshua Hewitt and Kieran Kabelki, because that's an emphatic win to the Northern Beaches secondary crew.
Excellent job from them. And then second place here, Michael, we've got another crew they might row against on Middle Harbour. There is Redlands coming through with an excellent bit of double rowing here, nice and tidy as they take the second place. Third place, lane 4, goes to Monty St. Angelo there. Rounding out your medalists for this. Lane 5, MLC, going to come in fourth place. Lane 1 from Askham coming in fifth. Finishing off here, we have Barker College coming through in 8th. Rounding out the field in 9th is the Queenwood crew. Recapping, Northern Beaches Secondary took home the win with Redlands in 2nd and Monty St. Angelo in 3rd.
Thanks, Henry. We'll have the presentation of medals for Race 50, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1 for the Janet Freeman Trophy. In 3rd place and recipients of bronze medalists, Roseville. Roseville are represented by Mia Darcy, Harriet Godfrey, Mia Williams, Imogen Howitt, and their coxswain is Amelia Firth. Champions and gold medalists in 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar. Represented by Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot, Alice Bondietti, Jessica Murphy, Memphis Lynham, and their coxswain, Madison Auger. And the winners of the Janet Freeman Trophy in 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Thank you for that, Michael. We will turn our attention very quickly back to the Schoolgirl single scull, where Isabel Henderson from the Eliminator School in that iconic fluoro green-yellow hat is commanding the lead here. She'll take out this one. Looks like from the splits here, she's been leading from the start. Second place is going to be a tight battle between Emily Barnett from PLC Sydney and the crew from St. Aloysius Cronulla. It's too close to call, but I would say the crew from Lane 4, Charlotte Oliver, might just take this win for second. But it's going to be a photo. That's going to be a photo finish for second and third. Fourth place coming through from Lane 6 is going to be Lottie Ravenstein. Roxanne Brown in fifth.
Roxana Brown claiming fifth place. Bridget Thompson of Kinross Walleroy claiming sixth place. Then back to Isabel Bugg from Askin claiming seventh, and Ellie Taylor from St. Columba's Catholic in lane 8. So we'll have some official results for you in a moment, certainly to clarify the identities of the silver and bronze medalists in the Schoolgirl single scull. But an emphatic win, Henry, to Isabella Henderson, who's doing her rowing out of the UTS Rowing Club on the club scene.
Excellent rowing from her, and you can see why. She's had the coach of Sam Fennessy, who is, an excellent coach down at the bay down there. And Michael, it looks like we do have a result there. The crew of from PLC Sydney, Emily Barnett in second, with Charlotte Oliver from St. Aloysius in Cronulla in third, with a margin of 0.11. Tight margins there, Michael, for second and third.
Indeed, and congratulations absolutely go to Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, just pipping Charlotte Olivier from St. Aloysius Cronulla on the line for the medals in race 52, Schoolgirl single scull. So that concludes this morning's session of racing. We'll have presentations for the Schoolgirl double scull and the Schoolgirl single scull after the lunch break. But we will have, starting very shortly, the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. And so don't go anywhere, because we'll have some excellent coverage coming to you from the tower and down on the pontoon. We'll pass back shortly to Stuart John.
So just an announcement for those racing this afternoon. Races are still as per schedule. So the first race at 1:15, and that will be at the conclusion of the sprint eliminator. So the first race of the afternoon session is still scheduled for 1:15, so crews will need to be on the water in time for those. So just an update to that previous announcement. The first race in the afternoon session will be at 1:45 p.m. The first race in the afternoon session will be at 1:45 p.m. with all following races 30 minutes after the scheduled time. So 1:45 for the first race. All afternoon races will be 30 minutes after their scheduled time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the start of the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. We have 9 single scullers getting ready at the 250 metre mark, and they are going to be racing down towards the finish. The last place sculler will drop out, and then it'll go back around again. So we've got the 8 races coming down the course. It promises to be extremely exciting. Some of the biggest names in Southern Hemisphere rowing: Tara Rigney, Lucy Spores, Emma Twigg, Bella Scammell, last year's gold medalist. And we've also got a bit of information as well about the schools that they represented here at the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River. So the first race in the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator coming up shortly. So our crew's getting ready at the start. Lane number 1 is Tara Rigney, representing Mossman Rowing Club and Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 2, representing Melbourne University and St Catherine's, Romy Cantwell. In lane 3, from Newcastle University Boat Club and Scotch Oakburn School in Tasmania, Kate Atherton. In lane 4, representing Canterbury Rowing Club and Christchurch Girls High School, Lucy Spores. Lane 5, representing Mossman and Redlands, Nikki Lepresti. Lane 6, representing Hawke's Bay and Napier Girls High School, Emma Twigg. Lane 7, representing the West Australian Rowing Club and Perth College, Georgia Patton. Lane 8, representing UTS and Loreto Normanhurst, Laura Goulet. And Lane 9, representing Sydney Rowing Club and Kinross Walleroy, Isabella Scammell. My name's Stuart John. I'm up here in the finish tower, but down on the pontoon, getting ready to interview the athletes as they finish up, is the host of the Rowing Down Under podcast, Chris McCarthy. Chris, how's the atmosphere down there on the pontoon?
Zeke Sprint Eliminator. We've got 9 of the best athletes, not just in Sydney, not just in New South Wales, not just in Australia, but 9 of the best scullers in the world out here ready to give it their all over 250 metres. If you're not familiar with the format, 250 metres, last place, pack up the single, go home. 8 more girls, row back up to the start line, do battle again, last place, pack up and go home until we reach our top 3. Third place, $3,000. Second place, $5,000. First place, $10,000 cash. And all of our athletes are going to be receiving some of the brand new Zeke Global Zooties, the Performance and the X-Line Zooties, which are a fantastic new product to be hitting the market. We're very thankful for their support here at the Sprint Eliminator. We've got our 9 athletes up on the start line. For everyone here in the grandstands, make a little bit of noise, a bit of a cheer, they can hear you. I think we can do a little bit better than that. 3, 2, 1. That's it. I think we'll head back up to the commentary tower. Stuart John's going to take us through the racing.
Thanks, Chris. And as we mentioned, some great athletes here. Tara Rigney, a multiple world championship medalist. Emma Twigg, the gold medalist in the women's single in Tokyo. Also, the current world beach sprint champions. Lucy Spores, the reigning double scull Olympic gold medalist, winning in Paris. We've got Romy Cantwell, the New South Wales Victorian single scull champion as well. Kate Atherton, she'll be rowing for Tasmania in the interstate regatta coming up soon. Laura Goulet, the New South Wales champion, who's rowed for part of the winning Queen's Cup crew last year down at Lake Barrington, as was Bella Scammell. Jumped into a brand new single last year, came home $10,000 the richer. We can see them all lined up at the start. The goal is, do not come last. We are underway in the first race of the Eliminator, and it's great footage here from the drone. You can see that Kate Atherton from Scotch Oakburn has got off to a flying start. The lightweight sculler able to go through quite nicely. Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club also out there as well, but it's lane number 5, Nikki Lepresti from Mossman Rowing Club, who's out towards the back at the moment. So you can see there how it's basically a flat line right across the front of the course, and a lot of the scullers now just starting to drop that rate down a little bit. They want to try and conserve energy. There's still 7 more races to go after this until we get our final winner. It does look like it's going to be Nikki Lepresti from Mossman Rowing Club and also Redlands, who will be the one eliminated from the first of these heats. Our remaining scullers getting over the line in very close to a flat line across. Our last one across, Tara Rigney in lane number 1. But it will be Nikki Lepresti from Mossman Rowing Club who is eliminated from the first race. She will go home with $250. For the remainder of our scullers, it's back down to the start. Get ready for another 250-metre sprint.
So it's only 5 minutes in between the races. It might seem like a while now, but after 8 250s, I guarantee that will feel like an instant. In just 3 minutes, we'll be underway with our second race. So down here on the pontoon, got Nikki, who is our first eliminated, I'm sorry to say. But Nikki, you did the hard yards. You came through and qualified at the sprint regatta. Didn't have to rely on a wild card like everyone else here. Or an Olympic gold medal. When you started the season, did you think you'd be racing up against Emma Twigg at any point?
Absolutely not. No, just to be here is like such a wonderful opportunity, and yeah, I mean, I just had to take in that start line, like sandwiched between two Kiwi gold medalists, was just phenomenal, and something I never thought I'd get to do. So, yeah.
Yep. And what do you think about the tactics for everyone else going forward? 2 more minutes, pretty quick turnaround, but a lot more racing to come. What do you think is going to be going through their heads?
I'm just going to have to punch it out, right? Like, yeah. But I mean, they're incredible athletes, so they're going to be perfectly fine, I think. So.
Brilliant. And I'm presenting you with your Zeke performance line, Zudi, and you can head up to James to get the one that get the right one. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Nikki Lepresti. Looks like we're almost ready to go with time to spare. Still 1:20 left until we have the start buzzer. I don't think we'll be getting back up to the start that quickly once we've done 6, 7, 8 races. But these girls fired up and raring to go up there, Stuart.
Absolutely are. It's a bit like the beep test, isn't it, Chris, where the first couple you go out quite nicely, you've got that bit of energy, and then towards the end there was I remember last year there was some very, very tired bodies that were making their way back down to the start. It is so important, though, in this sprint race to try and get off to as quick a start as possible. Plenty of local schools represented here, plenty of geographic spread with our rowers. Laura Goulet from Narrabri, Isabella Scammell from Orange. And, of course, we're always love to see the big Kinross Walleroy contingent down from Orange. Bella Scammell, junior Australian representative and part of that Queen's Cup crew that won in 2025 down at Lake Barrington. Georgia Patton, she's been named in the West Australian Queen's Cup crew, and she'll be looking to try and win that one for the first time for WA since it became an 8-oared race back in 1999. We're just a few seconds away from the start. Our remaining rowers, Tara Rigney, Romy Cantwell, Kate Atherton, Lucy Spores, Emma Twigg, Georgia Patton, Laura Goulet, Isabella Scammell, who will be eliminated in the second of our races. So our rowers straightening up now, getting ready to head to the start. Rowers just moving across, so it's Tara Rigney furthest from the grandstand, Romy Cantwell, Kate Atherton, Lucy Spores, Emma Twigg, Georgia Patton, Laura Goulet and Isabella Scammell. Rigney just setting her line up now.
So it's pretty still conditions up here at the finish line. However, just 250 metres away. A little bit of swirling breeze causing some issues, but we'll be underway in about 2 minutes' time with our second of 9 sprint races. Joined down on the podium here now by Zeke athlete and Australian under-23 representative Sarah Fard. Sarah, what do you make of this racing? What do you think about the tactics that are going to be going on here?
Oh, definitely tactics. I think majority of the athletes are going to race for the first 100 metres and then they're going to assess where they are. If they're in the lead and they're safe, they'll just stay.
I think there'll be some good gamesmanship going on throughout the afternoon with people just doing the bare minimum, but that did catch some out last year. We know we saw upsets in both the men's and the women's, with Georgie Rowe eliminated in the women's on the first round, and Alex Hill eliminated in the first round of the men's last year. So there's certainly no room to take it easy in the opening stages of the Zeke Sprint Eliminator. I think we'll be underway in just a moment or two. Just boats getting straight up now here on the start.
So our athletes just getting ready at the start. You can see in the flags near the pontoon, they're just starting to swirl around a little bit. It's going to make conditions a little bit trickier. A little different to last year where it was pouring with rain for the first 3 or 4 races before finding up a little bit later on. And they are now underway. So it is Rigney, Cantwell, Atherton, Spores, Twig, Patton, Gourlay and Scammell. The goal is not to come last and is anyone's guess as to who's that going to be. It's 8 rowers all in a line across the course. Potentially Laura Gourlay from UTS, maybe just in that 8th spot. But also we've got Lucy Spores from Canterbury, also in a bit of danger. So it's Gourlay and Spores, our 2 rowers in the most danger as they come in now towards the final stages. It's still evenly spread right across the field. It is going to come down to a photo finish to determine who is going to miss out in the second round of this Eliminator. The cheers are coming from the grandstand. Our rowers all pretty much in a line. It's between Gourlay and Spores. Who's going to miss out? It is a photo, but I think it might be lane number 4, Lucy Spores, who might just have missed out, the Tokyo gold medalist. It'll be between her and Laura Gourlay of UTS. We're just waiting on the final confirmation. We're going to call for the third umpire here, go to the photo finish and see about that one. But already that second race, all of our rowers all within half a length of each other. It was super, super close from here at the finish tower. And as we wait for that final confirmation, it is going to be some fascinating racing here. The second race has been done. We'll keep an eye out as to who is going to go through and who has been eliminated. We have, at the moment, Emma Twigg in first place. The rest, well, we'll have to wait and see. And it does look like it is Lucy Spores has been eliminated. The gold medalist from Paris has been eliminated from the Eliminator. So Lucy Spores of Canterbury Rowing Club and Christchurch Girls High School will head back to the pontoon. For the rest of our rowers, they now need to head back to the start line. Get ready, because if that race was good, wait until the third one.
Well, it's very well called up there, Stuart. I don't think I would have been brave enough to make that call, but we're just talking about upsets last year, but I think that's an upset this year with the Olympic gold and silver medalist Lucy Spores over from New Zealand, knocked out in the second round. We'll have a chance to chat with her soon. Quick conditions here. Wind has turned around. It's actually died just off a little bit in between the races, so possibly a bit of an anomaly, but quick conditions means close margins and a lot of work for Stu up there in the commentary box. Sorry to interrupt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Lucy Spores. Lucy, quick conditions out there and very, very tight racing. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, this year I felt like I went into that doing a lot more prep than I did last year, and it didn't make a difference and it didn't change a thing, so it was tough.
So maybe that's the secret, just wing it and come in unprepared.
And Lucy, if you had to pick someone, who do you think will take out the sprint eliminator for 2026?
Oh, that is such a hard question. I'm going to say between Bella and Emma, but I'm wondering maybe in this lane, Bella. I don't know.
All right, you've heard it here first. It's going to be Emma Twigg or Bella Scull. So yeah, thanks, Lucy. Good job.
Even more upsets in front of us by the sounds of things, but the reigning champion in Bella Scull getting the tip.
So our rowers now getting ready for the start of the third Eliminator race. Tara Rigney, Mossman and Loretto Kirribilli, Romy Cantwell, Melbourne University and St Catharines, Kate Atherton, Newcastle University and Scotch Oakburn, Emma Twigg, Hawke's Bay and Napier Girls High School, Georgia Patton, West Australian Rowing Club, Perth College, Laura Goulet, UTS, Loretto Normanhurst, Isabella Scammell, Sydney and Kinross Walleroy. Our rowers lined up, the Blue Mountains off in the background, the flags you can see there at the end of the course. Great footage from our drones. Just a little bit of wind starting to pick up, a few ripples on the water when you're sprinting. That will make it just that wee bit harder. But our rowers poised, ready, third time down the 250. Who will be eliminated this race? As the races go on, you'll find that the rowers will come down towards the grandstand side for our last race of the day. It will be the two lanes closest to the grandstands. You'll get a perfect view. Make sure you are down watching some of the best athletes from Australia and New Zealand racing in the Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. One Olympic gold medalist down, one still remains. The National Interstate champion, Tara Rigney. The National Open single sculler, Laura Goulet. The New South Wales and Victorian champion in Romy Cantwell in there as well. They are underway. This is race number 3 of the Sprint Eliminator. Remember, the goal is do not come last, and it is an even spread right across the field. We've got our 7 single scullers with about 200 metres or so left to go, and it is anyone's guess as to who's going to miss out. Laura Goulet from UTS just dropping off the pace a little bit. She's up. She needs to push hard to try and get past the remainder of our rowers. Cantwell from Melbourne University. Kate Atherton, is she starting to drop off the pace a little bit now? The lightweight sculler from Tasmania. Goulet's putting the push in. It's going to be between Laura Goulet and Kate Atherton, who is going to be able to avoid elimination in this race. They've only got a few big strokes left to go. Emma Twigg, she's out the front. There's no surprise. Bella Scammell in second. It is going to be Laura Goulet from UTS who misses out and is eliminated from the 3rd race of the Sprint Eliminator. So Laura Goulet from UTS and Loretto Normanhurst is eliminated from the event. So it looks like Lucy Spore's predictions coming true at the moment. Emma Twigg and Bella Scammell, our leading 2 rowers. Tara Rigney in second, just ahead of Georgia Patton, Romy Cantwell, Kate Atherton, and then back a little bit further to Laura Goulet. So we'll have Laura on the pontoon with Chris very soon.
All right, we've got Laura Goulet here on the podium. Big round of applause. We've got a few Normo girls in the grandstand. Big cheer. Laura, you were up here on the pontoon on the sidelines last year with me. I know you've been dreaming about this for the last 12 months. How was it to finally be out in the water in the Sprint Eliminator?
It was really exciting. It was a lot of fun out there. Bit of a shame that I got knocked out so early, but they're pretty good, so I'm not too sad.
And Laura, you're a Loretto Normanhurst old girl. We'll give them some love. They took out both the Year 10 8s this morning. What was your highlight from this morning, and who do you reckon will take out the Eliminator today?
It was always really good to watch our Year 10 8 do so well. I worked with them a little bit when I was coaching there, so that was great. And I reckon Emma Twigg, she's been going really fast and she's super strong.
Thank you, Laura. Everyone, round of applause for Laura Goulet.
And your Zeke performance, Zudi, as well. Big thank you to Zeke Global for sponsoring the Eliminator. 90 seconds to go, Stuart. Things are only starting to hot up. I think it's anyone's guess at who's going to make it through any of the next rounds.
You're absolutely right, Chris. We'll get the tipping platypus out to try and see if that's going to help us out. Our remaining rowers, Tara Rigney, Romy Cantwell, Kate Atherton, Emma Twigg, Georgia Patton and Bella Scammell. Our next race coming up in just over a minute's time.
So ladies and gentlemen, just before we get underway in our next race, a quick reminder that racing after the lunch break, everything is half an hour later than it was originally on the schedule. So please check out Rowing Manager, check out the updated draw, racing half an hour later than it was originally programmed, so that we can squeeze in the Zeke Sprint Eliminator.
Our rowers getting ready at the start. Rigney, Cantwell, Atherton, Twig, Patton and Scull lining up at the 250 metre mark. 6 rowers, 5 places in the next race. We're getting up to the point where there'll be some serious prize money up for grabs. Who will be eliminated from this one? The fatigue will start to build. And we are underway, so we are there for race number 4 of the Sprint Eliminator, and it's again, do not come last. It's looking like the 2 rowers in the middle of the course. So we've got Kate Atherton from Newcastle University and Emma Twigg, surprisingly, who are just towards the back of the field. You can see Atherton really keeping that rating up. Again, she'll be rowing the lightweights for Tasmania at the national titles on Lake Barrington. Emma Twigg really starting to get the motor running now. It is going to be between Atherton and whether or not she's got a big sprint to get up towards the line. The other rowers just starting to pull out a little bit further ahead now. And it does look like that Kate Atherton from Newcastle University Boat Club will be our rower eliminated from this one. So she's managed to make it through the first few rounds. She's beaten an Olympic gold medalist, but now Kate Atherton from Newcastle University and Scotch Oakburn in Launceston is our latest athlete eliminated from the 2026 Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator.
So Stu, I know you're busy up there having a chat, but we're almost halfway through now. Who's looking good to you?
Look, it's going to be an interesting one here, Chris. I'm still going. I think on the podcast I said that it would be Bella Scull, Emma Twigg and Tara Rigney, and there's nothing that I've seen that's going to change that. But I just wonder what our West Australian friend Georgia Patton has up her sleeve in the final stages. What about you and Sarah? Who are you guys thinking after the first few races?
There's some. It's pretty hard to make a call. I think I agree with you there. And Sarah, you were just saying that Georgia Patton's looking pretty dangerous, weren't you?
Yeah, I reckon Pato is going to really come out and show us. I think she's just hanging on. She's just getting out and sitting there, just sitting on the inside lane. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I wouldn't write off Bella Scull just yet.
It's like projecting. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our next athlete, Kate Atherton. Now, Kate, like Nikki earlier, you had to do the hard yards. You didn't just rock up with an Olympic medal and get a wild card, did you? You had to qualify through the CDRA Sprints Regatta up in Newcastle. What did you think coming into the event?
Oh, look, I was
I was full of beans, really. I was so excited to come and line up against all these amazing athletes and women. Honestly, I was just so grateful to get the opportunity to come out here and give it a go.
Now, Kate, could you tell everyone in the audience, what's the tactic to 250 metre racing? What do you do to put yourself in front and stay in the race?
Well, it was quite surprising, particularly in the first one. I think I was maybe just a little bit ahead of whoever was either side of me at the start, and I thought, oh wow, I have a shocking start. I'm a like half, keep going half until the end, and obviously it seemed to work in this sort of environment, so maybe that's the tactic.
Thank you very much, Kate, and well done. And here is your Zeke Global Performance Zooty. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause again. All right, 45 seconds away from a start. It's starting to heat up here. We've got some of the best single scullers in the world out on the course. So if you're wondering what's going on down at the start, they'll move across closer towards the grandstand side and fill some of the empty lanes just to keep things nice and even and stop any wind variance or anything in the way. But 5 scullers left, so in just 2 rounds we're paying for the big bucks.
So we're just about ready for the start of our next race. Just 5 scullers left, and there's some big names in that. Bella Scammell, the reigning champion. We've got Georgia Patton, the 2-time Olympian. Emma Twigg, an Olympic gold medalist, world champion gold medalist, and also world beach sprints gold medalist. Tara Rigney, multiple world championship medalist. Romy Cantwell, the New South Wales and Victorian single scull gold medalist. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be some exciting racing. We're down to 5. Our top 3, well, they get plenty of prize money. First place, $10,000. Second place, $4,000. Third place, $3,000. There's just 2 of these women will miss out, though, on that big coin. Who are they going to be? Rigney, Cantwell, Twigg, Patton, Scammell. Getting ready at the start.
Let's make a little bit of noise, ladies and gentlemen. They can hear you down on the start.
Getting ready at the start now. Our rowers poised. Just moving a little bit further forwards. Lining up. Tara Rigney just straightening the boat up. You don't want to be hitting the boys in a 250 metre sprint race. Who will be eliminated? And they are underway. Rigney, Cantwell, Twigg, Patton, Scammell, some of the best rowers in the Southern Hemisphere. And they are all bow ball for bow ball. It's going to come down to the surge as they head up towards the halfway point. It is anyone's guess as to who is going to get this. We're going to need some massive cheers from the crowd because this is about as exciting as rowing gets. It's 5 great scullers from the Southern Hemisphere, side by side by side. You can see it from the drone footage. No one's dropped out. No one's gotten ahead. It is going to come down to who has the poise as they get towards the line. 5 of the rowers. Twigg looks out to her right, looks to her left. Who's going to be missing out? It's going to come down to the final few strokes as we get up towards the line. It is a photo, and I think it's Rigney. It might be Tara Rigney who misses out. We'll wait for the photo finish. Oh my word, there was about a canvas between all of them, not even that. That is some of the best racing you will ever want to see. 5 scullers all looking out. It does look like it'll be between Romy Cantwell and Tara Rigney over on the far side of the course. It does look like that Emma Twigg, Georgia Patton and Bella Scammell have all made it across the line. So, is it Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University, or is it Tara Rigney from Mossman Rowing Club? We're waiting on that, and it does look as though it is Tara Rigney who has been eliminated by 0.06 of a second. Chris, I need a deep breath and to have a drink of water after that. That was amazing.
Stu, we couldn't ask for any better racing here at the Zeke Sprint Eliminator. And I think you might have called that one right. And if that's the race we've got for the race of 5, what are we going to see when we get down to the race of 3 and the race of 2? This is unbelievable racing with some of the best in the world. Now, runner-up from last year, Tara Rigney, eliminated in the round of 5. Right, as our scullers are making their way back to the line, let's make a bit of noise. I think we could have a little bit more than that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, especially if there's any Loretto Kirribilli supporters here in the grandstand, make a bit of noise for Tara Rigney. Crowd favourite. Tara, you were runner-up last year. Has it heated up this year? Do the tactics change coming into 2026?
Oh, I think, for sure the field is really moved on. Not every day you get to compete against not 1 but 2 Olympic medalists. So, yeah, to be honest, just really stoked to even be out there and being able to compete against such amazing athletes.
Now, Tara, as a proud Loretto Kirribilli old girl, what are you most looking forward to seeing this afternoon?
I mean, you always got to say the, first day. Obviously, really keen to see that, but all Loretto Kirribilli races, I'll be here, I'll be cheering, ready to see them put it all across the line.
Well, another big cheer for Tara Rigney, and on behalf of Zeke, here's your performance, Zudi. Congratulations, Tara. All right, Stu, the race for the big money. The 3 who make it through on this one are up for thousands of dollars in cash prize. The biggest prize money for any race in Australia. Stuart, take it away.
Thanks, Chris. And what a great race this is. At the top of the course, we have Romy Cantwell. Next to her, Emma Twigg, then Georgia Patton and Isabella Scammell. So we're well represented geographically. Bella Scammell, our last remaining New South Wales rower. Georgia Patton from WA. Emma Twigg from New Zealand. Romy Cantwell from Victoria. So let's add another layer onto this. It's not just up for the coin, it's up for the bragging rights, the interstate and the trans-Tasman rivalries. Cantwell, Twigg, Patton, Scammell. One of these women will go home with $250. The others guaranteed $3,000 minimum. The lactic acid will be building up. The rowers, they're tired. They're poised. Coiled up at the start. The race, the dash for cash, is on. Starters just making sure they're in alignment. And they are underway. So it is Romy Cantwell, Emma Twigg, Georgia Patton and Bella Scammell, our four rowers. And again, it is evenly spread across the field. It's Emma Twigg who's dropping off just a little bit through the first 50 metres or so. She'll need a big push, getting herself level now with Romy Cantwell. Georgia Patton out in front, Bella Scammell next to her, and Romy Cantwell still moving that boat quite nicely. Emma Twigg, she's pushing and pushing hard. It's going to again come down to the wire. We're in now to the final 75 metres. All four of our rowers in a line across the course. Georgia Patton, she's out in front. Emma Twigg starting to push through. It's going to be level pegging. We're going to be another one for the photo finish chamber. It is Georgia Patton who has the front. Who's going to finish in fourth place? It is going to be between Scammell and Cantwell, and I think Bella Scammell might have just been eliminated. We'll again wait for the final call. It looked like Georgia Patton and Emma Twigg were first and second, so it's between Romy Cantwell of Melbourne University and Isabella Scammell of Sydney Rowing Club as to who is being eliminated as we just go into the photo finish now. Oh my word, this is going to be close. It is going to be 0.0 something between third and fourth. Patton first, Twigg in second. They're safe. It is between the Melbourne University sculler Romy Cantwell and the Sydney Rowing Club rower Isabella Scammell. We're just waiting now on the final confirmation. Scammell and Cantwell, and it is Romy Cantwell third, Isabella Scammell eliminated 0.01 of a second. The reigning champion has been eliminated. It is now our final three, Georgia Patton, Emma Twigg, Romy Cantwell. Chris, it's getting more exciting.
Stu, that certainly was not on my bingo card, and we just heard the groans from the crowd. I think a few Kinross supporters and a few fans of Bella Scammell here in the grandstand today. Sarah, what are you making of this? This is just throwing up more surprises race by race.
Yeah, definitely a lot of surprises. I think Georgia Patton is still my favourite to win the sprint eliminator. She's getting out nice and in front and holding a lead, but that was definitely not on my bingo card either.
And no New South Wales scullers left in the competition. But ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Bella Scammell as she comes in off the water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Bella Scull. Certainly the crowd favourite, I think, here in the grandstand. Bella, our reigning champion. I don't want to, you don't need to reminisce on it too much, but what were the thoughts coming into this year? Did you think it was going to be tighter? Did you go in no expectations like you did last year, or what was the plan?
Definitely approached it similar to last year. Knew it was going to be very tough. Saw the lineup, it was very intimidating. But yeah, just went into it trying to improve on each race. Haven't done a lot of sculling, but it's a good challenge and it was really enjoyable.
Now Bella, as a proud Kinross Wallaroi, any Kinross supporters in the crowd? Okay, come on, more. Who do we think will take out the first 8 today? Do you think Kinross can back it up and beat Pinball?
Absolutely, I think it's going to be a really exciting race. Great standard of schoolgirl rowing. But yeah, definitely hoping Kinross can get it done today.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be the highlight of the day. Bella, here is your Zeke performance duty. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Bella Scull. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now down to the pointy end of the racing. 3 scullers left. The next sculler to get eliminated will go home with $3,000. And then our second place sculler, $4,000. And our first place sculler will walk away from the Zeke Eliminator in 2026 with $10,000 in cash. All 3 of these scullers are going to get Zeke's top of the line X Zudi as well, brand new to the market. And Stuart, I think it is anyone's race coming into these last couple of sprints.
Chris, the Egg Patrol are up here trying to work out exactly who's going to be able to win this one, and we cannot pick it. You know, we've seen a couple of times, a couple of the rowers just dropping off. Romy Cantwell, she's been an absolute dark horse in this one. Georgia Patton has been extremely impressive, won that last one. But Emma Twigg, well, I don't think you can ever count out Emma Twigg. So our final 3 rowers left to go. They're getting ready at the start. They're all going to go home with at least $3,000. The question is, who takes the 3, who takes the 4, and who takes the 10? It's our penultimate.
A bit of noise. A little bit more noise.
So we're poised and ready at the start. Georgia Patton just moving up. Then we're getting the other rowers getting ready. Emma Twigg just moving up to those red boys now. It's Cantwell, Twigg, Patton underway. This is the race for the $3,000, or to try and not win $3,000 and win $4,000 or $10,000. And it is anyone's race as they head through those early stages. It is Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University at the top of the screen. Emma Twigg from Hawke's Bay and Napier Girls High School in the middle. And then Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club and Perth College. And Patton may just have herself out in the lead. Twigg sitting in second place. Cantwell with it all to do through the final stages now. As they come in now to the final 100 metres or so, it is Romy Cantwell starting to put the sprint on. You can see the boat bouncing up and down. Georgia Patton staying in the lead. Emma Twigg still sitting in second as they come up towards the line. It looks like it is going to be Georgia Patton. She's through to the final. She'll race Emma Twigg for $10,000. Romy Cantwell finishes in third but goes home $3,000 richer. Patton and Twigg in the final, Chris. Cannot wait for this next one.
Oh, Stu, we're right at the pointy end now. Georgia Patton and Emma Twigg in the next race. Could you ask for a better showdown here? I think the reigning Olympic silver medalist in Emma Twigg possibly got something in reserve there, but Georgia Patton's been looking strong every single race. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all out from Victoria and wearing the big white V. A big round of applause for Romy Cantwell. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a bit more noise for Romy Cantwell. Romy, you're only just barely standing here with us. Just run us through how tough it is to just race 250 back to back to back to back.
Oh my gosh, that was so hard. You don't think it's hard for the first couple, and then you're lining up for the 4th, 5th, whatever number it was, and my legs were just like lead. Yeah, they were super heavy.
Now, Romy, you were a late entry here into the sprint eliminator, and now you're walking around with $3,000. How was the prep coming into this?
Look good. I'm just happy to have made back the money that I spent on my flight here, and then some. So that was the goal, and yeah, I'm super, super happy with it. So yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations, Romy. A big round of applause again. And here is your Zeke X-Line Zooty. No stitches, seamless Zooty. Now, Stuart, 30 seconds to go, and we'll decide who is going to walk away from here with $10,000. Is it going to be West Australia's Georgia Patton, 2-time Olympian in the 8, or is it going to be New Zealand's Emma Twigg, Olympic gold and silver medalist in the single scull? Stuart, who's your money on?
I do not know, Chris, that I could tip either of them. Either way, they're going to be able to walk away with enough money to buy a full tank of petrol. So it'll be a great opportunity there. No, it's going to be a fantastic race here. Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club. As you say, Chris, she is a 2-time Olympian. Emma Twigg from New Zealand, the Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo, the Olympic silver medalist in Paris, the reigning beach sprint champion. And they're used in the beach sprints, a number of races back to back. So she'll be used to racing over that 250 metres. It is Australia v New Zealand in the final. This for a $10,000 prize check. Georgia Patton, closest to the grandstand in the red Zooty, the West Australian Rowing Club. Emma Twigg from Hawke's Bay, Napier Girls High School, just in behind her. Ready at the start. And we are underway. It is the final of the 2026 Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. And it is Georgia Patton who's got off to the cleanest start through the early stages of this race. She's opened it up now to about a canvas lead over Emma Twigg. It is going to be a big push needed here from the New Zealand champion. And now she's started it. She's starting to make up just that little bit of ground with every stroke. Patton, can she keep that bow ball out in front? It's the final 100 metres or so. It's Patton and Twigg side by side racing, coming down towards the finish line. Patton's extended that lead. She's pushing and pushing hard. It's now to the final 50 metres. The cheers from the grandstand. Georgia Patton coming down towards the line now. It's the final few strokes, and it is going to be $10,000 to Georgia Patton of the West Australian Rowing Club and Perth College, beating Emma Twigg of Hawke's Bay and Napier Girls High School for second place. What a fantastic event we've had there. Georgia Patton winning the $10,000, taking out the 2026 Zeke Global Sprint Eliminator. Great racing there, Chris. And, well, we said she was the dark horse. Georgia Patton takes the win.
Yeah, look, if we couldn't have any New South Wales scullers in the top three, I'm pretty glad at least it was an Australian sculler that got the win. But how good was that racing all the way through? Georgia Patton, $10,000 richer. Emma Twigg, $4,000. And Robbie Cantwell, $3,000. And all of our athletes walking away with brand new Zeke Zooties, our top three, the new Zeke X-Line Zooties.
Are you racing? Good luck. Charlotte, good luck. Hope you win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make a big round of applause. Second place and $4,000 better off after her efforts today, Emma Twigg. Now, Emma, your record speaks for itself, but obviously a fair bit of experience in the shorter distance rowing with the Beach Sprints World Championship last year. What did you think coming into this? Do you think that was going to sort of give you the edge, or was it tougher than you thought?
To be honest, it's completely different to running down a beach and jumping in a big heavy boat, so I didn't actually know what today really would feel like, and I can tell you by the last few, I was hanging on for dear life.
Now, Emma, you're modelling the Zeke Zootie. Would you mind telling us a bit about it and what you like about it?
Yeah, it's a lovely row suit. It feels really nice when you put it on, and seems to fit in all the right places, so can't complain.
Well, we've got you the top of the line X-Line Zootie from Zeke here, and I think there'll be a check coming at some point for $4,000. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Emma Twigg. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Our Zeke Sprint Eliminator champion for 2026, the recipient of $10,000, Georgia Patton. Georgia, we were busy talking about Bella and about Emma Twigg and about Tara Rigney, but you kind of emerged as the dark horse there. What did you think coming into it? Do you think you had a shot, or were quietly confident the whole way?
Yeah, not going to lie, when I got the email with the lineup, I was pretty daunted. Definitely didn't think I was in for a shot for the win, but I thought I could maybe, if I played my cards right, go close to the lower podium levels. It was a pretty unique situation. Not often do you line up on the start line and you have the commentators calling your opponent's accolades and amazing achievements, multiple Olympic medals across the loudspeaker. So that was pretty surreal, to be honest. If you had told me I'd be here in the single lining up against Emma Twigg, I'd tell you were joking. So really fun day. And
congratulations, Georgia. You've got a lot of supporters in the crowd. Everyone's been screaming your name, cheering for you. What are you going to do with $10,000?
Funny, I got asked that on the start line. I said maybe a tank of petrol and an Easter bunny, because they're pretty expensive these days. But no, as we all know, rowing's a pretty tough sport, so nice to put away a little bit of cash every now and then when it comes away. So really excited.
Well, one last big round of applause for our champion in the Zeke Sprint Eliminator for 2026, and a big round of applause to all our athletes as they come and join us here on the pontoon. Here's your X-Line Zeke Zudi as well. All right, we've got a bit of prize money to hand out. So third place for $3,000, all the way up from Victoria, Romy Cantwell. James Phillips from Zeke. Zeke, our title sponsor. Big round of applause for them and all their support. Second place for $4,000 from New Zealand, Emma Twigg. Our Zeke Sprint Eliminator champion for 2026, the recipient of $10,000. A big thank you to our anonymous donor, Georgia Patton. A big round of applause for everyone who's competed today. Everyone's going home with a Zeke Zudi, and our 4th to 9th with $250 as well. And hot news straight off the press is that we will be back next year with the Sprint Eliminator for 2027. And I assume our top 3 will be invited back, correct? Our top 3 will be invited back to defend the crown in 2027. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being a fantastic crowd. And please stick around for some fantastic racing as our Schoolgirl Head of the River draws to a close for 2026.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Schoolgirl Head of the River 2026. I'm joined in the commentary by Nathan. Nathan, good afternoon.
Rob.
And we're still running a little bit late. I think the umpires' boats are just making their way up to the start, but they are actually on the start for race 53, the Schoolgirl Year 10, Division 4 and 5 Coxed quads. So in lane 3, we have the Armidale schools, Rebecca McMahon, Ruby Menkins, Jessica Morrow, Jasmine Ryan and Ellie Cullen is their coxswain, coached by Emily Stevenson. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Caitlin Burney, Layla Mason, Harper Warmadam, Ivy Fagan and Cordelia Valentine is their coxswain. In lane 5, Winona, Bella Rigney, Bella Harvey, Kieran Kerisk, Sophia Gray, Charlotte Ronaldson is their coxswain, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Margot Massey, Ginny Macon, Eden Connors, Ellie Zhao, Sasha Paris and their coach Holly Craig. And in lane 7 is North Sydney Girls, Chloe Macri, Sarah Newton, Jasmine Ewan, Erica Q and coxswain is Angelina Wang. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl Single Scull. Presenting the medal will be Katie Kershaw and Tara Rigney for representing the Union of Oarswomen. The trophy is the Betty Sperling Trophy. And in third place and bronze medal winner Charlotte Olivia from St. Aloysius, Cronulla. In second place, and silver medalist Emily Barrett, PLC Sydney. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2026, Isabella Henderson, the Armidale School. Please join in congratulating medalists and winners of the 2026 Schoolgirl Single Scull.
Cool. Yeah, I know. With the past results. Yeah. We'll go to the commencement of racing for this afternoon. Rob, it's race 53. As you mentioned before, it's the year 10 Division 4 and Division 5 for the quad Scull. On the far side, Armadale School. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, Winona. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies. And in lane 7, North Sydney. So 2 divisions in this race, 2,000 metres. As they went through the 500 metre mark, it was Pimble Ladies with their nose in front of Winona, who were about a second and a half in front of North Sydney Girls, with Canberra Grammar and the Armadale School fighting it out for 4th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving to the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl double scull. And in 3rd place and bronze medalists from representing Monty St Angelo, A. Darcy and C. Walsh, coached by J. Hewitt. In 2nd place and silver medalists representing Redlands, A. Winder and I. Campbell. And in 1st place and gold medalists for 2026, E. Stevens and E. Coates from Northern Beaches Secondary. Please join in congratulating medalists and winners of the Schoolgirl double scull for 2026.
And we'll turn our attention back to the lake as they come through the halfway point of race 53. It's Canberra Girls Grammar have extended their lead to almost 6 seconds over Pimble Ladies. Winona still in the fight for silver medal there, just coming in 1.7 seconds behind. Armadale School in 4th and North Sydney Girls in 5th. Yes, as they approach the 1,500 metres, it looks like the girls from Canberra Grammar have eked out more of a lead over Pimble Ladies. We'll see as they go through. Some clear water there for Canberra Grammar in the distinctive green and white boats as they go through the 3/4 mark in a time of 6:20. How have Pimble Lady again? Yeah, they're okay. They're still in it. 5.5 seconds behind. That is some 2.5 boat lengths, but not insurmountable at this stage. Winona have dropped back slightly on Pimble Ladies in clearly 3rd position. Then we've got the Armadale School bringing up the rear. Will be the North Sydney Girls nearest the grandstand. So 2 divisions here, Division 5 and Division 4 in the Schoolgirl Year 10 quad scull.
And as we come down the last 250 metres, the Canberra Girls Grammar School now heading out to about a length and a half lead over the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 6. And it's a big push coming from Winona, who are currently in third place. So as they come down with about 200 odd metres to go, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Bernie, Mason, Warmadam, Fagan and Valentine still holding down about a 2 lengths lead over the Pymble Ladies College crew. And certainly conditions out there are fantastic for rowing. And they're certainly not holding these girls back at all. The Armidale School a little bit further back, and as we'd expect for the Division 5 crew, the North Sydney girls who just off the back of the pack a little bit. So it is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew making it look fairly easy now as they come down towards the line. And barring any sort of incident, they will go across the line and take out this race 53, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 4 Quad Scull, and crossing the line now to take out a great win in the Year 10 Quad, followed by Pymble, and it will be Winona in lane 5 coming in third place. They will take out the medals in this event, followed by the Armidale School, and then a little bit further back to North Sydney Girls, who are the Division 5 crew.
And Division 5 winners.
And Division 5 winners, I guess.
Yeah.
So the racing's coming thick and fast this afternoon. We've got a bit of time to catch up. So race 54, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Squad, Scull Division 3. We only had 3 crews in this event. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Isabel Rose Innes, Coralie Harris, Lily Freeman, Isabella Gilchrist, and their coxswain Gabriel Brown. Coach is Madeline Swain. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 3, Koya Napa, Zeta Seraphim, Sophie Morrow, Sophia Bill, Ale Robson is their coxswain. And in lane 6, PLC Sydney's Annabeth Tuvey, Camille Brown, Orby Cohen, Lily Sullivan, and Eve Boyle is their coxswain. And through the and we've got just a 3 crews, so it's going to coming down towards the 1,000 metres. They're through the 1,000 metres, and it was indeed the St Catherine's crew holding about a 2 lengths lead over PLC and another half a length back to Canberra Grammar. So certainly St Catherine's making the best of it at this time. They are cleared out just a little bit, but we're moving into that championship quarter, so you'll see if the other crews can respond to it. Still looking very strong over on this side is the PLC crew. Probably gained a little bit more over the Canberra Grammar School in lane 5. So as we get a bit closer to the 1,500 metre mark, we get a better idea, but just even our visual on that now has that St Catherine's crew probably may have extended that lead. It does look like the Canberra crew coming back a little bit at the PLC crew, so certainly they're going to need to watch out for that one if they're wanting to hold on to that silver medal position. So as you can see, once again, the conditions on the course are absolutely fantastic for fast rowing. It does look like the Canberra Grammar crew has made some good headway over the PLC crew, but still holding down probably a length's advantage as they come down towards the 1,500 metres marks. But I would suggest that the St Catherine's crew have extended that lead that they held through the 1,000 metre mark, and certainly going through the 1,500 metre mark will hold at least 2 lengths, but not that far out of it. And certainly rowing well, the PLC crew, and it's whether they can now mount a challenge to try to pull back that first position. So they've got it all to do, but it's all possible. It looks like they might have just reduced that length, so they've obviously gone for a bit of a push through the 1,500 metre mark and pulled back a little bit of that gap that they had coming through the 1,000. The Canberra Grammar School is just tailing off the back now of probably about 2 lengths off the back, 2 or 3 lengths off the back now. So it looks like they've run their race, but still a fair way to go. A little bit of breeze out there, Nathan, swirling out on the course. Interesting conditions.
Yeah, you can just see that shadow, if you're in the grandstand or at the tents, the shadow just casting across parts of the lake. We can see it down all the lake, but yeah, the crews are just entering it about now. I wonder if that St. Catherine's crew, the PLC crew have come back about 3 seconds on them actually. So as they just enter this shadow, I wonder if it disrupts them. Doesn't look like it will. It's not really affecting the rowing at all. If you look at the flags, they're very, very, very still. But the PLC crew may have maintained the momentum in the middle half of this race. Looks like they're coming back. Looks to me from this angle as they take an interesting course there that they might have something to say to the St. Cath's crew in the final 400 metres.
Yeah, certainly, and I think there might have been a bit of swelling. I'm looking at the around with the wind because there's the flags at the end of the course have got a fair bit of breeze going through them, but St. Catherine's look now to be responding to that challenge mounted by the PLC crew. They've got about, coming into the red buoys now, 100 metres to go. They've got the look over the PLC crew. PLC not giving up though. They are still fighting for this win, but I think they're going to run out. Of course, they've made a big challenge over that last 400 or 500 metres, but it hasn't been quite enough, and it looks like the St. Catherine's crew will carry that all the way to the line, and it looks that will be what will be a great win by St. Catherine's. But yes, the PLC crew has halved that gap that they had going through the 1,000 and 1,500. So a great row by them, just missing out on the gold. It will be Canberra Grammar crossing the line for third place.
Yeah, good race there. St. Cath's finishing in a time of 8:46. PLC came back at them, finished just 3.5 seconds behind, just about a boat length, with Canberra Grammar coming over some 50 seconds later. So unofficial results of that year, race 54, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. First St. Catherine's, second PLC, third Canberra Grammar.
And we move on to race 55, Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 3, we have Sydney girls Fayang Zhang, Eliza Obard, Melody Song, Lauren Fong, Inyi Annabelle Koch, and their coaches are Cameron Ogilvie and Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. In lane 4, the Armidale Schools, Zaina Ross, Isabel Glover, Lucy Kelly, Luella Caulfield, Sophie Slacksmith is their coxswain, coached by Emily Stevenson. And in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale, Eleanor Hall, Isabella Rose is their coxswain. In lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Sarah Brown, Edie Wills, Alison Capano, Ella Walters, Lexi Alwood is their coxswain and coached by Jenna Oda and Jack Hanley. And in lane 7, PLC Sydney, Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zui Lee, Scarlett Askew, and their coxswain is Lola Britt.
Yeah, and as they came through the halfway mark, it was PLC Sydney with about a length in front of Canberra Girls Grammar. Somewhere behind that was the Armidale School, being pressured by Newcastle Grammar in 4th, and in 5th, Sydney Girls. So at the halfway mark, PLC had put their marker down. PLC in lane 7, so nearest to grandstand, being chased by Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5. But still a bit to make up, although we're looking at the screens now. PLC look quite comfortable in that first place position, but still quite a way to go. So as they go through the 1,500 metre mark, it's PLC just extended their lead slightly. Great example of controlled sculling there. They look to be well in control. They've pushed on a bit to almost 7.5 seconds in front of Canberra Girls Grammar, who are also keeping at bay at arm's length Newcastle Grammar, who are in 3rd. Armidale School 4th, might put Newcastle Grammar under a bit of pressure, about 3/4 of a length behind. And then Sydney Girls will bring up the rear. And then the last 200 metres, PLC, nice controlled rate, keeping that length strong, keeping that length long in the water. We'll certainly be looking over their right shoulders at the green and the white boat from Canberra Grammar. It looks like the tussle and the racing will really be for third spot between the Armadale School in the distinctive bucket hats and Newcastle Grammar, who look a bit less tidy than the Armadale School, but obviously putting the power down in the first half of the race. We'll see how it goes as PLC can confidently cruise to victory in the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. So PLC about to cross the line. Barrett, Graves, Lee, Askew and Lola Britt urging them on to take the win. Canberra Grammar comfortable. They're going to take silver medal position. And a good bronze medal position for Newcastle Grammar. Armadale School just missing out, and Sydney Girls on the far side bringing up the rear.
I'll wait for the completion of this race. We'll move to the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull. In third place, and bronze medalists, representing Winona, Bella Rigney, Bella Harvey, Kieran Kerisk, Sophia Gray, their coxswain Charlotte Ronaldson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. And in second place and silver medal winners, Pymble Ladies College, Margot Marcet, Ginny Macon, Eden Connors, Ellie Zhao, Sasha Paris is their coxswain, and they were coached by Holly Craig. And in first place and gold medalists and champions for 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar, Caitlin Burney, Layla Mason, Harper Womadam, Ivy Fagan, and their coxswain Cordelia Valentine. Please put your hands together and congratulate winners and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull.
And as we turn our attention back to race 56, it's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. Already underway and gone through the 500-metre mark. It was Roseville who seemed to have their nose out front. Roseville on the far side. To give you the race order, it's Roseville in lane 3, PLC in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, in lane 6, Radford College, in lane 7, MLC School, and lane 8, it was Sydney Girls. And as they went through the first 500, it was Roseville with their noses out in front from Canberra Grammar, just 0.64 of a second in front, followed closely on their heels, or being followed closely on the heels by PLC in third place. Radford College just dropping off slightly at the 500 metres, 3.5 seconds. Then we had Sydney Girls, then we had MLC just falling off the pace early doors. But as they approach the 1,000 metre mark, we'll see as they go through on the, it's Canberra Girls Grammar who've got their noses out in front from PLC. So rode through PLC in the first half of the race, and it's Roseville now in third. So very close racing here with this race 56. It's the Year 10 quad final. Radford College dropping out the back about 10 seconds behind the first three, and then Sydney Girls and MLC in sixth position. But good race lining up here for this, the last half of the Schoolgirl Year 10 quad final Division 1.
Yeah, just over 2 seconds splitting those first three crews going through the 1,000 metre mark. So it's going to be interesting how it pans out over this next 500. Very good chance that for any of those crews in those top three to actually take this win. So as we come down with well through the 1,000 metre now and heading down for about 750 metres to go, and from our vantage point, Nathan, it still looks like it's line abreast across the field for those three crews, Roseville, PLC and Canberra Girls Grammar.
Yeah, from our elevated position, we really can't split them at all from here, so it's going to be a good race. This is very close in race 56. Canberra Girls Grammar now have pushed on to 2-second lead. That's about half a boat length over PLC Sydney. Roseville still in it. So less than 3.5 seconds. So that's less than a boat length between the first three here as they go through the 1,500 metre there. Radford and Sydney Girls. MLC dropping off. But yeah, it's going to be very close. All to play for as they come into the final stages, the final 400 metres of race 56. Canberra Grammar, PLC, Roseville. None of the crews want to kind of give a quarter to the other, so they're all battling for the last 300 metres. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. On their right shoulder, PLC, and on their right shoulder is Roseville. So as they come into the final stages, it's Canberra Girls Grammar maintaining that lead from PLC. It looks like Roseville are making a move. Have they decided that they want silver? They're going for it, Roseville. Up the rating. PLC just dropping off slightly as Roseville come through them by the looks of things. Have they got it? Got it to respond to. Canberra Girls Grammar are maintaining that lead. They've still got their noses in front. Roseville PLC going hell for leather. Last 15 strokes now. Canberra Girls Grammar keeping the length, keeping it controlled, pushing the boat away quite comfortably, but PLC and Roseville, it's going to be very close. PLC have responded up again, PLC. Canberra Girls Grammar take it, and PLC by a canvas over Roseville in third.
What a great race between those crews, and certainly they have worked hard for that win, second and third place. Just coming across the line now will be the Radford College crew in fourth place, followed by Sydney Girls, and then the MLC School. So they might have had a problem there because they're just coming down to the line now, but certainly still pushing all the way.
I'd need to speak to the coach about that. And now we'll turn our attention to the medal ceremony, the medal podium. This is the medals for race 54. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. In third place from Canberra Grammar, we have Koya Napa, Zita Seraphim, Sophie Morrow, Sophia Bill, and Cox Aliyah Robson. In silver medal position from PLC Sydney, we have Annabeth Tuvey, Camille Brown, Obi Cohen, Lily Sullivan, and Coxed by Eve Boyle. And in gold medal position, and the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3, from St. Catherine's School, Isabel Rose Innes, Coralie Harris, Lily Freeman, Elizabeth Gilchrist, and Cox Gabriella Brown. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, St. Catherine's.
We now move to race 57, the Schoolgirl third 8. We have just the 3 crews in this race. Queenwood, Chloe Grimmond, Minnie Mai Ulgiati, Edie Mosley, Jasmine Ramsey, Virginia Dixon, Arabella Line, Nilla Russell, Vivian Wark, Jazz Salmon is there, Coxon, and coached by Tom Walker and Gary O'Donoghue. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Claire Ferreira, Ellie Poynton, Mia Sherry, Edwina Harrington, Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bilney, Phoebe Pockley, Annie Pennington. Their coxswain is Erin O'Kane, and they're coached by Alexandra Reed. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Penelope Danziger, Mi Nato, Ella Willits, Sarah Khan, Grace Akers, Sophie Ballantyne, Oleana Teague, Zoe Hart, and Dimity Louv is their coxswain.
Yeah, as they come through the 500 metre mark, looks like there's only actually 2 boats. It's going to be Queenwood versus Pimble. Doesn't look like the other Pimble boat has got off the start line, or has in fact appeared. Or maybe it's stopped up there. There's something wrong there, but they've not gone through the first 500 metre. But at the 500 metre mark, pleases me to say that the Queenwood boat were in the lead by about 3 seconds from the Pimble Ladies boat. Yeah, it seemed to be a bit of an issue there for the boat in lane 6 nearest the grandstand. But the other Pimble Ladies, the Ladies 3 boat with Ferreira, Poynton, Sherry, Harrington, Eisenhower, Bilney, Pockley and Pennington are still in this race by the looks of things. But they're trailing by about 3 seconds the Queenwood boat.
While this race is underway, we move to the medal presentation for Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. And in first place, the gold medalists for 2026, North Sydney Girls. Was it North Sydney Girls? No, it was. Chloe Macri, Sarah Newton, Jasmine Nguyen, Erica Q, and Angelina Wang is their coxswain. Please join in congratulating winners and gold medalists, North Sydney Girls.
And just a public service announcement, please, from race control. All coxes, all coaches, please return your bow numbers immediately after racing. We're running short at the moment, so please get them back. And we'll return to the racing on 57. It's Queenwood not being able to shake the Pimble Ladies, who've maintained just about a 3 second gap in front of PLC. So the boat of Grimmond, Minnie May Uligati, Edie Mosley, Jasmine Ramsby, Virginia Dixon, Arabella Lai, Nyla Russell, Vivi Walk, coxed by Jazz Salmon, are just managing to hold off Pimble Ladies at the halfway mark. Pimble Ladies, I fear, have got something to say in this race. Over 2,000 metres as we see them go through there, approaching the 1,500 metre mark. And Queenwood have not been able to shake PLC off at all, and it will come down to the wire.
Yeah, Nathan, I'd suggest it looks like the other pinball boat may have lost a rudder. They are having a lot of trouble just getting it to go straight. So I think they're just trying to get the boat down this end of the field. But certainly the race is on here, and Queenwood holding that slight advantage as they come into the 1,500 metre mark. I know you're getting very excited up here about the prospect of a Queenwood crew in front. So
yeah, we've seen a few today in the quads. I think we saw in the earlier divisions before lunch. Some really good racing, but I know these girls in the third eight, they're a mixture of year 9s and year 10s, and there's been a few dropouts and injuries, but they're doing really well here. They'll be very pleased with this result if they can keep the PLC boat away from them. They've slightly extended their lead at the 1,500 metre mark, but we know that Pinball Ladies will come back with some ferocity in the last 400 metres, as they always do. But yeah, the Queenwood stroke there, just looking over her left shoulder, keeping an eye out on the PLC boat. They do look slightly tidier in the PLC boat, and the wind has shifted now. It's interesting looking at the flags at the end of the course. Wind has shifted now to a bit of a tailwind by the looks of things, so this will aid them as they go towards the finish. The Queenwood holding them off. PLC are going to have something. Have they got it left in the tank? Doesn't take an awful lot for the boats to increase speed with the bigger boats. It's harder in the sculls and the doubles. And these boats can change rate quite quickly if they all get together. So the last 200 metres, last 150 metres, they come into the red buoys. Can Queenwood keep them away? They're looking for some clear water between them to make it comfortable. They're pushing now, Queenwood. PLC just dropping back. Will they get some clear water? It looks like they are. Finishing strong there from Queenwood. They've pushed away in the last 150 metres. And Queenwood will take the win. In race 57, the Schoolgirl third eight from the Pinball Ladies third boat, who finished second. And we still have the other PLC, the other Pinball Ladies boat about halfway on the course. I think they'll have to call that a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the medal presentation for race 55, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. In third place and bronze medalists, Newcastle Grammar, Sarah Brown, Edie Wills, Alison Capano, Ella Walters, Lexi Awad is their coxswain, coached by Jenna Elder and Jack Hanley. In second place and silver medalists, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale, Eleanor Hall, their coxswain Isabella Rose. And in first place and gold medalists for 2026, PLC Sydney, Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Scarlett Askew, and their coxswain Lola Britt. Please join in congratulating winners and medalists for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. We have an announcement. Could the coach of the Pinball third eight currently coming down the course please come to the tower and meet the jury. This is an important announcement for the coach of the Pinball third eight that's currently on the course to please make the way to the tower and speak to the jury.
We will, as the pinball third eight signs its name across the course in front of the grandstand, we'll focus our attention on race 58, which is yet to start. We're just lining up now. It's the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7 final. On the far side from Queenwood, we have SB Sanchez, Gara Yoya, Savi Lowe, Isla Robertson, Sophia Proud, and Coxed by Izzy Ingram. In lane 3 from Queenwood, Molly Hughes, Emma Burridge, Frankie Blair, Arden Cooper Hart, and Coxed by Bronte Russell. In lane 4 from North Sydney Girls, Sika Dai, Alisa Chung, Chloe Wang, and Rayao Wang with Coxed Louisa Q. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, Amelia Richards, Nina Cordaro, Penelope House, Rosie Teague, and Francesca Vella Barden Coxes them. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Emily Gavin, Sadie McConkey, Pip Kay, Anna Duffy, and Coxed by Tilly Farrell. In lane 7 from Queenwood, we have Marley Troller, Lola Bailey, Sophia Cox, Michaela Ling, and Coxed by Olivia Zeng. And in lane 8 from Queenwood, we have Bella Blackwood, Sophie Davies, Chloe Sakarasis, Megan Hang, and Coxed by Meg Turner. And we'll turn our attention quickly to the Schoolgirl, the medal podium. This is for the bronze and silver position only. This is race 56. It was the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. It will be awarding the Margaret Varity Trophy to the winners, who are a no-show at the moment. But in third place were Roseville's Hannah Ryan, Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, and Cox Libby Atkinson. And in silver medal position from PLC, we have Ava Lane, Laura Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, and Cox Talia Kinleyside. And the medals for bronze and silver presented by Murray Clark. And as we said, the winners were Canberra Grammar for the Margaret Varity Trophy, but they're not on the podium, so we will award them later on.
On the course now we have the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7, and quite a few Queenwood crews in this, and it is indeed one Queenwood crew, the crew in lane 3, holding down about a length's advantage at the moment over the Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5. A little way further back then to the another Queenwood School crew of Troller, Bailey, Cox, Ling and Zeng. But certainly holding down a commanding lead as they come into the last 150 metres is this Queenwood number 1 crew of Molly Hughes, Emma Burridge, Frankie Blair, Arden Cooper Ha and Bronte Russell, their coxswain. And they are having a great row out here in front. The crew in the Loreto Kirribilli currently holding down second place, about 2 or 3 lengths behind the Queenwood crew, who are now lifting, and they're going to make sure of this win as they come down towards the line. It is the Queenwood number 1 crew and they will cross the line with about a 2-length advantage over Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, and they will be followed by Queenwood number 3 in lane 7. And that will be your first 3 position holders. A bit of a race now for the 4th position. North Sydney girls just holding out the second Queenwood crew, and they will cross for 4th, followed by Queenwood. And then will be the next Loretto Kirribilli will be in 6th, and Queenwood 4 in 7th position.
And on the course we have race 59. This is the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 6. There are 3 boats in this. On the far side, Loretto Kirribilli. In the middle of the pack, it's Queenwood and Pymble Ladies nearest the grandstand. As they came through the 500 metre mark, it was Queenwood with quite a lead at that stage. It was 5.83 seconds from Loretto Kirribilli, with Pymble just trailing a bit behind that. But they're well underway as the 1500 metre mark. I think they're approaching, or they've gone through there now, and it looks like from the great drone shot we have here, certainly looks like Queenwood have maintained that lead in the middle of the group there. They're managing to keep a couple of boat lengths ahead of Loretto Kirribilli on their right side, should I say. And Loretto are not quite comfortable. They've certainly got a length on Pymble Ladies, who are sitting in 3rd. It looks like it's going to be a clear victory here for Queenwood. Emily Zhu, Amelia Baker, Maddie Ellison, Elisa Newton, and Cox by Millie Home. A bit of a slight wobble there from Queenwood, but doesn't seem to have retarded their progress any, as they pick it up once again. We've got a great shot from the drone above all the boats. Looks like the Pymble Ladies girls are just dropping off. And Loretto Kirribilli as well, as Queenwood just make their final push for glory in the last 150 metres. Their Cox takes a look around, not under any pressure. I don't think Loretto have got anything left in the bag now to make an impact. So Loretto, Maddie Manchi, Grace Ryan, Emma Francis, Grace Zuckerman, and Cox by Rose Middleton. They're going to finish 2nd. And Pymble's Phoebe Taunton, Freya Edwards, Lucy Liu, Ava Costa, and Belly Zuas Cox. They'll finish 3rd. So Queenwood comfortably take the gold medal position. It's Loretto Kirribilli who are going to finish in silver, and Pymble Ladies in 3rd. We'll turn our attention to the podium now. This is race 57. It's a Schoolgirl 3rd 8. We did not finish from Pymble Ladies, but in silver medal position from Pymble Ladies, we have Claire Ferreira, Ellie Poynton, Mia Sherry, Edwina Harrington, Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bilney, Phoebe Pockley, Annie Pennington, and Cox Erin O'Kane. And winners of the Schoolgirl 3rd 8, Queenwood, Chloe Grimmond, Minnie May Uligatti, Edie Mosley, Jasmine Ramsey, Virginia Dixon, Arabella Line, Nyla Russell, Vivi Walk, and Cox Jazz Salmon. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Third 8, Queenwood.
And Nathan, we move straight over to race 60, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. In lane 2 we have St Catherine's. Let's do a quick call. Matilda Carroll, Sophia Horder, Zara Reynolds, Monty Bowers and their coxswain Amalia Carvin. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies, Cordelia Curtin, Amelia Grayson, Summer Macon, Amelia Quamby and their coxswain Arabella Huang. In lane 4, Winona, Evie Hines, Sienna Milatis, Sophia Reid, Harriet Court, Luella Hine is their coxswain. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Evelyn Merrill, Elsa Seraphim, Isabella Hogan, Isabella Thompson, and Ariana Stoyer is their coxswain. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, Advika That, Marianne Altafag, El Masada, Abigail D. Zuten, Harriet Russell and Georgina Banks. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Zoe Mannix, Andy Kennard, Molly Roberts and their coxswain Eloise Mikkonen. And in lane 8, Queenwood's Alana Elliott, Thea Edgerton, Alice Wang, Georgia McNee and coxswain Georgia Springle. And in lane 9, North Sydney Girls, Sherry Guao, Sarah Liu, Yuyang Uyang, Lillian Yan and Grace Yao is their coxswain. And as they come down into the last 250 metres, it is the crew from...
It's a Queenwood crew. I hesitate to say, but the Queenwood crew have just got their nose in front.
Just getting a bit excited up here, Nathan, but it is Queenwood and Kirribilli having a real battle for this first position. Not far out of it is Canberra Grammar, so that's where the race is. But Queenwood look to have their head of steam up here, and they look to be holding on that lead. But here come Kirribilli. They are coming home very fast. It's going to be nothing in it on the line. We've got about 100 metres to go. The Queenwood crew holding on lifting again. Just a little bit walking the progress was Loretto Kirribilli, and they won't be able to do enough to get across the line. It will be Queenwood coming across the line to take out first position, followed by Loretto Kirribilli. It will be Canberra Grammar in third place.
Yeah, that's...
Way back to Pimble Ladies, followed by Winona. Oh. That was wasted, wasn't it? It was all wasted, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Some technical difficulties up in the announcer's box, but it was a great win there by Queenwood, followed by Loretto Kirribilli. Then in third was Canberra Grammar, followed by Pimble Ladies College, Winona, North Sydney Girls, Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine. So a great win there by Queenwood. They really had to do some work to hold off Loretto Kirribilli over the last couple of 100 metres, but had done enough to get home in first place.
Yeah, another good win there for Queenwood, should I say. Is my bias showing, Rob, slightly? I don't know.
I think you've just gone a bit too far there, Nathan, now, so we'll just move on to the next race, race 61, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull with microphones on. In lane 1, Durham, we're going to do a quick roll call Allison and Pentony. In lane 2, Radford College, Ragu and Smith. In lane 3, Kirribilli's Ray and Farrell. In lane 4, Barker College, Hill and Calvert. Lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Heather McPhee and Lissing. In lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Munro and Crosskill. In lane 7, Barker Colleges, Luke and Brown. In lane 8, Askams, Patton and Moody. And in lane 9, Tara's G and Paramala. And how are they going there, Nathan?
Yeah, well, over the 500 metres, it was Newcastle Grammar School in the win, and Munro and Crosskill had about 4.5 seconds on Barker Colleges, Hill and Calvert. Looks like they've managed to extend their lead as they're coming up now to the last 400 metres. So it looks like It's Newcastle Garma in lane 6, it looks like, who have, yeah, that's right, Newcastle Garma in lane 6, who are pushing hard. Doesn't look like they're under much pressure there, but in lane 4, Barker College of Hill and Calvert have kept steady and strong in silver medal position, but Monroe and Crossgill, they led at 500. They're going to finish in first place. It's going to be exciting though for third between Askham, the near side, Canberra and Radford, I think, on the far side. So Newcastle Grammar win. Barker finished second, and in third place, who are we going to get? It's in lane 8. Askham School get a great bronze medal. It's going to be a photo between Canberra and Radford, and it's also going to be very close between Darragh Marlin here and Barker in the second mate. Barker just take it. And on the far side, Loretto Kirribilli. It just looks like they're going to get their nose in front of Tara. So the unofficial results there. Newcastle Grammar School win by a healthy 7.5 seconds over second place Barker College. In third place, we've got Askham's Patton and Moody. It's going to be a photo between Canberra and Radford. And Barker College, Darragh Marlin, Tara, and then Loretto Kirribilli.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7. In third place, and bronze medalists, Queenwood, Marley Troller, Lola Bailey, Sophia Cox, Michaela Ling and Olivia Zheng is their coxswain. In second place, and silver medalists Loretto Kirribilli, Amelia Richards, Nina Cordaro, Penelope House, Rosie Teague and Francesca Villa Barden is their coxswain. And in first place, and gold medalists from Queenwood, Molly Hughes, Emma Burridge, Frankie Blair, Arden Cooper Ha, and their coxswain, Bronte Russell. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7. Yeah, and out on the course at the moment, we have the Year 8 single scull.
Yeah.
And with a commanding lead coming down into the last 100 odd metres, we have MLC Schools, Alana NG, and I should be making a big thing of this, Nathan, in line with your Queenwood comments, but certainly Alana NG's Ing is making a great race out of this, and she looks like she's got about 2 lengths lead over the Hunter Valley Grammar's Emma Purdy, coming into the last 50 odd metres, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch Alana NG. Alana also doubles up as the coxswain for the open quad, so she's got a bit of work to do this afternoon, but a great win by Alana NG, coming across the line to take the win and the championship, followed by Hunter Valley Grammar, and it will be Barker's Maddie Burnett finishing very fast to get the third place. Over on the other side, we have
it's Askham School's Jemima Huxley there, finishing fourth. Lacey Condorcet will finish fifth. Madeline Wilson. In sixth, it will be Winona Charlotte Ronaldson. It's going to be very close at the top there. That will be a photo for seventh and eighth. We don't seem to have the St. Paul Scholar in lane 1.
We move on to race 63, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Just a quick roll for in lane 1, we have Askham. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 3, St Catherine's. Lane 4, Pimble Ladies. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 6, Canberra Grammar. Lane 7, Tara School. Lane 8, Queenwood. And lane 9, the Armidale School. And coming through the 500 metre, it was Queenwood in front, though holding down about a 1.5 length lead over Loretto Kirribilli. It was the Canberra Girls Grammar following them through the 1,000 metre mark. 500 metre mark, sorry, followed by Canberra Grammar, Pymble Ladies, Tara, St Catherine's, Askham and the Armidale School. So not much in it at the front. And once we get the gap between Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli was about 1.5 lengths, but after that it's nothing in it. We've got about 2 or 3 seconds covering 3 crews. So as we come down into the last 250 metres, we're looking over, and this Queenwood crew over in lane 8 looking very strong. Back over on the other side though, the crew from Loretto Kirribilli is not going to die wondering here. They've gone out extremely hard over this last 200 odd metres, and they look to have pulled back a fair bit of this lead. The one that's really turning on at the moment is the Pymble School. They've just gone on a big push to try to clear away from the Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar School. But certainly the fast finishing Loretto Kirribilli over there in lane 2, and it's going to be nothing in it as they come down towards the line. A bit of work to do by Queenwood if they want to stay in front. They're a little bit skewed on the course at the moment, just need to straighten up a little bit, but it is the Kirribilli crew coming home very, very fast. Pymble Ladies College also putting a sprint on. I don't think they're going to catch up with the other two, but they're holding down that third position at the moment. So coming down to the line, there is absolutely nothing in it. Loretto Kirribilli have done a lot of work. Have they done enough? They're coming down with about 3 strokes to go, and it will be Loretto Kirribilli taking our first place over Queenwood. It was a great row by the Kirribilli girls over Queenwood. It will be Pymble Ladies in 3rd place, followed by Canberra Grammar, then Canberra Girls Grammar. A little way back now to the Tara School. And then closing out the field, we have St Catherine's, Askham and the Armidale Schools. What a great race over that last 500 metres from that Loretto Kirribilli crew. Nathan.
Yeah, that was a great race. I think it was Queenwood's to lose, and I was just looking at their course as they came down through the last 500 metres, and I must say they bounced from one side of the course to the other side, which actually let Loretto Kirribilli just take it in the last 100 metres. So yeah, great win there for Loretto Kirribilli. Bragging rights in the shed at Mossman for the blue and the gold of Loretto. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium quickly. This is Division 6 of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. In 3rd place from Pymble Ladies, we have Phoebe Toynton, Freya Andrews, Lucy Liu, Ava Costa and Bella Zhu. In silver medal position from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Maddie Manchi, Grace Ryan, Emma Francis, Grace Zuckerman and Cox Rose Middleton. And in gold medal position, and the winners of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6, we have Queenwood's Emily Zhu, Amelia Baker, Maddie Ellison, Alyssa Newton and Cox Millie Home. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6, Queenwood.
Race number 64, it's Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. Lane 1, Canberra Grammar. Lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 3, PLC Sydney. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 6, Queenwood. Lane 7, Pimble Ladies. Lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar. And Lane 9, St Catherine's. And it is the crew from Queenwood who have the lead coming into the final stages of this race. Canberra Grammar over on the far side of the course, battling it out with Loretto Normanhurst, Kinross Walleroy and Loretto Kirribilli. We know who our leaders are, who's taking second, third and fourth. Pimble Ladies and Canberra Girls Grammar also in with the shot in the medals as they come in now to the final 100 metres. Queenwood taking the lead. Who's getting the medals though, Chris?
Throw me in the deep end here, Stuart. Just as I sit down, Queenwood certainly all but decided here in the closing strokes. Loretto Kirribilli with a strong showing as a Pimble. Kinross Walleroy in the blue boat right in the mix, as Loretto Normanhurst, as Canberra Girls Grammar, and Redlands on the far side. Queenwood the winners in the Year 9 third quad. Anyone's guess for the minor medals. Loretto Kirribilli take the silver. Pimble Ladies College for the bronze. Be a photo for fourth. The two crews from the Capital Territory, Canberra Girls Grammar ahead of Canberra Grammar, Kinross Walleroy and Loretto Normanhurst. But Stu, third down to seventh, separated by about a second and a half. Could we ask for any better racing than this to kick off our little afternoon stint up here in the commentary box?
Look, I thought the Eliminator was exciting enough, but this is just absolutely amazing. As we move down now to the presentation of medals for the Year 9 Coxed Quads Division 5. Third place and bronze medalists, Canberra Grammar School. Crew of Evelyn Merrill, Elsa Seraphim, Isabel Hogan, Isabella Thompson and Ariana Stoya.
Just keep running.
Second place and silver medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Zoe Mannix, Andy Kennard, Molly Roberts and Eloise Mikkonen. And then our champions from Queenwood, Alana Elliott, Thea Edgerton, Alice Wang, Georgia McNee, Georgia Springle. And they're coached by Naomi Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Year 9 Division 5 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Yeah, it's certainly been a good afternoon for Queenwood, Stuart, here in the Year 9 quads. And can they claim another? They're certainly at the pointy end of the field as the second quad comes through the 500.
Yeah, in the second quads, we've got Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 1, PLC Sydney, lane 2, lane 3, Queenwood, lane 4, Tara School, lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, lane 6, Canberra Grammar, lane 7, Pimble Ladies, lane 8, St Catherine's, and lane 9, Loretto Kirribilli. And again, Chris, just because, you know, the most exciting races as soon as we come on here, because it is, you could throw Razor's Pashmina over this field.
Oh, there's not much that could be thrown over this field, Stuart. They are certainly neck and neck with about 300 metres still to row. Tailwind conditions, 1,000 metre racing, fantastic standard of competition here in New South Wales. It is a recipe for some great racing here this afternoon at the Schoolgirls head of the river. In the second quad, it was Kinross through the 500 metre mark, followed by Queenwood and Canberra Grammar and Pimble Ladies, but those four crews separated by just over a second, and Loretto Normanhurst, Kirribilli, Tara and St Catherine's all still in with a shot here. And as they come down through the last 250 metres there, it's still Kinross who are right up in there, but the crew to their left, Canberra Grammar, challenging them, as are the two crews on the far side of the course there in stations number 3 and 3 and 5 rather, of Queenwood and Kinross over on the far side of the course there. But it is now the crew in lane 6 with the 6 on their bow ball all the way up here from the Capital Territory. It'll please my co-commentator Stuart John. Canberra Grammar in the lead, Stuart.
Canberra Grammar, Kinross Walleroy, Queenwood and Loretto Normanhurst. Four crews across, coming up towards the line now. It is anyone's guess as to who's going to get this. Loretto Normanhurst maybe just dropping off the pace. Canberra Grammar, bow ball out in front now. now. They've extended it out to a canvas over Kinross, and Queenwood sitting in third place. It's going to be a win for Canberra Grammar. Half a boat length ahead of Kinross. Third will go to Queenwood. Fourth with a great finish to Loretto Kirribilli, and then back to Loretto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies, Tara School, and then back again to St Catherine's and our final crew, PLC Sydney, just coming across the line now. The margins there, it was a second between first and second, and then another second back to third. Oh my word.
Stu, these tailwind conditions providing us a great spectacle here at the Regatta Centre, and oh boy, I can't wait for these eights race later on this afternoon, but plenty more still to get through in the meantime. Feels like a very long way away still with the amount of action-packed races we have upon us.
If this continues, I'm going to need to have a lie down and a rest before I jump on the car and head back down the Hume Highway.
Certainly.
So Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls on the course now. Lane number 1, PLC Sydney. Lane 2, Pymble Ladies. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 4, Canberra Grammar. Next to them, the local rivals, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 7, Kinross Wallaroi. Lane 8, St Catherine's. And Lane 9, Queenwood.
And have a look at it from the drone there, Stuart. I think our vocal cords are not in for a rest anytime soon this afternoon with how closely matched this field. The entire field, 9 crews across, separated by no more than a boat length here in the Year 9 first quad scull at the moment. Just coming through the 500 metre mark, and we'll have timing for you very, very shortly. But the crews in the centre of the course there, looking the best place. Kinross Wallaroi in lane 7, third from the left of your picture. If you're joining us at home, or you can see the big screen and this fantastic drone footage. And then Canberra Girls Grammar with a good showing as well in the first 500 metres. So it was Kinross Wallaroi through the 500. Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Kirribilli. Canberra Grammar trailing in 4th. Queenwood in 5th. St Cath's, Pymble, Loretto Normanhurst and PLC Sydney. But I wouldn't write off any of the crews in the back half of this field at the moment, Stuart, would we? With every bit the chance of encroaching on our top 3. It's still only about 2 boat lengths separating first and last place here. It almost reminds me of our Sprint Eliminator earlier on today, doesn't it?
I think it's showing up the Sprint Eliminator because we've got the 9 crews on the course. They're just starting to spread out a little bit now. It's unsurprising. Kinross Wallaroi in the lead. Canberra Girls Grammar battling it out. Girls Grammar, fantastic ACT head of the lake. They won every first division level in the quads, but now they are being pushed hard by Kinross Wallaroi. And then over in lane number 3, we've got Loretto Kirribilli up there as well.
And have a look at this wind just starting to come across the course, which could throw all sorts of spanners in the works here. It is Kinross's race to lose, but here come Canberra Girls Grammar, the program that has had so much success in recent years, and a real little spiral of wind in the middle of the course there that these crews are going to have to contend with as they come into the last 100 metres. Canberra Girls Grammar with the momentum here over the blue boat of Kinross Wallaroi. Watch out for Loretto Kirribilli, who are running 4th and pushing up for a bronze medal at the moment. It is Kinross from Canberra Girls Grammar, thick still, so Kinross have responded, but here come Canberra Girls Grammar in the red boys. The last 100 metres making the journey up the Hume Highway, every bit worth it here today at the Schoolgirl head of the river. Canberra Girls Grammar from Kinross. Loretto Normanhurst getting their bow ball up into the medals as well. They'll challenge Queenwood for 3rd. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5. They've timed the race to perfection, and Canberra Girls Grammar will win the Schoolgirl head of the river in the Year 9 first quad. Kinross Wallaroi for silver. Loretto Normanhurst well timed for the bronze. Close for 4th between Kirribilli and Queenwood. I won't call that. Pymble for 6th. Canberra Grammar for 7th. St Cath's for 8th and PLC Sydney for 9th. Stuart, I'm glad we've got some single sculls coming up because my voice needs a rest.
Well, I think there's going to be a Darren Lockyer impersonation contest down at Panthers Leagues Club later on, and we might just be a very good chance of being in that as we move to the presentation for the Schoolgirl Year 8 double sculls. 3rd place and bronze medalists, Askham. They're represented by Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. Second place and silver medalists, Barker College, represented by Mia Hill and Ella Calvert. And our Head of the River champions for 2026, Newcastle Grammar, represented by Charlotte Munro and Maisie Crosskill. Please congratulate our winners and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Sculls. So our crew's just getting ready at the start of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Sculls, an opportunity to take a deep breath.
Yeah, a little bit of deep breath. Still some crews getting onto the start line. We will use this as a bit of a chance to catch up on one of the medal presentations. A bit of a logjam going up here with crews waiting to come in and collect their medals. So hopefully we can power through these nice and quickly. And we'll have the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 4. Third place and bronze medalists, Pymble Ladies College. Selena Jang, Lily Dow, Peyton Ashton, Rose Bennett. Crew was coxed by Tamika Tran and coached by Isabel Stalley. Second place and silver medalists, Queenwood, Sophia Curti, Helena Furness, Scarlett Clark, Rachel Chatfield, their cox Elle Sheehan. The crew coached by Gary O'Donoghue. First place and gold medalists, Loretto Kirribilli, Georgia Sultana, Matilda Murphy, Eloise McLucas, Eloise Christian, their cox Francesca Heath. The crew was coached by Lucy Howard. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 4th Coxed Quad Scull.
And for those watching on the live stream, in the top left, you can see the Year 10 Double Sculls underway. Lane 1 from the Tara School, Mia Sivaram and Rudy Odbert. In Lane 2 from Queenwood, Mirella Gillies and Piper Sherlock. Lane 3 from Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Kessick, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In Lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate. In Lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Munro and Charlotte Blackmore, coached by Jenna Order and Jack Hanley. Lane 6 from MLC School, Maya McBrien and Megan Kewitt, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel. In Lane 7 from Barker College, Zeke Wang and Ivy Kim. Lane 8 from Darramarlin, Emmy Cook and Zoe Glover, coached by Abigail Mitchell. And Lane 9 from Askham, Daisy Balderston and Ingrid Sabota.
Yeah, just about to come through the first timing point there, the 500 metre hut. It's just disappeared off to the right there. You can see the crews in the centre of the course with the best showing early doors, and very tight and deep between Newcastle Grammar on the far side and Barker College there, a couple of lanes over to their left. So Munro and Blackmore from Newcastle Grammar, according to our timing, just leading, but I think it was neck and neck over Ziki Wang and Ivy King from Barker. MLC trailing back in third. Says it was very tight, but I think it was a little bit more of a margin than that. Maya McBrien and Megan Kewitt from MLC currently running third. And those top three being challenged by Winona, Bella Harvey, Kieran Kerisk, and then Maya McBrien and Megan Kewitt. Well, we've got two MLC schools posted there through the 500 metre timing point, but it is certainly that crew in the centre of the course from Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 and then Barker College in lane 7. He says two crews starting to separate themselves through the field. Coming past the bridge of the 750 metre mark, You can see third over from the left-hand side of your picture. That would be Winona, currently running third, only narrowly ahead of MLC's Maya McBride and Megan Hewitt. So close between our top two, close between third and fourth, and the chasing pack not a million miles away as well in the double scull. Plenty of opportunity for a late turn of speed here in this event, although not minding the slightly more relaxed pace up here for a couple of races, Stuart.
No, it is giving those vocal cords a chance to recover. We're just seeing now Barker College, Wang and Kim just starting to pull away a little bit from Newcastle Grammar in second place. So it'll be interesting to see what the margins are as they come through the 1,000-metre timing point. And I suspect that Darren Marlin might just be making a little bit of a move, catching up there towards the crew from MLC School in lane number 6. So they're sitting back in about 5th place at the moment, half a boat length behind MLC, who themselves are about a boat length back from the crew there from Winona. That's Bella Harvey and Kieran Kersick. So it's just starting to spread out a little bit at the top, but then for third, fourth and fifth, it's just starting to close up as well.
Yeah, so the girls from Barker, Wang and Kim, starting to make their presence known here in their quest for a gold medal in the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Munro and Charlotte Blackmore. So not no massive names of the big schools here. This is certainly a battle of some of the smaller schools, as we see in the smaller boats sometimes, but certainly doesn't take away from the quality of racing that we see here. Barker, as we know, one of the great sort of success stories in terms of a school on the rise. It's a massive school, about 3,000 students, huge school, and haven't had a rowing program up until the last couple of years. They do already have an Australian representative in Henry Furrer, who didn't actually row at Barker, but did go to Barker and represent Australia in the under-23s. Bronze in the 8 a couple of years ago, I think. And Barker College on the way to, well, certainly putting their best foot forward in making their case for a Schoolgirl Head of the River title here in the Year 10 double scull.
Yeah, they've been regular trips down the Hume Highway. They've been at the ACT Head of the Lake ACT Junior Championships. Some very competitive results down there in the a couple of weeks ago at that particular weekend. So looking good as they go through coming up with about 750 metres or so left to go. It is Barker College leading out Newcastle Grammar.
We'll turn our attention to the presentation days for the presentation of medals for race 64, the Schoolgirl Year 9 third Coxed Quad Scull. Third place and bronze medalist, Pymble Ladies College. Isabella Meng, Diana Palahawanda, Chloe Chong, Lucy Woodbridge, Bronte Cardno the Cox, the crew coached by Alessandra Brasic. Second place and silver medalist, Loretto Kirribilli, Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Molly Mattick, Georgie Ryan, Alice Smith the Cox, and coached by Lucy Howard. And gold medalists and Schoolgirl Head of the River champions, Queenwood, Mila Beavis, Alexia Dreismer, Annabelle Garner, Jess Slade. Crew was coxed by Chloe Cox and coached by Grace Turner. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 third Quad Scull.
Back on the water in the Year 10 double sculls, Barker College extending that lead out over Newcastle Grammar. It's now over 6.5 seconds between first and second. Winona sitting in third place. They've stretched that lead out over MLC. Darren Marlin put in a big push over the second 500 metres. They've now just dropped about 5 seconds back from MLC School. Up level with them, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then back to Queenwood, Ascombe and the Tara School. So Barker College looking good for a Head of the River win here in the Year 10 double sculls, stretching that lead out. They're in now into the red boys to match the red Zooties and the red oars, and they'll be feeling very, very happy with the way that the race is panning out. Newcastle Grammar sitting in second place, and then across to Winona in third.
Yeah, we've seen success from the Novocastrians already today, and Kate Atherton in the Sprint Eliminator doing very well up against very well credentialed competition. And Newcastle Grammar, coached there by Jenna Aldur and Jack Hanley, who made the move up there a couple of years ago and now calls himself a proud Novacastrin, and collect a silver medal for their efforts here in the Year 10 double. But it is all about the girls from Barker College. Zeke Wang and Ivy King will be Head of the River champions in the Year 10 double scull. They'll take the gold. The silver will go the way of Newcastle Grammar. After a good fight off the blocks, cemented themselves in that second place the whole way down the course. Bronze will go over to lane 3 there. Winona, two girls from rowing out of Mossman Rowing Club, Bella Harvey, Kieran Karras, coached by Kieran Kabelki. MLC finished just off the rostrum in 4th, Maya McBride and Megan Kewitt. Canberra Girls Grammar in 5th, Askham in 6th place, Queenwood in 7th. 8th will go the way of Darren Marlin, and 9th to the Tara School on the far side.
Just wait. So we've got the Schoolgirl Year 10 single sculls on the course at the moment. Miller Gray from Fort Street High, lane 1. Evelyn Chu from Sydney Girls, lane 2. Matilda Coddington from the Armidale School, lane 3. Sarah Thompson, Radford College, lane 4. Heidi Heap from Winona, lane 5. Ava Rathel from Alfred Deakin High, lane 6. Ava Barker, Marist College North Shore, lane 7. Maya Edwards, Blue Mountains Grammar, lane 8. And Darcy Turvey from St Andrews Cathedral, lane number 9. As we turn our attention to the presentation of medals for the Year 9 Coxed Quad Division 2. Third place and bronze medalists, Queenwood. Crew of Ella McIntyre, Imogen Stewart, Georgia Self, Isabella Rogers and Frederica Hall. They're coached by Tom Walker. Second place and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy. Their crew of Claire Bruce, Mila Yabsley-Bell, Millie Dimmick, Lily Berryman and Chloe Caro. And they're coached by Rebecca Pearce. And our Head of the River champions for 2026, Canberra Grammar School. Winning crew of Hannah O'Donnell, Marion Nolan, Isabel Jardine, Danica Dixon and Scarlett Mukherjee.
As the Year 10 single makes its way ever closer to the finishing line here, Heidi Heap, you can see in the lower right-hand corner of your picture if you're joining us at home, or you can see the big screen with our fantastic drone footage. Heidi Heap will is looking very likely to take the rare honour of 2 in a row in the Year 10 single scull. She won this event last year convincingly, I might add, as not as a 16-year-old, as a 15-year-old, a year young, won this event by a solid 23 seconds last year. This year, not having it quite that easily, but certainly Heidi Heap of Winona looking best placed for a second national title, or not national title, Schoolgirl Head of the River title. I'm getting ahead of myself, Stuart. That's a couple of weeks away yet. Second Schoolgirl Head of the River title here in the Year 10 single scull. It's going to be a handy time too with this nice gentle tail breeze that we're seeing out here on the course. It is Heidi Heap currently running ahead of the sculler in lane.
Ava Rathel. Alfred Deakin High down in Canberra.
Yeah, in the red shed boat there, coached by Charlotte McCarthy. And then fresh off the back of a title of the Schoolgirl single for the Armidale School. Looks to be a bronze medal in the Year 10 single for Matilda Coddington on the far side. But Heidi Heap from Winona makes it 2 years in a row. Wins the Schoolgirl Head of the River in the Year 10 single. Abel Rathel from Alfred Deakin High for the silver medal. And the bronze will go the way of Matilda Coddington from the Armidale School. Fourth place is the Radford sculler, Sarah Thompson. And Marist College North Shore's Ava Baker. Not Marist College Canberra, Stu, but
I'd be concerned if they were in the Schoolgirl.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've just got a few scullers coming towards the end now. So over in lane number 1 from Fort Street High, Miller Gray, Sydney Girls, Evelyn Chu, closest to us here on the grandstand side, Blue Mountains Grammars, Maya Edwards, and then St Andrews Cathedral's Darcy Turby just coming up towards the line now. Sitting in behind them, we've got the Schoolgirl 4 coming down the course. So lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 4, Canberra Grammar. Lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 6, Canberra Grammar. Lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 8, Tara School. And lane 9, Roseville.
And just while that Schoolgirl 4 is coming down, we'll have the presentation of the silver and bronze medals for the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. Third place and bronze medalist from Barker College, Maddie Burnett. Second place and silver medalist from Hunter Valley Grammar, Emma Purdy. And our first place MLC school sculler is not here on the podium, but please congratulate our medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull as this Schoolgirl 4 race starting to hot up a little bit, Stuart, in the last 600 or 700 metres or so.
Yeah, we've got Canberra Grammar, Roseville, Canberra Girls Grammar through the 1,000 metres, and just having a look at them up on the screen at the moment, it still looks like Canberra Grammar sitting out in front. Canberra Grammar versus Canberra Girls Grammar. That has been a rivalry that has really started to kick on in recent years. Over on the far side of the course, though, Roseville sitting in second place. They're trying to break up that ACT dominance as we just see them coming through the 1,500 metre timing point now. It is Canberra Grammar holding on to that lead and then level pegging between Girls Grammar and Roseville. We'll keep an eye on that for the silver and bronze medal. It looked like Roseville just moving a little bit quicker, but through the timing point, they were just a quarter of a second behind Canberra Girls Grammar. Kinross Walleroy back in fourth place, and then we go back a little bit further to the Tara School and then through to the second crew from Canberra Grammar School. And then I think the Loretto Normanhurst crew is still just coming through on the screen at the moment. So Canberra Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, but Roseville looking to upset.
Yeah, Roseville with such a proud history in the Schoolgirl 4. They used to be the school you thought of when you thought about Schoolgirl 4's rowing under Gonzalo Briones when he was running the show there and doing such a great job with them. But Jack Henderson now with these Roseville girls will be looking to upset that ACT Quinella there at the head of the field. It is certainly Canberra Grammar's race to lose here. Iris Rangier, Addison Perry, Charlotte Lynch, Eliza Jones and Isla Morgan, the coxswain, who are leading this race and leading it comfortably indeed. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Hughes, Mia Wiley and Grace Ralston, the coxswain. Currently sitting pretty for a silver medal, but not if Roseville have got anything to do with it here. They're trailing by, well, it's almost a length at this stage now. I think Canberra Girls Grammar put in a good shift in the last 300 metres here, Stu, and maybe have just gotten themselves out of any danger. But here come Roseville in the shadow of the post in front of these fantastic crowds who are making plenty of noise for their classmates here. Canberra Grammar are going to go all the way here in the Schoolgirl 4. It's going to be a handy time as well here in these beautifully quick conditions. Canberra Grammar going to be head of the river champions in the Schoolgirl 4. It's going to be two crews from the Capital Territory in the top two places on the rostrum. Canberra Girls Grammar secure the silver medal. Roseville will have to settle for the bronze. After a gutsy fight, Kinross Walleroy off the podium there in fourth. Tara School in fifth. The Canberra Grammar number 2 crew in sixth place. And Loretto Normanhurst back in seventh place in the final of the Schoolgirl 4.
As we move on to the presentation of medals for the Year 9 Division 1 Quad Sculls. This race is also for the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy. In third place, Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Clara Bradford, Annie Shepherd, Camilla Ogilvie, Camilla Lamb and Ava Forrester. And they're coached by Isaac Shepherd and Olivia Lucas. Second place and silver medalists, Kinross Wallaroy. Their crew, Isabel Provost, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise and Grace Lowther. They're coached by Rebecca Pearce. And our champions for 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Their crew, Olive Mufarij, Alexandra Cordaris, Grace Fogarty, Erin Riley, and Sienna Gately. Canberra Girls Grammar will now be presented with the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Year 9 Division 1 Coxed Quad Sculls.
And now onto our senior quads, the Schoolgirl second quad underway. And Stu, this Canberra dominance, will it bore fans? Radford College leading from Redlands and Darramarlin at the 1,000-metre mark. MLC School in it as well. And then comes the Roseville number 2 crew. Not sure, no number 1 crew listed here, but Radford College, Redlands, Darramarlin and MLC are our top 4, and one of these crews is going to be bitterly disappointed, Stuart, because any of these top 4 crews can finish on the podium here. Our leaders, Radford, they've got a little bit of clear water back to, well, the 2 crews that are battling for second in Redlands and Darramarlin to their left. So that's Radford in the bottom of your picture. If you're joining us on the live stream, you can see the big screen next to the grandstand. And then to their left is the 2 crews doing battle. Redlands in the centre of the screen and Darramarlin on the left-hand side of the picture there. Redlands just with the ascendancy at this stage. And then over to the right-hand side of the screen, MLC School, who are currently running 4th. They're about a length off at this stage. Certainly not out of the question, but a lot of work to do with about 600 metres left to row here, Stu.
Well, if you're going to be coming up 300 kilometres up the Hume Highway, you want to be going home with some great memories, and Radford College looking like they'll bring home some great memories here in the second Schoolgirl Quad Sculls. Radford College holding on to that lead at the moment, and as you say, Redlands, Darramarlin, Redlands just getting their bow ball out in front, stretching it out just a little bit further as we cross back down for the presentation of medals for the Year 10 Double Sculls.
Third place and bronze medalists, Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Kirisk, coached by Kieran Kabelki. Second place and silver medalists, Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Munro and Charlotte Blackmore, coached by Jenna Order and Jack Hanley. First place and gold medalists in the Year 10 Double Scull, Barker College, Zeke Wang and Ivy Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Year 10 Double Scull.
Through the 1500 of Division 2 of the Open Quads, Schoolgirl Quad Sculls, Radford stretching that lead out 4.5 seconds. Darramarlin back in 3rd place. They're a couple of seconds back. Redlands in 2nd. MLC School, Roseville, and then in behind them, Radford College 2, PLC Sydney, MLC School 2 and Redlands 2. So they're in now towards the Red Boys, marking 250 metres left to go. It's a 1-2-3 who've raced down in Canberra in the last couple of weeks. Redlands coming down, regular visitors to the nation's capital, and that recent racing paying off for them. But it's Radford, Redlands, Darramarlin, our top 3 as they're in now to the final 200 metres, Chris.
Yeah, Radford College College, who have had such a strong history in quads rowing and won the senior quad, the first quad number of times here at the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. Darren Marlin on the comeback charge this season, a little bit after a quiet couple of years from that program, and in the with the red sash on the Zooties, the very distinctive colours. It is going to be Radford, and all the way win here for the girls in the maroon colours from the ACT. Radford College here, that's Rosie Humphreys, Natalia Constanzo, Gigi Hickey, Lucy Mihalovic and Harper Walter, the Coxed, and they're going to call themselves Head of the River champions in the second quad scull here in New South Wales. Redlands for the silver medal. Darren Marlin will make it 2 Canberra crews on the podium, and they'll secure themselves a bronze in the second quad. Stu, 7:33 for the winning Radford crew there. That's a time I'd expect to see in the first quad. That's impressive.
That is a very brisk time there, and it's a very strong Radford College crew, so very much looking forward to how the firsts go. MLC School finishing in 4th place. They're ahead of the crew there from Roseville, finish in lane number 9. And then our second Radford College crew just coming across the line now in 6th place. Behind them we've got lane number 8, so that is PLC Sydney, and then back a little bit further to the MLC School over on the far side of the course and the Redlands 2 crew. Now the presentation of the Margaret Varady Trophy for the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls will be presented by Murray Clark. And our champions for 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar School. The crew of Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman. Canberra Girls Grammar will now be presented with the Margaret Varady Trophy.
And just a quick announcement, just for anyone who is lucky enough to be getting medals, please make sure that crews are waiting to be called onto the medal pontoon just as we continue to manage the maximum numbers that we can have down on the presentation pontoon. So please wait to be called over. But we'll see who is going to be called over here in race 71. Only 3 races left to go in this afternoon's program. It's a Schoolgirl first quad scull, and Stuart John getting very, very excited here in this event that is traditionally a very happy hunting ground for Canberra crews. Sydney Girls in lane 1, PLC Sydney in lane 2, Monty in lane 3, Redlands in 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, Radford College in lane 6, MLC School in lane 7, the Armidale School in lane 8 and Tara in lane 9. Stuart and Stuart, are we surprised to see Canberra Girls Grammar leading this race?
We are not surprised to see Canberra Girls Grammar out in front. They've got themselves a little bit of a lead over Monty St Angelo in second place, and then off to their left-hand side, Radford College. So that intra-Canberra rivalry still running strong, but it is the Bad and Mean Green Machine who are in the lead, and they've got clear water between themselves and Monty St Angelo. Third place, Radford College, and then back a little bit further, 4th place at the moment is Redlands.
Well, I hope they're not taking too many cues from the Bad and Mean Green Machine there, Stu, because it wasn't a good night for the Bad and Mean Green Machine over in Auckland, was it, the other night? But we won't mention that, will we?
The second half was not good. The first half was 6-all when I had the radio on. And then
let's forget about the other 40 points that were scored. But Canberra Girls Grammar here looking to make it 2 years in a row. They won it here last year. They won the National Championships last year and headed over to the Henley Royal Regatta as well and had a great campaign over there. A couple of those girls back in this year's quarter, at least one in Charlotte Bowen, who's done, and Sophie Murphy. So two of those girls back this year. So Sophie Murphy, Camilla Griffin, Chloe Owen, Charlotte Bowen, Rebecca Fisher, the Cox. Kaz Piper's not listed, but she certainly does a great job in coaching these girls. Over on the far side of the course, Monty, Amelia Darcy, Catherine Walsh, Isabel Armstrong, and Lottie Raverstein, Emily Armstrong, the Cox. Those girls all coming up through the Mossman Rowing Club program and doing a good job battling up, holding off Radford College. That's the crew of Lily Soderblom, Hannah Kosh, Freya Teschendorf, and Kate Collier, currently running for the bronze, pushing up for a silver, Stuart.
It's Canberra Girls Grammar holding on to that lead. Radford and Monty St Angelo, they're the two battling it out for the silver and the bronze. Redland sitting just off in fourth place, and then back a little bit further to the MLC School, Tara School, the Armidale School, and Sydney Girls out in front. Canberra Girls Grammar, though, in that very distinctive green and white hull. They are sitting about a boat length ahead with about 50 metres or so left to go. It's going to be another trophy for the cabinet for Canberra Girls Grammar School. They'll take the win in the Schoolgirl Coxed Quads. First place to them. Second place will go to Monty St Angelo in lane number 3, and then third will go to Radford College in lane number 6. Redlands, they'll finish back in fourth place in lane number 4, very appropriate there. And then in behind them, we've got the MLC School in fifth place. And then Tara School, Sydney Girls over on the far side, the Armidale School, and PLC Sydney.
And we will turn our attention, before we get underway with our final two races of the day, the second 8 and the first 8, we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Third place and bronze medalist from the Armidale School, Matilda Coddington, coached by Emily Stevenson and Martin Inglis. Second place and silver medalist from Alfred Deakin High, Ava Rathel, coached by Charlotte McCarthy. And first place and bronze medalist from Winona, Heidi Heap, coached by Alfie Young, Josh Hewitt, and Rowena Meredith. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our champion and medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull.
As we move our attention to the Schoolgirls' second 8s, just the 4 crews in this race. You can see them on the screen at the moment. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 5, Queenwood. Lane 6, St Catherine's. And lane 7, it's the second crew from Pymble Ladies. And they are the crew out in front. That's Genevieve Bazina, Arabella Murphy, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Tabenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinnenberg, and Emily Bartrop. They're coached by James Blakeman. And you can see there, they've got themselves 2.5 second lead over Queenwood in second place. Loretto Kirribilli sitting in third, and then St Catherine's back in fourth place. So the Queenwood... Presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl 4s. The medals were presented by Murray Clark. Third place and bronze medalists, Roseville, represented by Annabelle Eburn, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, and Alex Davies. And they're coached by Jack Henderson. Second place and silver medalists, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Represented by Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Clues, Mia Wiley, and Grace Ralston. Gold medalists and the winners of the University of New South Wales Trophy, Canberra Grammar School. Their crew of Iris Rangia, Addison Perry, Charlotte Lynch, Eliza Jones and Isla Morgan.
Back down on the course, Stuart, the penultimate race of the day, the final of the Schoolgirl second 8. It is Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course, Queenwood in lane 5, second from the far side there, who are currently challenging for the lead, currently sitting in the silver medal position. St Catherine's in lane 6, second from the grandstand side of the course, and Pymble Ladies College in lane 7, closest to the grandstand side of the course. It's been Pymble pretty much the entire way through the season here in the Schoolgirl second 8, but Queenwood not letting them have it all their own way. So the Pymble Ladies College crew currently leading: Genevieve Bazina, Arabella Murphy, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinnabar and Emily Bartrup, the Cox, and they are currently leading by about 3/4 of a boat length from Queenwood, who are putting in a good shift to challenge here in the Schoolgirl second 8. Isla McMillan, Bronte Hanna, Tessa Calverley, Gemma Wirral, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Charlotte Gardner, Penelope Rolls and Juliet Yardley, the coxswain in that Queenwood crew. But I think they're going to run out of track, Stuart. I think Pymble Ladies College have it all but secured here in the Schoolgirl second 8 for the Sydney University Women's Sports Association Trophy here in 2026.
Yeah, Pymble Ladies holding on to that lead. You can hear the cheers from the grandstand here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. The battle for third is interesting. St Catherine's are holding off Loretto Kirribilli as they come into the final stages. But it is Pymble Ladies with the lead. They're about to boat length ahead of the crew from Queenwood, and it is going to be a win in the Sydney University Women's Sports Association Trophy to the crew from Pymble Ladies College. They'll take the win. They'll take home the trophy. Second place will be Queenwood. Plenty of punching of the water there from the Pymble Ladies crew. Silver medal to Queenwood. Third place will go to the crew from St Catherine's, and they'll finish ahead of Loretto Kirribilli back in fourth.
And Stuart, it is time for the Schoolgirl first 8. It has been hotly anticipated the entire year, and for the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy, Queenwood in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Pymble Ladies in lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7, and St Catherine's in lane 8. Last year was a thriller, a classic, one for the ages between Kinross Walleroy and St Catherine's. This year it's between Kinross and Pymble Ladies College, about a length in front of St Catherine's at this stage of the race. Queenwood doing well to challenge on the far side. Loretto Kirribilli running in 5th and Loretto Normanhurst back in 6th. But Stuart, they have done battle all the way through this season, have Kinross and Pymble Ladies College.
Pymble Ladies have been the fastest. They've got the fastest top speed, but at New South Wales Championships in the Schoolgirl 8s, we saw Kinross Walleroy able to get out ahead of Pymble Ladies, able to hold on and take the state championship. Are they going to go through and do the same here at the Schoolgirl head of the river? It is bow ball to bow ball between Pymble Ladies and Kinross, with Pymble Ladies just a canvas between the two through the 1,000 metres. So Pymble Ladies over Kinross.
So Pymble lead Kinross, but only by the narrowest of margins, 0.44 on our timing screen. I think it was even less than that in reality. St Catherine's a bit over a length back. In the 36 runnings of the Rose Evans Trophy, Stuart, Pymble have won 16 of them. Kinross have only won 2 or 3. I'll actually have to double check that. I should be more prepared. But Pymble Ladies College, in their illustrious history, it has been since 2018 that they last won this event. So no current student at Pymble Ladies College has seen this trophy go the way of their school. And could this be the year for them to do it? They set a course record here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre a couple of weeks ago. And just 2 weekends ago, they towed up a very competitive Open 8 from Sydney Rowing Club and from Sydney University as well, and all their under 21 8s. And here they've got the ascendancy over Kinross Walleroy. But what did we see last year, Stuart? We saw Kinross, when the going gets tough, Kinross really show what they're worth in the closing strokes. So certainly far from over here, but Pymble with the momentum.
Yeah, Pymble just keeping themselves out in front. They're extending that lead. It was a canvas through the 1,000 metre mark, and now it's just starting to get a little bit further with every stroke. It's extended out. It's now about a third of a boat length between Pymble Ladies and Kinross Walleroy in that battle there for the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy. Are they going to take it home? Are some of the students going to see Pymble Ladies win it for the first time in a number of years? Pymble Ladies holding on to that lead over Kinross Walleroy. And then looking down the field, we've got, it looks to be Loretto Normanhurst, who is sitting in third place as they come through the 1500. So St Catherine's, sitting in third place there in lane number 8. And then back a little bit further, then we've got the crew in lane number 3, that is Queenwood, and then again to Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Normanhurst. But everything's out at the front here, Chris. It's Pymble Ladies holding on to that lead over Kinross, and I think Kinross, if they're going to do something, it's got to be now.
Yeah, there is no time left to wait here for Kinross Walleroy if they want to make any impact on the race for the lead. This Pymble Ladies College crew, they traded blows, they traded wins in Term 4 with Loretto. With Kinross Walleroy, this Pymble crew, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgreb, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Oleson, Millie Cullinane, Leander McLaughlin, Mia Solomons, the Cox, coached by Harry Randall. And ever since they came back from the summer holidays, I don't know what they've been doing over the summer, but they have been almost unstoppable, except for at the state championships. But it looks like they've got the momentum here in the closing strokes. The Kinross crew of Tancred, Clinton, Grout, Jarek, Dimmick, Lego, Wise, Reedy, and Jane Bruce, the Cox. I don't think they're going to be able to do enough to hang on to the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy here. It's been 8 long years for Pymble Ladies College since they last won the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy, but the girls from Pymble in the red, white and blue, they're going to do it here in 2026. It has been a long time waiting for these girls. Harry Randall in his second year of coaching has done a great job. This has been the form crew, and we're going to see a new course record here, Stuart. This is an incredible time here from Pymble Ladies College. Pymble Ladies College win the Schoolgirl Head of the River for 2026. Valiant effort from Kinross, but they'll settle for silver. St Catherine's for the bronze medal. 6:33 for Pymble Ladies College, Stuart. That is the quickest we've seen a Schoolgirl 8 go here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Kinross for the silver, St Cat's for the bronze, Queenwood 4th, Kirribilli 5th, and Loretto Normanhurst in 6th place in the quest for the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy.
And as they were coming down towards the finish line there, Chris, you could see the Pymble students racing up towards the finish. There were plenty of cheers. It was a mass of people running through. It was like Alex Johnson scoring in the second half last night. A great win for Pymble Ladies. As we go now to the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl First Coxed Quad Sculls. This is for the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy. So for the second Coxed Quad Sculls. In third place, some bronze medalists, Dara Marlin. A crew of Olivia Spirit, Kaylee Deisker, Emma Williams, Grace York and Felix Pentoni. They're coached by Abigail Mitchell. Second place and silver medalists, Redlands. Their crew of Matilda Hugman, Georgia Grace, Lillian Forsyth, Liv Goodland and Lillian Chen. And our champions for 2026, Radford College. Crew of Rosie Humphreys, Natalia Costanzo, Gigi Hickey, Lucy Mihailovic and Harper Walter. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Schoolgirls' second Coxed Quad Sculls.
Testing.
Stu, we just saw the drone footage there. Look at these crowds. We don't get a better showing for the New South Wales Regatta here than this event here. And it certainly delivered. What a row from Pymble. 6:33.33, which is a course record at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for Schoolgirl 8s, breaking their own course record only set a few weeks ago.
they are going to be very hard to beat down at the national titles, Chris.
Yeah, we'll see what the Victorian schools have to offer tomorrow, but I don't see anyone coming anywhere close to them down on Lake Barrington for the Sydney Cup. They actually won the Sydney Cup more recently than they won this, 2019. It's the last time that Pymble won that.
As we move on to the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirls' first Coxed Quad Sculls. This is for the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy. Third place and bronze medalists, Radford College. Crew of Lily Soderblom, Hannah Koch, Freya Teschendorf, Kate Collier and William Huang. Second place and silver medalists, Monty Santangelo. Crew of Amelia Diarcy, Catherine Walsh, Isabel Armstrong, Lottie Ravenstein and Emily Armstrong. And they're coached by Josh Hewitt. And our champions and winners of the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy for 2026, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Their crew of Sophie Murphy, Camilla Griffin, Chloe Owen, Charlotte Bowen and Rebecca Elishka. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 champions and medalists in the Schoolgirl First Coxed Quad Sculls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Sydney University Women's Sports Association trophy for the Schoolgirl second 8. Medals will be presented by Jane Spring AM. Third place and bronze medalist, St Catherine's. Aroa Tamoa Campbell, Holly Corcoran, Zoe Elliott, Stella Olenderick Smith, Isla Tink, Georgie Smith, Tiali Morgan, Phoebe Sherrard, and their Cox, Bridie McGregor. Crew coached by Luca Roncolato. Second place and silver medalist, Queenwood, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hanna, Tessa Calverley, Gemma Wirral, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Charlotte Gardner, Penelope Rolls, and their Cox, Juliette Yardley. The crew coached by Adam Ling and Zoe Keating. First place and gold medalists in the Schoolgirl second 8, Pymble Ladies College. Genevieve Bazina, Arabella Murphy, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinibar, their Cox, Emily Bartrop. The crew was coached by James Blakeman. Pymble Ladies College will now be presented with the Sydney University Women's Sports Association trophy by Jane Spring AM. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners and medalists in the Schoolgirl second 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy for the Schoolgirl First 8. Third place and bronze medalists, St Catherine's, Lillian Orange, Madeline Innes, Genevieve Links, Florence Hennessy, Matisse Borthwick, Stella Dodwell, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, Ashley Innes, their Cox, Eva Hunstead. The crew was coached by John Keogh. Second place and silver medalists, Kinross Wallaroy, Grace Tancred, Belle Clinton, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmock, Ruby Lago, Emily Wise, Lucy Reedy. The crew was coxed by Jane Bruce. Gold medalists and winners of the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy for the Schoolgirl First 8 in 2026, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble were represented by Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgrib, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Alesson, Millie Cullinane, Leander McLaughlin, and coxed by Mia Solomons. The crew was coached by Harry Randall. Pymble Ladies College will now be presented with the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our winners and medalists in the Schoolgirl First 8. So, ladies and gentlemen, around the presentation area, we will be announcing the overall point score winners for the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River very shortly. So please stay by the presentation podium for an announcement on the overall point score winners.
So I hope you can hear me. I'm going to be joined by the first and second 8, given such a dominant display. Millie Cullinane? Yeah. Millie Cullinane, she is the captain of boats for Pinball Ladies. What a great display. The fastest time ever seen on this course for a Schoolgirl 8. Millie, did it go to plan?
This season definitely started strong, and we were very happy with our performance in the early opening stages of the season. We had a little bit of a setback at state champs, but I think we really used the best of that and turned it around so that we could pull out this really amazing performance that we're very happy with at Head of the River.
That's awesome. A dominant display in the second 8 as well, so well done to the girls in the second 8. How many of you guys are coming back next year? Unfortunately, a few for your competitors. But the last question is, who have you got to thank?
This has been a really big team effort, so thank you to all of our parents for supporting us, and then all of the coaches at Pinball who have coached us so well this season, and a big thanks to Jack, our strengths coach, who's coached all of us since year 7, and then Randall, the first 8 coach, has coached us for the last 2 years, and then a big thanks to all of the girls in the entire squad. It's been an amazing season.
And to Shane, Leander's dad. We love you so much. Thank you for coming out to all our Penrith sessions.
Thank you, everyone.
Give them a final round of applause, the winners of the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now announce the results of the overall point score trophy for the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River for the Betty Deer Rose Bowl Trophy, which will be presented by Jane Spring AM. Third place on 485 points, Loretto Kirribilli. Second place on 516 points, Pymble Ladies College. And first place and overall point score winners at the 2026 Schoolgirl Head of the River on 694 points, Queenwood. Well, congratulations to everyone who bagged a win today and everyone who put their best foot forward. Certainly a fantastic day, and great to get a whole day of uninterrupted racing, Stuart, for the first time this season. Certainly picked a good one for it. What a performance from Queenwood. What a performance from Pymble in the senior eights. Highlights for you?
Canberra Girls Grammar in the quad. Yeah. Had to say that one. No, it's just been an absolutely fantastic day's worth of racing. The Eliminator was exciting. We saw some of the race when we came on in the afternoon. The racing was so exciting, and I cannot wait to see some of these crews down at the National Championships, Lake Barrington, in just a couple of weeks' time.
All right, I think our time is just about done up here, Stuart. Some great displays of school spirit. I will just say one quick, big thank you to Rowing New South Wales for all the schools, all the parents, all the coaches, and particularly to all of our volunteers and the timing hearts of the boat race officials up in the commentary box and all around the grounds for making this day what it is. One quick little announcement. We love all the signage that goes up ahead of the river and all the school spirit that we're seeing in front of us, but all of the signage on Castlereagh Road does need to come down on your way out. A lot of it was left over last year, much to the ire of I think Council and the Regatta Centre, so please make sure that we treat the facility with respect, take those signs down on the way out so that you can return them back next year. Only a year to go. That's all from us, Stuart. You have a safe trip home.